time I watch arcane mages get locked in, they just lose. I don't know. Especially like I think it is good in certain matchups. Like if there's not a lot of ranged kicks, for example, like if you're playing against like maybe like a Shadow Priest or something like that, you know, where like a Shadow Priest Boomkin or something, you know, where there isn't a lot of ranged interrupts. I feel like in those games you get to really just do a lot of work. But Raiku's damage in that game, he really didn't do much damage at all, and that's mostly because there's grounding totems. There is interrupt from the wind shear. The demon hunters, tunneling him the whole game. He's getting solar beamed as well. Like it's just 3 different ranged kicks being rotated on him, plus grounding totem. It's really hard to do anything if you are Raikou in that situation. So I kind of want to see something different other than the arcane mage. I want to see Raikou do as his fellow mage brothers have done and lock in a boomkin. Is kind of what I want to see. Or I want to see Waz maybe lock in a boomkin. But then the problem is they don't have anybody, who can kind of keep the demon hunter in place. So
I think this could evolve.
I think that's the issue.
You remember last season, CHIBAKU was just farming everybody as demon hunter, Destro Lock Shaman, and then Echo copied them and did it better than them. This might be happening right now, where CHIBAKU are playing Boomkin, Demon Hunter, Shaman, Echo.
Wait, why don't they?
They're going to need to copy them and mirror them.
Yeah, I don't think Raiku's going to be playing Mage again, or like I think he wants to lock in Demon Hunter. So do you bring in Chan Demon Hunter, or do you bring in? I swear, I think it's
Chan Mugen or Waz Mugen.
Right. You're actually right. Yeah, I think they're going to lock in Waz Boomkin. Actually, no, they're going to lock in Chan Boomkin. They're going to lock in Chan Boomkin and Raikou Demon Hunter. That's what I think.
It's a big map. I guess, I mean, it's fine.
Or they lock in Mage Lock because it's a big map.
Yeah. But I swear Mage Lock is not a good pick in this matchup. like Demon Hunter and Boomkin is like designed to try and eat up that type of double caster with a mage. So I don't like, okay, they're going to mirror them. And it's actually Waz. It's not Chanimal. So what?
It's going to be Waz.
So wait, didn't Chanimal play yesterday? So Chanimal plays...
Didn't Lontar...
When does Chanimal play and why? Because he played yesterday and he did really good. He did really good yesterday. So why is he not playing now?
So when they play Boomkin Rogue, Waz can't play the Boomkin and the Rogue. But right now, I think there's a tier list. It's like if Chan isn't playing with Waz, they want Waz to be the Boomkin because he has more experience. But I think long term, they want Chan to become the Boomkin. So I think this is like a temporary kind of thing going on. But either way, they are going to mirror. So I kind of like that. But it's funny because Lontar did tweet yesterday that Chan Boomkin was 1 versus 9 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. He was doing really good.
Boomkin played so good, and he was.
Why would you not?
It was like a game yesterday. I think it was like a streamer zone where he faked, got a precog, and then he like flapped over and ate a trap, and then he cycloned somebody who was trying to kill. Like he was doing like he was in the Matrix yesterday. Like I don't know. I feel like they gotta have some kind of way to like actually see who's the better Boomkin though, right? Like maybe they have like their average DPS in their last 10 shuffles and they like compare it, or maybe they like dueled each other in outside of Stormwind and set it that way. I don't know. But it's going to be Waz on the Boomkin though.
Okay. I mean, they definitely have more time played in tournament matches, but I feel like Chanimal was definitely playing at the level that you could lock him in here. And maybe that does happen. I wonder if at all that becomes a consideration. I'm sure it's not going to cause any drama internally on the team, right? Between like, if I was playing Moonkin here, like we 100% would have won this or something. But they are going to have to mirror CHIBAKU, and this has happened before where CHIBAKU found the superior comp, and then Echo just stole it from them. And like, oh yeah, that's ours now, and then just played it better and actually beat them in the grand finals last time. So we're starting to see that type of strategy reoccur here in the final season of Dragonflight.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do it. I mean, going toe-to-toe here is definitely going to be a tough decision. But I would say, pound for pound, I would actually say this is a very evenly matched, well, 2 evenly matched teams. I would say Mercy probably a little bit even with Waz on the Boomkin. I would say Raikou and Blizzo probably kind of even. And I mean, you can see it on the damage. Look at that. This is going to be very interesting to see kind of who pulls out ahead. And it's going to be all about who gets those setups. Was sitting through a Cyclone right now as Mercy is looking to slow down the damage from Waz. But He still has a little bit of a punch left in his back pocket there. Right now, Mercy is taking a lot of damage, and yeah, we'll see if they can get the CC here. Was pushing in for a clone on the Houston. He trinkets out for the lightning lasso. Meanwhile, Lontar also forced to trinket as a Cyclone there as well. Mercy dropping kind of low. Waz as well. So these teams are perfectly evenly matched right now. Everybody is trading global for global here.
Lizzo's out of retirement. Raikou jumping into the melee role to look to challenge him. This is a legendary mirror, to say the least. A Shaman battle, which Shaman is going to end up supreme. Waz is constantly in bear form here. Lontar with no trinket. He is ducking around the corner for a moment. Typhooning Mercy out of his casting circle there was a nice move by Waz, trying to reduce the reduction of his interrupts. But another clone lands now onto Raikou, and Mercy is getting way more clones, I think, at this point in the game. Can he go for another one here? He's not finding it. They're just killing him with damage. A cap totem from Houston. Is that actually going to win the game? Oh, he almost clones him before the link. The entire team is just getting ravaged at the moment, and Mercy has jumped a massive leap in damage from those couple of clones, slowing down their pressure. And Waz is now trying to fake out the kick. Lizzo's kick has come off cooldown. He's going to imprison the Moonkin. Lontar lassos, but he gets stopped by Houston's lasso. Houston's getting the upper hand in this exchange. Waz gets kicked on his cast. He's forced into bear with Heart of the Wild. Earthen Wall totem is down, but he runs out of the earthen. Lontar moves it over, but he runs out of it again. Waz is on the edge. I don't think he's in the earthen right now. He's trying to get around the corner, maybe just avoid them entirely, but very scary moment for him. He's down his Heart of the Wild now. Lontar has no trinket for 12 if they have some sort of, if they can get a Cyclone right now. If Houston grounds a Star Surge, Cyclone comes through onto Blizzo. Waz is finally starting to get some clones here, but he gets static field in by Houston. And Houston's offense is so solid. Now he's put into a bash. Is he going into, he gets put into a fear. Mercy is falling behind now into an imprison. Insane crowd control chain by Echo as they look to clap back here in the next couple seconds. And that CC chain is going to force the link, but it's almost just to keep them offensive because now Lontar's into a clone, into another clone, and they are chasing down Waz even further, almost killing him through the darkness at this point.
Oh my goodness, Waz still dropping very, very low here, looking for the Cyclones. He has the precog, but Lightning Lasso coming out here from Houston. There's the Root Beam. I think that's it. Do they have a follow-up stun? They do. Blizzo with the Chaos Nova, but still, Waz somehow, some way finds a way to survive here. Potentially, no. Mercy is going to find him with the Star Surge. Houston really putting his team on his back. I'm just going to say it. I feel like Houston played this better.
That's domination. That's domination. Yeah. He looked Lontar in the eyes that game. He looked Lontar in the eyes that game. Was like, you getting hexed. it's over for you, bro. You lassoing? No, I'm stopping that. You know, like if we probably look at like clones kicked or clones grounded or something, Houston's probably ahead on that. He knew exactly what he needed to stop when he needed to stop it, and just as a unit, they were able to get so much more pressure onto them throughout this entire game.
It's so crazy that Houston is now like one of the best.
The goated shaman. The goated shaman.
He's going up against like Thrall basically and winning. And a lot of it, I swear, I think a lot of it is just the experience with this composition, because this has been something that Houston's been playing a long time. And I feel like a lot of the other healers, like Lontar, has been forced, right, to play Prez Evoker on the Holy Priest earlier. You know, we see him multi-classing a lot, playing Resto Druid. He's basically played every healer in the game. Whereas Houston, he's just been locked in on the Shaman, just spamming games pretty much only on the Shaman. I don't think we've seen him on another healer so far. And I really feel like it gives him a kind of a unique perspective in the matchup, countering the Lightning Lasso, knowing that he has to save it for the enemy Shaman's lasso. Also, this setup, this blender that we're seeing right now, is because he used his totemic projection to move everybody with the static field totem to like knock everybody and clump them up. Whereas Lontar, he was like on the defense and he was using his to reposition the earthen wall to get more, you know, value out of it. So I feel like that offensive mindset that Houston brought was really impressive. And honestly, for Echo, I think if we see this matchup again in a week, they're gonna just be, you know, on top of it. But I think for now, I wouldn't be surprised if they lock in like a mage lock, like Frost Mage demo lock.
This is literally mirroring just exactly the previous season. Like, are Echo going to figure out their own composition in the meta? Or are they just going to try and copy CHIBAKU's homework? Are they going to be able to copy it effectively enough in time, given the fact that there's less of a break? I think last time there was a bit of a break between the cup and the last tournament, whereas this time there's no break. It's just you're just going right into it. So they don't have a lot of time to prepare that, and maybe they're spreading themselves too thin at this point. And to them, like I don't really see them as like a hunter team. Like if they wanted to try like a marksmanship hunter composition, I don't really see them as that right now. I think it's rogue mage, mage lock, and like some sort of Moonkin Melee X, those three kind of dynamics, and which one's going to be the best option for them. They're taking their full time. Maybe they just run the mirror back again. Again, this tournament is all about like kind of exploration of your team, like what is actually meta, because we saw those class changes come through, and it's impacted a lot of teams. Like we saw in NA, Liquid are playing very different things. You know, it's funny. Liquid set the meta as Rogue, Moonkin, Prez, and everybody else started copying them. Right? VOIDGG's playing it. UNITAS is playing. They're all playing it. And then they're like, "Nah, we're not playing that anymore. We're a hunter team now, and we're gonna play Disc Priest." Okay, like we're just gonna play different. Like it's very insane that like a team can be so dominant, set this precedent that this is the meta comp. That's so much so that everybody else is trying to copy them, and now in the final moment they're just playing different stuff. So Echo feel this composition is going to be their best route. They're not bringing in Chanimal. They're keeping Waz in, and this is the type of matchup that you need to have experience, because being in the pressure cooker with a demon hunter on you and a shaman on you, just spam kicking you, vengeful retreating, knocking you back, constantly interrupting you. If you're not warmed up in that situation, you're just going to get dominated. I think that possibly is what happened in that game right there. Is that CHIBAKU just were way more coordinated at locking Waz out of the game. That's why his damage started falling off. And this is kind of you've got to warm up with this, because it is a lot of pressure on you in this mirror.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I don't know, like Echo, they decide to not lock in the bench lock. They decide to stick with the exact same comp. And my question is kind of this: do you think the mage lock would have been a better option here in this particular game?
No.
Or do you think bringing in Chan on the Boomkin would be a better option? Do you think Chan would have lived in that previous game?
I don't know. I mean, I would want to see. It would be nice to see a direct side-by-side comparison of that situation. I'd say that like Chanimal will probably be in the mindset more, because he's focusing on all the caster DPS, and they have a similar mindset in these situations. Whereas Waz is like switching from a completely different role, like a rogue. So you've got to kind of like get yourself in the zone and switch modes, to say. Whereas Chanimal probably was already in that mode, so he's probably going to perform better initially. But maybe Waz just needs a warm up, really, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is Echo, of course, reigning cross-region champions, basically the most dominant team in Europe for as long as I can remember at this point. So obviously we can never count them out. This is also a upper bracket game, which means nobody's getting eliminated here. Echo will drop down to the lower bracket, which is a pretty scary place to be right now, but still they will have some time to figure things out here, at least with that. And now we are in game. Rizzo already doing a lot of damage here onto Waz. Waz dropping quite low. He's not in the earthen wall there. Finally, earthen wall gets dropped onto both Boomkins, and it's kind of like a race of chicken here, where Waz seems to be the one who is gonna have to duck out. It seems like Mercy is better at the game of chicken.
Oh, Houston gets a ground on the faked kick of Waz here. He goes for another clone. He finally gets it on Blizzo. He'll be out of the game. Lontar will have a couple of moments here of reprieve. Solar Beam comes down into Mercy, locking him on his cast. Raiku's setting up some crowd control. I would say that Echo, they focus more on CCing the healer as opposed to the damage dealers. Like right here, we see a stun into a full clone on Houston. And it's kind of a battle of different strategies. I think Blizzo's team is putting a lot more CC into Waz or into Raikou, and just trying to stop them from attacking as opposed to trying to stop the healer. And Waz are playing this more like RMP, right? And whereas Blizzo's team is playing it more like a lock shaman comp. In terms of strategy, but they are getting a lot of pressure here. 2-target cleave, and now that offensive crowd control is really getting them ahead here. They force Heart of the Wild first from Mercy, and Blizzo is still cloned at low health. Mercy is now windshield. Houston is into a stun. Waz is trying to jump in, but he gets punished by Blizzo. This is massive damage with that essence break onto him, but he fakes the kick. Waz is getting way more fakes, but Houston doesn't have the grounding totem, so another clone comes through onto Blizzo. Waz is trying to play offensive. He gets wind sheared now. Houston's line of sighting on the opposite side of the pillar. Solar Beam comes down onto Mercy's clone as he jumps in onto Lontar. Try and get a bit aggressive here as well. He gets kicked on Starfire, a bit of a wasted kick here, I think, from Raikou, because now Mercy actually just gets a full clone on Lontar. That's really bad, actually. He has no trinket. That kick on Starfire is going to cost them a darkness now.
Jeez, already a lot of coolness being traded, but look at Mercy. He could be in trouble as well. The healing tide is dropped there in the back line, but Mercy still not out of the woods just yet. Waz doing a lot of pressure, but Waz could actually be in trouble here as well. Looking for the Cyclone, gets beamed by Mercy. Mercy gets windshield by Lontar. Houston in a short imprisonment. Mercy almost drops in that short micro CC, but Houston does manage to pick him back up. He does have some cooldowns to trade. Still a lot of damage here coming out from all of these players right now. You can see Raikou and Blizzo. Raikou, Echo in general, actually ahead about 4 mil on damage between their players right now. So doing slightly more damage right now than CHIBAKU Tensei could definitely be important in this matchup. Lontar dropping his healing tide totem there behind the pillar. Gets a lightning lasso onto Mercy, big pressure onto Mercy. Lontar gets feared up. Houston gets caught up in the Chaos Nova. Do they have any follow-up out of that? It doesn't look like it. They do actually have the fear into the Cyclone there. So good chain there from Echo, and it will net them Blizzo's Darkness.
Nature Swiftness here, Ancestral Guidance. Houston has a lot of healing, but he's still struggling even with that increase. He trinkets out of an imprisonment, gets a healing surge out right before Mercy drops here. He's actually just dying anyways. He has to link on top of Guidance. A lot of damage coming out from Waz and Raikou here in this position. They're doing a lot better of a job in terms of keeping pace, but now Waz is on the back foot. Lontar into a bash. Can Mercy get the clone? He gets shut down by Raikou. Triple cap stun by Houston into a Cyclone. Insane CC chain into another cap stun onto Waz, forcing his Heart of the Wild. And it's these little cheeky plays, and Houston gets in there aggressively, put his team right back into the game, possibly forcing a Spirit Link. This pressure is just so high at the moment. Lontar is struggling. Earthenwall Totem is down. It needs to be enough. He wants to hold on to that Spirit Link Totem as long as possible. Waz fakes out a kick. Blizzo Vengeful Retreat immunes it. He goes for it again. Now he gets stunned up into a Cyclone. Waz can't get the CC that he needs. He's cloned on his Bark Skin. He's denying a lot of damage reduction. Raikou into a Hex for a moment here, just pausing his aggression. As Lontar sits in the back line, both Moonkins right on top of each other, just melee range Moonkins here, just lobbing Star Surges at each other like Rock'em Sock'em robots. Waz into the Solar Beam, locked on his cast, I think, as he's trying to reposition and trying to look for a Cyclone. Mercy gets a fake cast. He's got precognition, but the Cyclone's already landed onto Lontar. Waz is on the run. The hunt into Essence Break. Big damage ramping from Blizzo behind the pillar. He can solo the Boomkin if he connects. Nice root by Waz onto Blizzo into a clone, but another Cap Totem snipes him around the corner. A bash, a big swap onto Raikou, catching him behind the pillar on match point. And is he going to drop? He's being so greedy right now. He trades out the Netherwalk and manages to survive, but these cheeky plays once again from Houston enable his team an opportunity to almost squeeze out a victory. But now Mercy on the back foot. Houston, if he gets CC'd at all here, Mercy could die. They fear Raikou defensively. Mercy's now into a clone. Waz is trying to reposition. He fakes out a kick, but he walks into a double stun. They're stacked up on Blizzo. A critical mistake. Blizzo's going to get so much damage here with the Metamorphosis into the Solar, into the lasso, and Waz will get dunked. CHIBAKU Tensei have come to play as Raikou gets peeled away, and Mercy should be able to survive. Okay, and now, again, this is the same situation. Oh, my God. How did they do that? How did they do that? Wait, how did they do that? He's not even on Rogue. How did he vanish, bro? He Shadow Meld? Is that Shadow Meld?
Maybe he should have been on Rogue. I don't know. I think he Shadow Melded out of there. Well, he's on Druid, bro. He just prowled.
Oh, true. He's just...
What? You're a Druid, said hello.
He's just out of the game. How did he go in stealth? Oh, he's a Druid. See, I play Boomkin. I never go in stealth. I just run into the middle of the maps.
Yeah, that's probably better, honestly, to just go in and spam damage. I think Waz was doing kind of the same in this matchup, but it's interesting to see that Echo really don't have an answer right now for this composition, and this is something obviously that other teams can exploit. If their best option is a mirror that they probably haven't played like a whole bunch yet, it's definitely going to be kind of an opening here for the other teams. But you see here the CC chain towards the end. You get the root beam into the lightning lasso. And one thing that I noticed in general in this game was that Mercy used his beam before Waz did. So Mercy had just a little bit more uptime with those beams in the game. So really close stuff there on Raikou as well. During that cap totem around the corner, dropping Raikou, having multiple pressure points between Raikou and Waz. Mercy, of course, was in a little bit of danger there, but then he gets the first solar beam on to Lontar, and they have the follow-up as well. And again, it's got to be Houston, man, who sets this up with just in general with these lassos. It's really beautiful to see how much Houston is always there, always adding into the kills and making sure that they happen. And I feel like if Houston is kind of like Absturge. He reminds me a lot of Absturge with how he's kind of playing that shaman.
Yep. The offensive capabilities from him have been super important in this series. Going to get them a spot in the finals here. They get to sit in the comforts of just watching all the other top teams eliminate each other. And every single team in this tournament is very intimidating, bringing wildcard factors, right? They all don't play anything that's similar. StreamerZone.gg, they're running the MM Hunter comps. Lava Lava, they're running the Resto Druid Ellie Shaman comps. So this is a really wild card lower bracket as a result of this.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit worried for Echo in this situation because now they have to go down into that lower bracket to face off against all of those teams. So even if they get back to the grand finals to have a rematch against CHIBAKU Tensei once more, they're not going to have much time to breathe at all to figure out an answer for that comp. Obviously, Amir didn't work, so it's back to the drawing board for them. But when are they going to squeeze that in between all of the games they have to play potentially to get there? Because you can see right now, lower bracket, Lava Lava versus Streamer Zone GG. Winner of this one moves on to face off against Echo. So I guess they do have this one little bit of a series here. So hopefully they can get something sorted right now. But it is Lava Lava versus Streamer Zone up next. Zico, who's going to come out alive in this one?
That's a tough one. I want to say compositionally, I think Streamer Zone is going to come out ahead. But Lava Lava has been looking extremely hot lately. Like Guz yesterday, I'm not sure. Like, did somebody spike his breakfast or something? Because he was doing like twice the damage that we normally see, and normally it's already very high. So I honestly can't say. I think I will go with Streamer Zone because that's what my brain tells me, but my heart tells me Lava Lava.
All right.
What are your body parts telling you, Sid?
I mean, after Hunter yesterday, you know, and Demon Hunters not having a great time. I don't know, man. Lava Lava. They're not fighting a Prez Evoker. I think that's something that's probably going their way at least a little bit. Rest assured can do decently in the Hunter teams. I don't know. This is too hard, man. This is too hard.
It's a hard one.
Like, what if Tony plays Boomkin? If Tony plays Boomkin, I think Streamer Zone probably wins. I think if he's playing Feral, I think Lava Lava could actually still have a chance. So it kind of depends on what spec Streamer Zone have decided to, you know, maybe play the series out with.
Oh, yeah. I would love to see Streamer Zone bring in the comp that we saw Team Liquid dominate with on Friday. But time will tell, Saturday. But time will tell. We're going to head into a break. When we come back, we are getting into the lower bracket games. It's either Lava Lava or Streamer Zone. It's going to have their last game on Championship Sunday in just a bit. See you soon. welcome back. It is Lava Lava versus StreamerZone.gg. Winner of this one moves forward here in the lower bracket to face off against Echo in the lower semifinals. Kind of a lot of questions in the air right now. You know, Lava Lava, we've seen their performance kind of going up a little bit lately, gaining a little bit of momentum. StreamerZone.gg, same thing. Compositionally, though, Ven, I mean, where do they stand? It kind of sounds like they're going to have to adapt a little bit in hopes of surviving this match.
Yeah, it is interesting because Lava Lava, they're one of those teams that play something that's a little different, like something that was very popular last season, but a little different this season, which is some of the Elemental Shaman and that Restoration Druid. It's something that they've managed to stick with and still find great success. They have been playing a lot of Demon Hunter also, and I feel like one of the things that keeps Demon Hunters in check is that jungle. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do with that. Like, are they actually going to lock in the Demon Hunter with the Elemental Shaman? Maybe they bring in, Coffee and put him, or carries. I forget which one of them plays the warrior, but yeah, maybe they bring in the actual arms warrior and play just like a traditional Thunder, which could also be really good. So I think there's some interesting compositions that could be locked in from both of these teams. But yeah, it's going to be a close matchup. And it's like you said, Lava Lava, they've been so consistently good. They came out of nowhere. Streamer Zone, this is like an old diehard roster coming back to the scene. And I'm curious to see who comes out ahead.
Yeah, curious as well. This is kind of an important one here. It is the final moments to prove themselves before the end of Dragonflight. Lava Lava versus Streamer Zone. Judge.gg, loser of this one, knocked out of the tournament.
Ooh.
All right, let's see here. What are we going to get?
What?
We got the Hunter once again coming out here. Relza and on the Holy Priest, and Tony is going to be a Feral Druid, but what am I seeing?
Yeah, on Lava Lava, that's what I'm wondering. Okay. We're going to have Hunter Ret. I did not expect this. Out of all the things they can lock in blind, this is not something that I expected. Is going to be playing that Beast Mastery Hunter. Looks like Streamer Zone will be opening up onto the Hunter. Let's see what they can get done early on. Dex responds immediately with that Incarnation Tree of Life. Just going to be putting out a lot of additional healing. And I think during this opener, as long as Dex isn't crowd controlled and he has all these Trents out, they should be able to easily recover from this.
Yeah, and we'll see. This is kind of a throwback jungle versus Cupid Cleave here. And Lava Lava, not really a team that we've seen kind of switch up their gameplay like this, but it could be good here. Arius right now is sitting through some damage, getting fully Cyclone. Tony looking to get aggressive. Guz manages to snipe a trap there onto Relza, and Tony is just forced to run away. Nice mass entanglement on all of those BM Hunter pets, and that's going to be a thing. I feel like if Casu can't get out his effective damage out, I think Guz on the BM Hunter could have a significant edge in the late game, but if he can just manage to avoid damage and just keep his pets out. But right now, the Ret is taking a lot of damage here. Once again, full Cyclone on low HP. Tony trying to push in here towards Guz, and Casu also going for the full trap there. Beautiful setup here with everybody in crowd control. Who is going to trade here? Looks like Carries actually breaks out of that fear. Maybe he had some bleeds on him. But either way, the go will be stopped. They won't be getting too many cooldowns out of that, and instead it is going to be Streamer Zone now trying to deflect that assault from Lava Lava.
Whoa, Tony taking a huge hit of damage at the same time. Carries gets put into a Chastised Cyclone, so nicely done there by Relza and Tony to slow down that push, and looks like they are going to be going after Guz once again. Mind control on Carries, full Cyclone on Dex. Beautiful 3 versus 1, a clean setup here from Streamer Zone, and they net the aspect of the turtle. And a really close call on Guz. Unfortunately, got healed right at the same time. He's going to cancel that, but they're looking to strike back. And if they can get the aspect of the turtle from Casu, it would be massive. Carries needs to be careful. If he needs to trade up Divine Shield, that would not be ideal at this point in the game.
Yeah, and Tony trying to eat the trap off of Relza, but not able to. Casu already taking a lot of damage there, forced to trade out the Exhilaration, and now looking to make a push here onto Dex. Actually traps him. Dex was sitting down for a drink for just a second there. Now can they find the follow-up? Doesn't look like it just yet. They go for the stun, but he gets immediately sanctuary. Dex wraps around the corner. Tony now on the back foot running, while Relza is in angel form, spamming out the heals. Tony with a nice precognition gets the Cyclone onto the Red Paladin, ducks back onto Guz here. Casu pushing forward here, and I feel like Lee. Oh my goodness, Tony almost goes down right there, dropping to 10% HP. Carriers in a chastise. Tony's still not out of the woods yet. 10% HP. Huge Serenity connects. Defensive Mame, and that's just going to be the Void Shift here. Relza can't deal with this damage that is coming out right now from Lava. And finally, Tony will recover, but they're just swapping over to Casu. They might even get his turtle. Casu pops the true shot, trying to get aggressive back onto Carius, but Carius is just going to take a quick duck around the corner. But here comes the stun, here comes the damage. How are they going to deal with it? Massive Nature Swiftness connects there for Dex, and Carius is going to be completely fine as Lava continue to push forward here. Casu forced to trade out the dispersion, the turtle on that trap.
What is this damage coming in from Lava? There's completely overwhelming. Relsa's now in a cyclone, but Streamer Zone is looking to strike back. Tony's still not topped off, finally feeling confident to make a push here onto the Retribution Paladin, but he's got the Divine Shield, and unfortunately for Casu, Rets are one of the most difficult targets to take down on that Hunter. You do a lot of physical damage, and Ret Paladins have huge amounts of armor, so that's going to mitigate a lot of that incoming damage. Here is continuing to make a push onto Tony, onto Casu. Dex now into potential full trap. Can they get it? Unfortunately, no. Beautiful War Stomp there by Carries, and that breaks the chain and allows Dex to get some heals out.
Yeah, Carry's still at 50% HP though. Dex still has a little bit of work to go with. And it might just be the Divine Shield here. Hammer of Justice coming down there on to Tony. Carry's trying to duck around the corner and just get enough HP to feel confident to push back in. Going after Casu now. Here's big damage with the wings coming out there. And we're going to see a Cyclone attempt here onto Dex. Nice Intim stun though by Guz. Shuts it down. And Dex will avoid that crowd control. But mana could be an issue here for Lava. They need to somehow try to find a drink or try to end the game. They get a full trap there onto Relza. Try to def it, but unfortunately it's the Diamond Eyes, so you can't def that one. Into a Hammer of Justice there out of that one. Good CC chain. Do they have the damage to back it up though? Doesn't look like it. Casu instead is going to be the one getting the counter pressure out here onto Guz. Tony looking for some Cyclones. They're pressuring Carius here as well, and just the damage that Casu is able to do is really taxing Dex's mana, and I feel like that's the win condition right now on Streamer Zone's side. Survive, Dex, don't die.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. It's one of the weaknesses of that Restoration Druid, but at the same time, Relza has burned through a lot of his mana into a full Hammer of Justice, and that mana might not matter if he's just in crowd control, only doing what he can to look for Cyclone, but Carrie's just getting a Blessing of Protection himself, so getting himself out of some of that damage, allowing Dex to not have to heal through it, trading out that Blessing of Protection early on in the game. Kind of interesting, because that is such an important cooldown, but they might just make a push with it. Tony on the back foot once again, camping it out in bear form. Casu getting low. Relza basically has nothing to work with, and they are getting completely overwhelmed here with Lava. But at the same time, Harry's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, no, he gets some big heals. Divine Protection just gets Cyclone there, but he is just going to continue to make a push. Blessing of Sanctuary comes in. They don't want to allow Relza to get any kind of drinks. They want to keep up this pressure, and Carries is just looking really strong here on this Ret Paladin. I feel like the game is going better and better here for Lava, but at the same time, Streamer Zone is forced to make a push. Dex pressured them by sitting down for a drink, and now Guz in a lot of trouble. Rapid Fire is coming in here from Casu, but that aspect of the Turtles eco has rotated back up.
Yeah, Casu might have to pop it here. It's up in 4 seconds for him. Guardian Angel trades. They do get a stun there onto Carries. Casu trying to stay alive, but I think he's going to have to pop it here. Relza's trying to keep him up, but so much damage coming in. Rapid Fire once again onto Carries. They get a Cyclone onto Carries, but unfortunately, Casu didn't trust there. Had to trade out the aspect of the Turtle. I don't think it was a bad trade. They get the Cyclone on to Guz. They get a trap onto Dex. No, they missed the trap, and all of a sudden, they could be in trouble. Now they get a full Cyclone, and that is it. Oh my goodness, blink for a second and you miss it. Tony, MVP going in for the CC there. Casu manages to get his damage off, and Streamer Zone, beautiful defense, honestly. This was definitely not something that they anticipated. I really like what Guz did in this matchup here, locking in the Hunter. He knows, I don't want to be an Elder Shaman into a jungle. That doesn't sound like fun. I'm just going to be a PM Hunter. Sounds a lot more fun. But still, Streamer Zone, they find a way to navigate through all of that and manage to come out on top.
I can't believe it. I mean, I got to see when he used the Divine Shield. I didn't even notice it. So Carries at this point, he's got his Divine Shield available. How did they force it out? So this is where Guz is getting low. He uses, some of his defensive cooldowns to stay alive. But Carries just, what did he? I mean, okay, he uses the Divine Shield. He was at such high health. What was he afraid of? Did you see? Like, what did he use it on? He was 90% health when he used it.
Yeah, that's a little bit sus for sure.
Because I mean,
I guess he just used it to try to all in. Like it seems like he was just doing it like offensively almost.
yeah, I hope we can see the beginning of that once again because I don't even know if he bubbled anything. Must have been some crowd control or what? Because you definitely want to have that cooldown in the late game because at this point when he needs it most, it's not available and he kind of just falls over. I thought the game was looking so good. So here it is, Divine Shield. What does he use it on?
Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look.
All
here.
right,
I think it's got to be on some kind of CC. It's got to be like a
he gets
fear or
feared.
something. Oh yeah,
that,
yeah.
I mean I'm just gonna that was not a good Divine Shield. I mean he has sacrifice. He has basically every defensive cooldown to keep himself alive. I mean maybe they thought it would be a good moment to kind of go all in. And Casu has no aspect of the turtle, but I still feel like that is such a risky play to make. And then you just don't have that defense going forward. So I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where hindsight is 2020, and if he just won, it would have looked completely different. But I don't know. Hold on to that cooldown because that game to me was going really well, and then I looked and it's like, oh, they're going after carries. He still has Divine Shield. Wait, what? He doesn't? What? Where'd it go?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by how that worked out as well. But honestly, these are the kind of mistakes that sometimes they make you the hero and sometimes they make you the villain, right? Like speaking as somebody who I would say probably the majority of my ice blocks are offensive. Definitely feel that, you know, like you have your cooldowns up, you know, there's a couple of seconds before the turtle is back and you just go for it. Doesn't work out. There's a cooldown that you didn't expect to be back and it's back. And now all of a sudden you're finding yourself in that situation where where Carius found himself in that last game. But Lava Lava going to be running it back, really like that. And this time it's going to be close quarters, which I feel like on paper should benefit Streamer Zone, but maybe not because it's a MM Hunter.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Dalaran Sewers, really small map, like you said. So I don't know. For carries, the thing that's nice for carries is he's always going to be kind of near a box on that Retribution Paladin. They have, you know, a decent amount of range there, so you can still get pretty active and always be close to some line of sight, which is going to be strong against the MM Hunter of Casu. The one downside here for Lava Lava is Dex isn't going to be able to drink, or less than likely going to be able to drink if Streamer Zone can kind of close the distance on the smaller map. So I think in general, this is more offensive here for Lava Lava. They're going to be looking to close out the game a little bit early and not allow Casu as much room to kind of breathe in this match.
The other thing is also that Dex could potentially be a target on this map. I feel like it's pretty easy for Relza to try to fear Carius. Like if he's around the corner and Carius is pushing in for Hammer of Justice, if he can sneak out and get the fear before he gets hodged, they could definitely force Dex to come out in the open and just swap to him in situations like that. So I think that the Sanctuary is going to keep him safe for the most part, but it definitely is an option that really wasn't there at all on the Grand. But we'll see. Maybe the just close quarters and having more uptime on Casu is going to be enough for Lava Lava to bring it back. They really didn't look bad at all in that game number one. And this is, them showing a little bit of flexibility here as well with Guz playing that BM Hunter. Let's see if he can put a win on the board. They really need this win here. Both of these teams, they want to make sure that they are as prepped as possible. This is the last tournament before the big, gauntlet and before the big finals. So this is your last chance to kind of show what you got and kind of go into that tournament with the momentum on your side.
All right, here we go. Game number 2, elimination game here between Streamer Zone GG and Lava Lava. Cass is going to be moving forward here. Both hunters just sitting right now in their camouflage. Rapid fire coming in here as they look to get aggressive here onto Guz immediately in the match. Dex just rolls over into a full scatter, but I don't know if they're going to follow up the chain. They do a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. I think Dex should be able to stabilize through this opener. You have all those trends, Incarnation. Probably going to throw out his Innervate soon. It's just such a tremendous amount of healing. If they can take that one, no way. I'm just talking about all the heals, and Guz is just getting one shot through all of it. Ironbark is forced. Now they're going after carries. Great start here for Streamer Zone, but at the same time, Tony's now in a little bit of danger. You get the full Diamond Ice Trap onto Relza. Tony just sitting in bear form for the time being, looking to get aggressive, but he is just so far on the back foot. Double Blinding Light comes in from carries as they make a swap onto Casu.
Yeah, but they don't have anything to follow it up with. I would have much rather seen them hold on to that for a little bit until they have a trap, but not going to be able to force any real defensives with that. And Tony might have spoken too early there, as he is forced to use the Heart of the Wild. They come out with the Guardian Spirit there as well. So nice cooldown exchange there for Lava Lava. But can they continue the push here? It looks like they want to go after Carius on the side of Streamer Zone. Full trap secured onto Dex, and they get the Cyclone. Tony gets kicked at 99%. Really nice kick there coming out from Carius, but still not out of the woods yet. Just one bite, one rapid fire could be enough to take somebody down. Tony gets the Cyclone onto Dex, but at what cost? He is forced to run with that, and they're not really going to be able to get anything. He had to trade out his survival instincts and his bark skin to get that Cyclone, and unfortunately they weren't able to get the Divine Shield like he was hoping.
Yeah, that was a really nice mind control. I love those plays. Chastise now onto carries. Great job here by Relza, just slowing down their offense into a full Cyclone. Chastise into Cyclone. Guz now under fire once again. Tony, though, on the back foot, is forced to run away. No bark skin, no real damage mitigation cooldown, so he's going to have to tank through all of that damage, but he's still finding the Cyclones, and it's been a real nightmare for Dex to get heals off, and these Cyclones are just so incredibly clutch. Dex just could not connect the heals through the burst, and Carries is forced to use the Divine Shield. A great push there.
Nicely done there, and that's what they were hoping. Guz now forced to use his aspect of the turtle, overlapped with the Sanctuary there from Carius, and with the Sacrifice as well. Actually, they used everything in that push from the red, like all the little micro stops that they have, but Relza is in angel form, spamming out the heals. Guz is looking for it. The Diamond Eyes maybe around the corner. Relza is going to go in and fear Guz as they continue to set up here. Beautifully done. They do get the trap onto Dex, but it looks like they're not going to be able to have the damage to try to take carries down. Instead, it's going to be Kasu on the back foot, already forced to use the crit immunity right there, and as a result, he is going to be completely fine. And now Carius on the back foot. Full Cyclone onto Guz. It's looking pretty good here. Tony, can he find the low Cyclone onto Carius? He's looking for it, but Carius, no, they're going to be able to find the interrupt there. Tony's still looking for it, though, and should be able to get it, but Carius does get most likely top there. Actually, Trinket's out of that, so these are the offensive plays, you know. You don't have Bubble, you don't have Trinket, and you keep using those to kind of stay aggressive. Eventually, scary things can happen, like here, getting stunned far away from your healer, but looks like Dex is able to save the situation, but still Dex's mana is definitely not looking too good here, and this map, he's not going to be able to drink at all on this map.
Yeah, let's see how it does play out. Trap here on a Dex once again. Carries, of course, has that Divine Shield if he needs it, but they are just continuing this pressure on to Tony. Tony's been doing a really good job navigating defense and offense. Casu really maybe overextending there, but I mean, you kind of have to in those certain situations, and he's still in line of sight of Relza. Relza doing a great job with his mana, and this game is getting better and better for Streamer Zone. I mean, Lava Lava, this is a very unexpected kind of counter pick coming in from them, and it hasn't worked out so far. We had a very close game number 1. I feel like game number 2 is going in favor of Streamer Zone, but we'll have to wait and see. Kasu now taking a huge hit of damage. Rapid fire onto Guz. Suppression fire, forcing him back to the pillar and out of line of sight. But now they're just going to swap over onto carries. Basically just tab targeting between the DPS. Whoever's in the open, Divine, or that's going to be the Blessing of Protection from carry. So another major defensive cooldown trades out, and Dex is just really struggling. He's falling further and further behind on mana. Relz is kind of just easily healing through this pressure. Tony doing an excellent job navigating his defense and offense, and all of a sudden carries with no defensive cooldowns left. Could be real danger for him.
Yeah, but finally, a lot of pressure coming out here by Lava Lava. Streamer Zone all stacked up here at the pillar to get the Diamond Eyes, but Kasu eats it there. Nicely done by him, but looking now for the offensive Cyclone, or the offensive trap onto Dex. Dex instantly trinkets out of it. Carries with no Blessing of Protection, no Bubble here for another 36 seconds, so that's going to be a great trinket by Dex, but his mana is not looking too good. Stun onto Dex, gets instantly sanctuaried by Carius as Tony ducks back around the corner. Kasu is left in midfield, though, but he's doing a lot of damage here, but he is 2v1. Nice Cyclone coming out there onto Kasu by Dex. Dex should potentially look to drink here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He goes for the Shadow Melt into the drink, but look at Tony. He immediately goes back behind the corner, gets him with the swipe, and Dex is definitely feeling the pressure here in the mana department, knowing that he had to use his Melt there, which is a 2-minute cooldown to try to drop combat and get that drink, and was instantly taken out. Is not what he was hoping for.
Yeah, stun onto Dex. Carry's still in trouble. Divine Shield's rotated back up, though, and he is forced to use it. Dampening getting higher and higher at the same time, though. Tony has to be careful. He can definitely get all in. There's a lot of damage potential here for Guz and Carries. It's not over yet. Things are looking good here for Streamer Zone. They're making the trades. They've got the cooldowns, and they might be able to take this Rep Paladin down. But at the same time, Lava Lava, they have that all-in capability, so they still can get a win. Stuns coming in, triple crowd control, and carries looks like he's just gonna fall. Rep Paladin is not working out here in Streamer Zone once again. This game looked even better than the last. They played that game with confidence.
Yeah, this was pure domination from Streamer Zone. The Cupid's Cleave, I don't think it's going to work. I think it's time to switch it up. I feel like the Hunter, you need something that can deal with that Hunter, because right now Kazu is just running away with this. He's standing out in the open. Even when, the team of Lava Lava is being offensive, pushing him behind the pillar, Kazu's just, look at him right now. He's like chilling, just pushing in onto everybody. Tony goes in there, gets a couple of bleeds, and Kazu is just happy to just get his damage off. If he can continue to get his damage off, I mean, look at Kazu's damage compared to Guz. Now, pets don't show up on details, so it's a little bit, skewed there for Guz, but still, it is a lot more damage. We'll see it on the scoreboard because there you can see the pet damage, but Guz definitely getting out damage here on the spec, and that's the strength of the BM Hunter, is that you can stay far back and avoid the damage while dealing damage. You have a safe way of doing damage, whereas the Hunter, you're always risking it when you're standing in the open field, casting aim shots, casting rapid fire, etc. So I feel like right now Lava Lava, they need to refocus, find a comp that can actually deal with Caster and stop him from just standing here and full sending the damage like this, because it's just unhealable for Dex, especially when they're picking small maps where he can't actually drink because he's just
Yeah, it's definitely tough. So I wonder if this is just one of those maps that backfired for them. Maybe they need the bigger map. But the problem is, like, the bigger the map you go, you're basically forced to go after only Tony. It becomes kind of a nightmare. So if they're in this really awkward position where they want a small map because they need to close the distance with the Marks Hunter, but at the same time they want a big map because Dex needs to drink, or he's just going to go out of mana and kind of out of steam. So I don't really know where they should go here. I don't know if I like this composition. Maybe they should switch it back to kind of more of like one of their comfort picks. Do you really think that the LE Shaman would be bad into jungle? I feel like an LE Shaman might be okay, like LE Shaman Druid Warrior, which is kind of my prediction for what they were going to run. Maybe I believe too much in Warrior at the moment, but I think they're good.
Me asking Ben earlier, hey Ben, what do you think is the best class in the game right now? Bro, do you know Fury Warrior?
I did not say
really
that.
insane.
I did not say that. I said balanced Druid, okay? But I do think Fury Warrior is
But what was your first answer? That Fury Warrior is hidden OP.
Yeah, well,
you could be right.
I think it's good. They're not going to go for it. They're going same matchup, but a little bit of a bigger map. So taking that risk, making it more difficult to go after Kazu, but potentially opening up some opportunities for the late game. And honestly, game number one looked a lot better for them in my personal point of view. Like, just watching the game, I think if Carries was a little bit more conservative with that Divine Shield, they might have been able to have that as an answer for like an all-in, which is really important.
That's exactly what I was gonna say as well. Like, game two looked bad because it's not because Streamer Zone did like a lot of different things. They just had a small map where they can do whatever they want, essentially. Game number one looked a lot better for Lava Lava, but they, bubbled offensively and didn't get the kill. So I think they're overthinking everything right now when they lock in Dalaran like that, which is why I was a little skeptical towards it when it was locked in. But Ashermains, this is the map where I think Lava Lava can definitely get a win, but if they are in the right headspace, because now you're facing elimination, it's lower bracket, you're against Streamer Zone is feeling hyped, they're feeling hot, they have the momentum, and this is where Lava Lava has to just forget about those previous games, say game number one, it happens, we play too offensive, game number two, bad map, game number three, we have a big map, we play good, we get the win here. We don't have to think about what's going to happen when the map pick is in Streamer Zone's court, but at least just take it one game at a time and try to put a point on the board right now for Lava Lava here. Or Streamer Zone is going to be able to clean sweep the series 3-0. Kazu, Tony, and Relza looking absolutely deadly on the jungle. And I got to say, I really like the fact that we're seeing, just look at the classes that we're seeing right now. There's so much variety with the Red Paladin and the Feral and Hunter as well. Being added into the mix lately, because these are things that you typically don't see too often in AWC.
All right, let's see where they decide to go. Is Streamer Zone going to be able to 3-0 Lava Lava? I didn't expect that going into this game. But yeah, their jungle is looking good, and Interrupt Warrior definitely a little bit of a surprise because for Lava Lava, this is their best option. They haven't changed their composition just yet. This is what they wanted in the counter pick. I think it was obvious at this point that Streamer Zone just loves jungle. They'll probably just play jungle. I don't know how much more P-Make we're really going to see, but we'll have to wait. Carries right now does trade out his Trinket and his Vengeful Shield. Going to be making a push here in the early game onto Tony, but it seems like both teams are just exchanging blows, trading out their trinkets early on. Relza and Dex just in the backline with their cooldowns, but Lava Lava, in terms of pressure, has a little bit of a lead here. Tony goes down to about 40% health, gets quickly topped off there by Relza. At the same time, Guz is forced back to the pillar. These rapid fires from Kasu. I mean, when he has his cooldowns available, he's able to put out a huge hit of damage. Carries is just getting destroyed, and these offensive cyclones from Tony just make it really difficult. They're making a swap on Dex. I like that. Go after the Restoration Druid more in this match and really keep them guessing. This is looking good for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, really nice swap there onto Dex. Beautiful chastise as well. Anytime you go after that Druid, you got to make sure that the Ret Paladin cannot Sanctuary him by covering him with crowd control. And now, of course, Kasu could be in a little bit of trouble here, but so far Relza is dealing with it beautifully. He's got the Apotheosis up. There's the stun onto Dex, but it gets Sanctuaried, and as a result, Kasu is not going to be able to land the trap. He goes for the scatter shot, tries to actually walk him, because you know you path like randomly when you get scattered, so he tried to maybe path him into the old trap there. Kasu with some min-max Hunter tech, but not able to find it. Either way, still good pressure onto Lava Lava. Tony actually is taking a lot of damage here, trading out the Bark Skin. Kasu looking to potentially try to disrupt the go here, but they're going to get the Diamond Eyes onto Relza and swap over to Kasu. He's taking a decent amount of damage, Tony. Looking for the Bash Cyclone, but Guz is there with the counter shot to interrupt that. Full trap secured here onto Dex. Tony on half HP, though. Carry is actually getting Cycloned here, so oh, they're actually going to go after Dex here. Beautifully done by by Streamer Zone. They might be able to take him down. Beautiful damage coming in there. Nice grip there on the trap, but Tony not able to take it, unfortunately for him. But it is the Diamond Dice, which means that he can't break on damage, but it is shorter duration as well. So really liking these pushes onto Dex. And if they can continue doing that, I definitely see that as a win condition here for Streamer Zone.
Ooh, scatter on Dex. Guz still getting a little bit low. See, Relza right now is going to be using the Spirit of the Redeemer. Just lots of heals incoming. About 3 minutes into the match, dampening is going to start ramping up here for these two teams. Dex's mana is looking a lot better in this one, though, so that's good. A huge hit of damage on Tony. I mean, his health when he's in cat form is just so spiky. Starts to really stabilize when he goes into bear, but every single time he's shifting into cat, he's just going from like 100 to 50 so quickly in the match, and they really have to balance that offense and defense, like I said. Let's see if they can find a Cyclone. Tony in cat form right now, pulling back to the pillar. Doesn't want to overcommit, trying to fake an interrupt there, but Rebuke is not going to be used by Carries, but Carries may have overextended. Does pop the Shield of Vengeance to continue to push here onto Tony. Gets the full stun into a Cyclone, now making a swap onto Guz, trying to deny that trap onto Relza, but he does manage to land it, but there's just not enough damage. More Cyclones coming in, and these swaps onto Dex are going to force out a pre-Tranquility.
Yeah, I think he tried to Tranquility to the stun there, but I'm not sure if he managed to. There it is, full bash onto Dex. What are they going to get here? Mind Games does connect there onto Dex as well, but they don't have enough stuns there. But they're going to trap him on low HP, go after Carriers here. I really like this. Tony looking for the Cyclone, manages to not find it actually, gets interrupted at the very last second, almost going down as a result. Tony here just always, anytime he spends more than 1 second in cat form, he's just permanently dead here. A lot of damage potentially here onto Tony. But they're going to go after Kasu there, actually, instead. Kasu now getting a lot of... Ooh, they could go after Dex here to get a full fear. They get a full Cyclone on the Carries. He's behind the pillar. Dex, what are you going to do? He's got no Trinket. That is it. Dex is going to sink. Carries and the rest of Lava Lava are going to meet the Tooth Fairy, Kasu, and Streamer Zone.
I can't believe it. I mean, Streamer Zone looking really good here, going up against... I don't even know if it's a counter comp. I feel like you don't play against the jungle. Here's the problem, right? Like, when you think you're going to go up against a jungle, you probably get some teams to wargame you, but they're just not Streamer Zone. They're just not as good. So It's like you never really know if your counter is a counter or what they're going to do. Because Kasu, Tony, and Relza, they play this composition at such an incredibly high level. These constant swaps coming in. I love this. Get Cyclones on Dex, get his Trinket. What?
Okay, I thought Tony got interrupted on that Cyclone, but he got the Cyclone and Dex just instantly trinketed it.
Yeah.
So that's how they got his Trinket. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I mean, yeah, at this point, Dex The only thing that's going to save Dex here is carries, and carries get Cyclone. So the only way this game was going to end, look at this. He gets feared, and I feel like Tony like lets him get feared behind the pillar. You know, the only thing that can save him is carries. Carries needed to. This is where he actually needed to just like Divine Shield and try to go for a sank, right? Like, so you have to make those split-second decisions. But that was just like precision there. And if Tony really did just like play that patient, he's like, okay, the sphere is going to path them out of line of sight of the Rep Paladin. Perfect. Great. That was an insane play if that was the case.
Yeah, I think that might have been what he wanted to do there. And in general, I mean, look what Streamer Zone is doing, right? They go on the decks. He used Barkskin. He's low. They trap him. They Cyclone him. And meanwhile, they're going after carries. So Dex is like, well, I should trinket this so I don't fall too far behind on healing. And they're like, oh, perfect. The Druid has no trinket, no Barkskin. And Dex thinks, well, my Reta's going to save me. But then they just get the best fear pathing in the game here as well. Like, I mean, look at this fear pathing. This is just perfect. Like, as soon as that happens, the carries just needed to instantly send a Divine Shield and head over there. But that's the problem as well. If Dex is not communicating to carries, hey, I got nothing, and he doesn't know that like ahead of time, then it's hard to kind of react like that. If you are the red, because typically you're gonna want to save your bubble, to go for a kill or to survive. So Streamer Zone looking bulletproof again on the jungle, and Lava unfortunately will be eliminated here.
Yeah, really, really tough spot to be in. But I mean, if you're Streamer Zone, definitely a really, really nice win, and that builds you up some momentum. So I wonder, Streamer Zone, are they just sticking with the jungle? Are they going to bring Tony on the balance druid? What are they going to do is my question, because they look really good in this series.
Like, that's what's so endearing about this team is they've stuck with this composition for so long. And it's always the conversation, like, are they gonna play something different? Are they gonna try a new spec? And they stick to their guts here, and they have these incredible victories. And now they are going to head up against Echo. Zico, is jungle a composition that is an answer for Echo?
I think with Echo it's difficult. I don't think you can beat them with just the jungle. And I mean, Echo already faced Streamer Zone and took him down. So Streamer Zone, they won one game, but then they lost 3. So I feel like Echo today, I don't know. They got kind of destroyed in that upper bracket, and I feel like usually what happens is Echo gets destroyed, then they get mad, and then they destroy whoever is in their way. So yeah. I feel like I'm leaning a little bit more towards Echo here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a really good point. It happens time and time again with this team. We see them get dropped down, and then they just make their way right back up to the grand finals. But who knows? StreamerZone.gg, they did just have a pretty solid victory against Lava. Echo the opposite. They got knocked down pretty convincingly by CHIBAKU TENSEI. So is that going to make a difference? Not sure yet. We're going to have to wait and see. Before we do that, though, we are going to go into a spell guesser quiz. Ben is excited. Zico's excited.
It's actually my favorite.
No, they're a good time. All right, well, let's check out the first one. Whose spell is it anyways? Let's try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. And these just get harder and harder. We're gonna have no clues left. Okay. Increases the movement speed of all friendly players within 15 yards by 30%.
It's a tough one. I want to say Stampeding Roar is more than that, right? It's also not 15 yards, I don't think. I think it's shorter.
Aspect of the cheetah? I feel like aspect of the cheetah.
Oh, yeah. No, aspect of the pack.
Could be aspect of the pack, yeah.
Is that still in the game?
I don't know.
Is it my classic brain right now getting baited? Okay, wait. We got the Stampeding Roar, Shrouded in Darkness. Wait, what?
Come back. Where'd they go? They went so fast.
No, come back. Okay, Wind Walking, Shrouded in Darkness.
It's either Stampeding Roar or Boarding Party, I think.
I think it's Boarding Party. I'm gonna lock it in.
Yeah,
with the power. It's
like but the thing is, like you probably just like me. You never heard of Boarding Party, but it's not Shrouded in Darkness. It's not Wind Walking, and you don't think it's Stampeding Roar. I kind of think it's Stampeding Roar.
You think it's Stampeding Roar?
Yeah, I'm going Stampeding Roar. Final answer. Okay. Lock it in.
All right, Boarding Party. You sticking with... Lock it in.
Oh,
there it is.
Never heard of that.
Me neither.
I knew that.
You did not. You don't know. You don't even know that that's an ability.
I mean, what do you mean? It's Boarding Party. You're an outlaw rogue. They're boarding the boat, and you're about to have a party. It sounds like
of course, obviously.
Moving fast makes you. It makes you. That's good in a party. So when you're dancing,
that's
I obviously knew that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, good job.
Good logic. I'm with you on
I
that.
have no idea.
I'm following
Just
you.
yapping.
All right, next one. Oh, we got more hints this time.
Increasing.
This one
Munkin
seems
form?
easy.
I don't increasing. Oh, what is that?
Hmm.
That's like,
Which form
what
is
is
this?
that, like astral damage by X%? It's,
Yeah, I think it's
travel form.
I think-
No. Well, bear form increases your armor, so we don't see any armor. Maybe it does though. What is that? Like that little blurred out part, you know, like increases your damage, something else by. I'm gonna say bear form.
I'm locking in Munkin form. What? Shapeshift into a Munkin.
But what is that
increasing
second
your
thing that's
damage
like
by...
oh, movement speed?
Oh, what?
That form.
Wait, what? Did you know this?
No.
Cat form increases your auto attack damage by 40%.
Well, we all got it wrong. So great job.
Womp
Wow.
womp.
Sympathy's right now in shambles. He's like, bro.
I'm sure he is. Poor guy. Oh man, I'm looking at chat too. It's all across the board in terms of people guessing. All right, the Tosin's in there too. All right, well, let us know if you guys got it correct or not, and stick around for more segments such as that. But with that, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, the winner of this one determines who will be going on into the grand finals. It is Echo versus StreamerZone.gg coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now here in the lower semifinals for the European region. Pretty big game coming up here. Winner of this one determines who moves on into the grand final. Super T's StreamerZone.gg. This is a bit of a rematch. Didn't go super well for them last time these two teams faced off against each other.
Yeah, not really. It looked like a rough run overall, but maybe they've learned something. Maybe they got some practice. Maybe they were inspired by Liquid on North America a little bit. So I'm very curious to see, because Marksmanship Hunter has basically, Hunter in general has kind of fallen off as far as competitive play, and now Casu is kind of like the last standing Hunter for Europe, at least, to try and make the specialization have a deep run. And it's always a wild card. Like, one good aim shot crit, that could let you slip a game away from your opponent. So Echo need to be ready for that. They can't be too rattled from the 3-0 that they just got, dealt by CHIBAKU on that upper side.
Okay.
Oh, they're not even bringing in the Hunter.
No, I like this. Okay, bring in the mage. I mean, this composition is interesting because I feel like their best bet in this matchup is setups on Lontar. Like, basically, you just want to get cross crowd control on Waz and Chanimal, get maybe a Fear on Lontar, a Frost Bomb, and do a big setup. That's going to be the win condition here for Streamer Zone, I do believe. Let's see if they can get it done.
Here we go. Maim stun on Chanimal right off the rip. They're going onto the bouncer with the Frozen Orb. This is Icy Veins. Make his ramping. He gets put into a sleepwalk by Lontar, but it's not too big of a deal. Full cycle onto Relza. Tony Bearform Barkskins. Good trade by him. He makes tanking some damage at the moment. Goes for another barrier. Still not using that alter time, though. He's so greedy. Oh my god, massive damage sweeping in, and he had confidence that Relza was going to save him in that position. I almost certainly would have blocked if I were in his shoes in that position, but Relza had him in that angel form. Now Relza is chasing down Lontar. Lontar deep breaths away from the potential Psychic Scream here, but he deep breaths on top of a Feral Druid. So Tony's going to be looking for some Cyclones here very shortly. And he gets stepped cheap shot by Waz and gets shut down. They get the Polymorph anyways. He sneaks that through onto Lontar. But it is Tony who is still in trouble. Chanimal getting a clone on Relza. He's now finally free. Relza is going to chase in here. Lontar trying to pre-time stop an incoming stun on himself here and then rescue Waz back to the pillar. He does ultimately get rooted and the stun is still available. Now, how much damage do they have here? He pre-time dilation. So Lontar anticipating an attack on himself here. Negates that entire swap to himself. Expertly done.
Yeah, I mean, that's looking good. Lontar going for some big damage here onto P-Make, and honestly, the offense from Streamer Zone hasn't been great, and I think a big part of that is just Lontar realizing he's probably the only target here. He's playing an excellent game defensively. He's got, of course, that Nullifying Shroud rotating up here in just a few short seconds. Waz looking to initiate crowd control for his team. Gets a gouge into a kidney shot. Tony gets interrupted. Let's see what they decide to do. P-Make going for some crowd control of his own and does manage to find it here onto Lontar, but not really setting him up. P-Make gets stunned. He's going to connect 0 damage during this attempt, and I feel like the defense from Echo, they know exactly how Streamer Zone wants to win this one, and they are playing a phenomenal game to deny them.
Relza fake cast Chanimal Solar Beam, then he gets counterspelled by P-Make. Chanimal not in a great spot right now. Getting shut down for some time, but Waz goes for the kidney shot anyways onto Tony, forcing his Bark Skin and still getting him quite low. Now Waz into a Cyclone from Tony, Relza into a Cyclone from Chanimal. Now Chanimal into a Cyclone from Tony. Big swap on the Lontar. They finally catch him in the middle of the map. They connect a Frost Bomb in on him, but he pre-Obsidian Scale, so they clone him, and P-Make sent the Ray a Frost anyways. That had to be a miscommunication there to clone him and then Ray into it. Now he's into the Polymorph. If they could have a Ray here for Chanimal, it'll be a lot scarier for him. But I don't think they're going to... Maybe if they can get more CC onto Lontar, they can drop Chanimal lower here, forces Heart of the Wild. But here comes the Incarnation. Chanimal is recovered. Relza immediately emergency mode into Angel form here to try and pick his teammates up through this Incarnation. Chanimal gets shut down by P-Make. P-Make's landing a lot of good counterspells on Chanimal actually up to this point. They get a stun on the Lontar. They're swapping with a Poly on to Waz. This is good crowd control by StreamerZone.gg right now. Chanimal in a lot of damage, or in trouble. And Lontar actually trinkets, and he gets polymorphed on his trinket. They might even just win off the back of this. It's still a lot of pressure. He's dying through time dilation. He's dying through Heart of the Wild. Insane pressure from StreamerZone.gg right now. Rewind comes through. It's not even doing a lot. Chanimal almost dies through Rewind. He's just dying to dots behind the pillar. Finally, he has recovered, but I don't have confidence in them. I feel like StreamerZone.gg, if they can keep this up, keep getting this triple crowd control, that they're getting closer and closer to a win.
Yeah, not looking too bad so far. P-Make going for a Frost Bomb, and I think mixing it up and not going after only Lontar is very important. P-Make gets gouged on his Ray of Frost. Unfortunately, Tony realizing that kill attempt is not going to be found, goes for a Cyclone onto Chanimal. Gets a stun here onto Waz. Tony rolling over, trying to get something onto Lontar, but he denies it completely with the Nullifying Shroud. Now it's going to be up to Echo to get some offense rolling. They have a Cyclone here onto Tony. Can they follow it up? Full kidney shot onto Relza. P-Mate gets interrupted. I think it's going to be Tony who does get swapped to, but no, they're just pushing the pace here onto P-Mate. He's just spamming out the polymorphs, finding a Frost Bomb, and it's one of the good things about the Frost Mage is you can kind of bait healer dispels with Frost Bomb or Polymorph. So you have to kind of pick as a healer. Do you want to dispel the Polymorphs or do you want to dispel the Frost Bombs, which gives you a little bit more wiggle room as the mage to actually find crowd control.
Cyclone gets interrupted by Tony. Animal's been interrupted a lot this game, it feels like, and now it looks like Relz is in position, gets a Psychic Scream onto Lontar. Waz is actually getting swapped too. They're going on the Rogue. I'm not sure. Oh, they actually got his Emerald Communion. That's definitely better than nothing here. That's a major CD. Lontar want to use that for mana, but now they're setting up pressure on Tony. They clone him low. Now they're switching their attention to P-Make. Ray of Frost here. It looks like he faked the kick possibly. Doesn't look like it. He's got Alter Time up though. Fire Breath. He's trying to Fire Breath purge that Alter Time, but he gets cloned. So actually swap it over onto Tony. A big swap out of that clone on Tony as he ducks around the pillar with that Wild Charge. And now with Relza in Angel form for that Incarnation, he should be able to keep his team fairly topped here. Frost Bomb getting loaded out onto Channel, but Channel fakes a kick. He can off-heal. He can look for clones here if he needs to. Relza in position, though, gets a stun into a Fear with the Sheep on the Rogue. Triple CC once again by Streamer Zone, and Channel is on the run. They switch the Sheep out of the Fear. They clone up Waz. Crazy crowd control at the moment from Streamer Zone. They have Channel so low on health. Lontar wants to be greedy here and not overlap time dilation with the Bark Skin, and he's managing to be greedy. He gets him back up to full health. Now Channel's trying to turn it around with clones of his own. He's not finding them just yet. He's just wrapping around the corner, keeping his dots up. There's a cheap shot he wants to clone, but Tony stops it with a bash. P-Make is taking a lot of damage from Waz, though, at the moment. They're going to polymorph Waz, gets dispelled by Lontar, but now Channel is into a clone. Tony moves over to Waz. Big swap onto the Rogue. No trinket for 5 seconds, but not enough damage to really be too scary. Nullifying Shroud is up. Lontar's immune to crowd control. P-Make spell stole 1 charge of it. He can get luckier and get a couple more. He's also going to immune the CC from Waz. That actually makes it really annoying as the Rogue to deal with. Bloodlust proc for P-Make, and he sneaks a polymorph in with the Cyclone onto Waz, but he got cloned himself by Chanimal right before this setup. Tony would have been in so much more trouble, or Chanimal would have been in so much more trouble in that position if that CC didn't happen. Now Tony is cloned low. Big setup by Chanimal. Fury of Elune is down. Star Surges are coming through. Waz is connecting. He's out of CC. P-Make's trying to go for a Frost Bomb to punish the Dispel on the Polymorph. Chanimal goes into Bear Form immediately. Locks him on Frost. Frost Bomb explodes. Not enough damage to kill. Tony pre-Bear Forms the stun. Waz switches off. Going back now into P-Make. We've got another Time Warp proc, but he gets cloned on it. And Chanimal is starting to fake the kicks. And as soon as you start faking the kicks, it starts to spiral out of control.
Yeah, these Cyclones are really denying P-Make here. This is his Icy Veins, the scariest moment in the match for Echo, and they completely control P-Make during that setup. Rose is almost completely tapped on mana. Things are looking better and better for Echo here. Bash on Tony. Wrath's coming in. P-Make getting solo. They're just swapping right now, or splitting damage. P-Make might go down. Needs to be very careful. Taking a huge hit of damage there, and Relza is just working on fumes. There's really nothing left. They get the Ice Block. This is the Spirit of the Redeemer. Echo is in full control of this game.
All right, they just need to kind of nail this in here with damage at this point. Kidney shot on Tony. Relza into a cheap shot. Waz taking control. Chanimal looking for clones. Gets counterspelled by P-Make. Can P-Make pull off a miracle here? He's got Icy Veins up. If he can get a huge Frost Bomb crit into Ray, he might be able to do something for his team, but Time Dilation blocks the kill. Lontar deep rest behind the pillar to avoid any CC, and Lontar is once again on the run. Desperation Polymorphs coming out from P-Make onto Waz. Stampeding Roar from Chanimal. They're pushing in to close this game out. They Cyclone the Mage. Tony's trying to heal himself because Relza was trying to drink. He actually squeezed in a tiny bit of mana here. He's got Apotheosis. Relza might be able to keep this going for at least another 30 seconds with those cooldowns. Bash into possibly a full Fear from Relza here, but he gets put into a cheap shot. They sheep him instead. P-Make is making some moves right now. Ring of Frost on the Boomkin, sheep onto the healer, into a full Fear, now into a Maim Stun on Chanimal, and P-Make might have found the control that he needs for his team right now to turn this around. Now they need damage. Relza's the one doing it. Multiple Holy Fires incoming onto Chanimal in this position. No Bark Skin for 12 more seconds. P-Make gets a sheep on Waz. He's out of the game. Cyclone's on Lontar. Lontar is forced to Trinket. Getting his Trinket is critical here. If they can get a full clone on Lontar, it's still on the table for them to possibly take down Chanimal. Icy Veins just came off cooldown. He's got Ray of Frost. Somehow, some way, Relza is keeping his team going, but no, a full Sleepwalk from Lontar could be sealing P-Make's fate as he alters back, trying to rewind the damage that is incoming, but it is an immense amount of damage. He has to block, I think. He's trying to be greedy with it, and he can't afford to. He will trade out his final Ice Block, but Relza is kicked on cast. Totally out of mana once again with his entire team in shambles. Multiple clones coming through. They toss Waz back into the middle of the map into a polymorph. Tony's trying to clone the Dispel. They take Waz out of the game, but now P-Make's out of the game from Chanimal as he fakes the counter spell, and he's looking for more clones, but he gets stunned on the next one. P-Make can get a polymorph here. He's spell stealing off the nullifying shrouds. He's immune to cheap shots. He's trying to sheep him. He fakes the kick. Oh, but he time stops the polymorph. Insane play from Lone Star in this position. He's trying to go for the polymorph again. Can he find it? Ray of Frost behind the pillar gets stopped there by the Quell of Lone Star. But now he's pulled into the middle of the map into a full clone from Tony. Animal needs to be cautious of this situation. Although they are so close to the win, he can't afford to throw in the final seconds. But Relza has Angel Form. He can keep healing even with 0 mana at this point. He's got Power Infusion up, but Tony into a kidney shot is getting destroyed. Massive damage. He has to Trinket. Survival Instincts and StreamerZone.gg refuse to give up.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Relza almost completely tapped, but they are still trying to go for a win. 50% dampening. Anything can happen, but PMake's health is going nowhere but down. Relza pulling off a few miracles here. Going for some Ice Lances. Waz getting low. He's got really no defensive cooldowns. So make a swap on Tony, and this is nothing left for Relza. I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, so many miracles were pulled out this game, but that is just asking a little bit too much. They did battle it back, though. I mean, Lone Star at one point was 40% mana. Relza was completely tapped. I can't believe Streamer Zone was able to make it that close, but Echo, for the most part, in that game, had the control, had the pressure, and ultimately will get the win.
Clean, clinical plays here. I really like Lone Star's anticipation of crowd control. He made it really difficult for himself to be a target as well in the matchup. So StreamerZone.gg just eventually got attritioned out, dampened out by their opponents thanks to that expert positioning on his part. And then obviously the pressure of Chanimal and Waz throughout this game just consistently being so high really put them in a tough situation. I thought maybe Chanimal could die here, though, at this point in this game when he was actually almost dying to rewind, because when you come out of a Cyclone, your rewind doesn't actually store any of the damage. So that's why that rewind there didn't do any healing. It's because somebody came out of a clone and it doesn't store the damage or, collect the damage during the clone, and then it just doesn't heal at all. He almost died right there. And then P makes close call towards the end of the game. He was trying to throw anything that he had to keep his team alive. The fact that Relza kept the game going even past this point is quite insane on his part in this matchup, because they got close to a kill again, I think almost with multiple crowd controls, but they just couldn't get to the target they wanted to hit. I think ultimately, like, Lone Star is their best target, but he just made it impossible. And then they had to go after Waz a lot, and he's just a damage sponge for the team. He just soaks every hit, trades evasion, and eventually they can just win while Waz is tanking all the attacks.
Yeah, really nicely done. This look better to you than jungle? Like, I don't know. This is the composition that I kind of want. I actually want to see the balance druid. PMake plays balance druid too. I want to see balance druid. You think it would be good? I mean, this is a composition you talked about, that composition that you played. Do you think it would actually be good into Outlaw, Rogue, Boomkin? Or is it specifically good into Demon Hunters?
I think Rogue is hard just because you get stunned, disarmed. I think Demon Hunter specifically, MM Hunter is a bit better into.
Okay.
I think, yeah, the Rogue will be harder, but they're just going back to the jungle. They don't feel confident in the mage comp. They played out a long game. Lone Star made it too difficult for them. They're going to go back on this. Tony's not playing Boomkin. PMake's not playing Boomkin. They're just going to go back to the bread and butter, the jungle cleave, try and make it work, try and run it back here, and try and defeat Echo now here in Dragonflight. The last time they had a finale between these teams, it was Shadowlands. So different expansion, different times, but they're coming back, going head-to-head, slightly different rosters as well. Now it's, I think, Chanimal and Lone Star on the team from that long of a period of time back between these teams. And PMake obviously is the 4th edition as well, a new member of this roster. It's really cool to see the history of the teams and how they're still kind of sticking to the same types of flavor that they always have, Hunter compositions, Rogue compositions for Waz's team, and seeing how they match up expansion over expansion and year over year.
Yeah. Streamer Zone, they need to figure it out, though, because this is like, I think that every appearance we've seen from them as jungle, this is what they've lost to. Like, losing to the Balance Druid, Outlaw Rogue from Echo has been really, really tough for them. So I don't really know what more they can do if this is going to be one of those teams that's really difficult for them. But, I mean, if they want to make it into the finals, they want to have a chance to win the entire thing, it's very likely you're going to have to be able to beat Echo. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Let's see if they can do it here with the jungle. I mean, they've had close games in the past, and it's like you said, when you have a Marks Hunter on your team, there's always kind of that X factor of being able to just one-shot somebody with a name shot. So Streamer Zone gets the crits at the right time. If Tony's a little bit more enabled in the match, I mean, that's one of the things we did talk about also, is just Tony's damage not being high enough. And I think a big part of that is Echo just doing a really good job defensively with interrupts and stops and not allowing Tony to get out those cyclones, what is the thing that enables Feral Druids, right? So it's like a steamroll, or it's like a snowball effect, where if you can deny the cyclones, Tony can't really do too much damage. If he gets the cyclones, his damage is going to be overwhelming. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Tony in this particular match.
Yeah, definitely. He's gonna have to keep his DPS high on a spec that's not notably high DPS. Try and find CC throughout Waz constantly harassing him in this game. Meanwhile, Kasu, he's just going to be trying to get an aim shot off at some point while Tony's doing all of this dancing around, and Relz is going to try and keep his team alive while this is all going on. But there's a lot of burst damage just even between the Hunter and the Priest. Just a couple of Holy Fires and a Chastise was an aim shot, could be like an entire health bar. So if they catch Chanimal in a bad position here, I love that they picked the small pillar map, toothpick pillars, so that way the Hunter can more easily get in line of sight of his target without getting close to the pillar. Waz Chanimal in stealth, Tony, Kasu in stealth. Kasu going to try and find a flare here. If he can flare out the Rogue, it would be a really great start, so that way Tony can just stun clone him likely right away in the opener, but flare still doesn't come down. Lone Star's trying to fish there with the landslide, doesn't find it, but the Hunter and Rogue, oh no, a sap on the Hunter is not a great start here. They're going to switch the sap to the Priest. Oh, pressing roar, cheap shot, massive damage incoming. Lone Star goes for the tip, the scales, fire breath. He's going all in offense onto Kasu in the opener. He uses Roar of Sacrifice to reduce the likelihood that he gets critically striked as he disengages away. Chanimal is still trying to chase him down. Chanimal is playing with a lot of confidence in the middle of the map against a Hunter right now. He may come to regret that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Lontar seems to have him for the time being, and I think as long as that Nullifying Shroud is up, he's going to be feeling semi-confident, but they're just going for it. Stun into a full sleep. Kasu's in trouble, and maybe they've realized we just need to play on top of the Hunter and play a little bit more unafraid in the match, and they might be able to just push Kasu over, gouge onto Relza. Echo playing this matchup a lot more confidently in the past. They've just been sitting at the pillar, trying to play a slow game, afraid of Kasu, but it doesn't seem like that is the strat. And as I say, that Chanimal will go towards the pillar, but I think it's just because Lontar was in crowd control, now continuing to make a push. Echo playing very aggressively here. Full sweep walk on Relza once again. Tony trying to shut it down, finding some Cyclones here onto Chanimal, getting a little bit of control of the match, but still, it is going to be Kasu on the back foot.
Yeah, and usually it's Kasu keeping the enemy at the pillar. Finally, they're forcing Chanimal back as he line of sight. Relza gets Typhooned away from his fear. Nice Typhoon there. And they actually missed their trap. Scatter on Waz, trying to peel them away into a root, trying to get some distance, but Tony's into a clone, and now Kasu needs to be careful. He's still got Feign Death here. He can Feign Death and reduce a lot of damage if he needs to. Waz is out of the roots. But looks like he's after going after Tony. The kidney shot him. It's on DR, but it might not matter. Multiple Star Surges are incoming, but he actually survives that pretty easily. Relza able to top him off as he moves in line of sight. Now Kasu out in the middle of the map. Aim shot. It looks like it's on to Waz with an arcane shot there. He's down to 80%. Now a stun onto Chanimal. Kasu's going to switch his attention, but Lone Star actually just rescues Chanimal into the middle of the map. I think he wanted to get into position to clone or sleepwalk there, but now in the middle of the map against the Hunter, who's getting a lot of aim shots off. They clone Chanimal at low health. They root Waz off the scatter. I like that little CC chain there. Just every scatter on the Rogue into a root trap. Take him out of the game for a couple seconds, but he actually catches Tony. Relza grips him, or sorry, Waz just grapples over to Relza for a cheap shot, setting up damage into a sleepwalk. Massive pressure coming through with the Incarnation. His Roar Sacrifice can be enough. Relza trinkets, jumps into Angel form. Tony gets Typhooned on a clone, bashed on a clone. Can't fake the kick though, and now Tony goes for the clone again, but he gets Deep Breathed on it. Insane immunities there and kick chain onto Tony. He's trying to find another clone. He finally gets one onto Waz. That's going to reset his Feral Frenzy. Big damage here onto Chanimal along with Kasu, and Chanimal has to respect that. Lone Star pre-time stopping, anticipating some CC on himself right there as he wraps around the corner during the maim stun. Set up damage on Tony, but Kasu peels it with a scatter into Steel Trap. But Tony now gets cloned. They're going to switch their attention back onto Kasu. I will say that Relza is doing a good job, though, on mana, keeping up with Lone Star at this point. And they really just need as much time as possible because it's any aim shot, any sort of little tiny crowd control on Lone Star with a couple aim shots could win them the game. And every second that passes by increases the likelihood of that happening.
Yeah, definitely true. Cyclones on Lone Star. He's going to rescue Chanimal once again into the middle of the map, away from the pillar, and they want to really pressure Relza in this match. Stun into potential Cyclone. Lone Star gets interrupted as well. They get the double interrupt, so they stop the Sleepwalk and the Cyclone, but that means there's no interrupts in the future. Lone Star goes for the Nullifying Shroud. Now immune to crowd control, should be able to stabilize Chanimal here for the time being. And this is normally when Echo likes to play aggressive, so they get the Cyclone onto Tony. They're continuing the damage. Might have to be a survival instincts. Relza does connect some heals. Tony needs to find some Cyclones if they can, but Lone Star still just immune to that crowd control with that Nullifying Shroud. So Echo playing very confidently during these moments. A full blind lands onto Relza. Tony and Kasu both rotting down. Relza trades with the Guardian Spirit, Roar of Sacrifice onto Kasu. That's going to mitigate the damage on him. A full Cyclone on Tony. Both these teams just getting clones out. and just denying the setups, really getting control of the game. But I still can't help but feel like Echo is kind of in the driver's seat for this one. They have a little bit more pressure. Their setups have been more convincing, and I'm actually a bit afraid for Casu here.
Yeah, I think Chanimal on the Boomkin is performing really well. I mean, if they win the series, I really want to see Chanimal in the grand finals against CHIBAKU. He's keeping up a lot of pressure. Here comes another round of Incarnation. Relza immediately into Angel form, gets that trade 1-for-1 anytime Chanimal uses Incarnation. Relza activates this Angel form to immune CC, and so that he can free cast heals during this high burst moment. It's a really good trade. Now Relza needs to avoid getting Cycloned here on the pillar with Chanimal. Tony jumps over to help him out with that. Potentially going to be able to land a Skull Bash. Relza then stuns Chanimal, forcing his Trinket. That's going to give him a couple of instant Holy Fires as well, but he's putting in a cheap shot. Chanimal switches the clone over, and suddenly they flipped it on its head. Tony's in trouble. He's got Bark Skin up. Is it going to be enough for him to survive? He's in bear form, and he manages to recover as Relza is free, but now they've given up on Tony. They're going on to a different target. They swap to Casu and start blasting him as he's down below half. He has to feign death. Now he's trying to turn it around with a couple aim shots. Chanimal wraps around the pillar, gets another Cyclone onto Relza, looking for a third DR. Not able to time it perfectly here, doesn't get the third DR. Typhoons his flash heal at least, but now he's in the middle of the map trading, but it doesn't matter. Tony is just outright dead. Unbelievable pressure, catching Tony in a bad position there. And now this is rough for StreamerZone.gg to come back from.
Chanimal played that extremely well, and I like the fact that Echo, they just decided to play it more aggressive, right? Like, I think it's very easy to be afraid in a matchup like this, kind of play back, and that's what we've seen from them in the past, just try to avoid the damage of the Hunter, but they just went for it. They played all in, they played aggressive, and yeah, that looked really good for Echo in this one. Streamer Zone had a difficult time really getting anything going. Chanimal, I think, had so much control in this match, and when he wasn't able to find the Cyclones onto Relza, Lontar was always there for the sleepwalks. And I actually think Casu and Tony didn't do a bad job with interrupts and stuff like that in this game. It just, they just get overwhelmed at a certain point, especially when you have a rogue like Waz setting you up with crowd control. It makes it a lot easier to find that CC, and it makes it really difficult for the side of Streamer Zone to really shut it down.
Yeah, I'm feeling bad for him right now. Like, honestly, I think Tony should just try Boomkin, or PMA should try a Boomkin game just for something different. Because they've been bashing their head against the wall against this composition.
I think they're
going to
lose if they play this again.
So I'd like to see them try something different, a little stylistic change on their part. I think that it's also nice because the Boomkin is just ranged, so you don't have this situation where Tony is behind a pillar like this, where he gets caught at the end of the game and gets stunned. I think having the double range can be nice, but typically double range isn't good into Outlaw. I think that's typically, though, like 2 magic casters. I don't know about a Hunter. I think a Hunter could probably kill a Rogue. I'm just worried that if he gets Kidney Shot disarmed constantly, it might be hard for him to actually do something in that position. But then at the same time, you're leaving a Boomkin open, so you can't really get away with that too easily. But you'll see Tony gets caught behind the pillar in the last moments of the game, and he gets knocked back by Lontar. So Relz is just like, oopsie, you're a little bit too deep there, Tony. And Relz's little gnome is like, I'm getting there, dude. I'm getting there. I get Solar Beam, bro. I'm coming. He can't get there in time. And Lontar actually won that game. Lontar easily won that game right there. That was between Chanimal knocking Relza the opposite way, and then Lontar knocking Tony behind the pillar. That was definitely an MVP knock. But
Look at that,
the same composition
snowball.
regardless.
Magic Snowball 100k, like what, or 91k?
Yeah,
the Magic Snowball hits harder than Dispatch and Ambush.
You put some rocks in that snowball, okay? It's not just magic.
If anyone was wondering what the Magic Snowball is, it's like a crafted gear?
Set bonus, I think, or something.
It's a
really
crafted
weird
set bonus that people are using on the tournament realm, and the 2 set makes it so your spells and abilities have a chance to pelt your target with a snowball, causing enemies to take frost damage. And I think it was Trill that kind of discovered this first, but yeah, it looks like Waz is going to be adapting that. It's definitely adding some extra burst during those moments.
An extra disintegrate tick.
There it is, the snowball.
Like a 2 set. I don't know why there isn't a 3 set, because there's 3 pieces for it. I don't know why they only made a 2-piece, no 3-piece.
That's a great question.
But yeah, this thing, and the offhand for Moonkins as well. I don't know if we have like a details breakdown at one point for one of these Moonkin games, but I think that offhand is actually contributing a pretty significant amount of damage to the Balanced Druids overall. As the Wither Rot Tomb. This is one that
you have any of the stuff on your character?
I kind of want to try and go get this one. I think the only person I saw on the ladder that had it last season was Nick, and he was the #1 Moonkin on the ladder, I think, by the end of the season in Shuffle at least. So I kind of want to try and get it. I don't even know what key I need to run, or I think it's like a profession thing. I don't know if I can craft it if I need the profession or someone else can make it. I don't really know. I need to try and figure out how to get it. It seems confusing, though. It doesn't just drop from the dungeon, I don't think. So it's a little bit more of a long process. But regardless, we're on match point, and StreamerZone.gg are potentially going out of this tournament in third, which, I mean, is still a pretty decent ranking, considering they're coming in without no Boomkin comp and no Demon Hunter comp, right? Like, getting a top 3 without a Rogue, Demon Hunter, or Boomkin is very impressive. Potentially, they could even reverse sweep this, or they're opening up on Lontar right away, just trying to go for a one-shot, but he blocks it with the time dilation. Now they're switching to Chanimal. Relza sits through the blind. I love these scatter shots into root. He's got to be careful about, like, flaring sometimes on these root traps, because rogues might vanish in order to get out of the root, but he doesn't have vanish right now. He actually shadow melts towards the tail end of it, but Relza pre-angel forms and immunes any CC from Waz. Nice angel form. Chanimal getting destroyed at the moment as he's trying to pull back to the pillar. Caster, though, just gets disarmed. It's just a kidney shot into disarm. I think that's the main problem for the MM Hunter.
Yeah, it really is difficult, and especially when they're pushing such a pace in the
7-second
match.
clone.
Constant, like, cyclone, 7-second clone onto Casu. Relz is in a sleepwalk. Everyone's getting CC'd. Keep in mind, it was Tony. So it seems like they want to just pressure Casu as much as possible. It was Tony that fell in the last one. Casu in a lot of danger, going down to 10% health. He gets the Feigned Death off, and that's all he's going to use. It's a lot of magic damage, or it's a lot of damage reduction when you feign death for a short period of time. So as long as you can get that off, normally you buy enough time for your healer to top you off. Animal now forced to the pillar for just a moment, but I believe Lontar should be able to easily heal through this pressure, and now they're just continuing to push the pace. Good Cyclone, though, and they need to deny Waz. Like, getting crowd control on Waz and making a push is very important because he has been the playmaker. He's the one setting up the CC. They're making a little setup here onto Waz, but looks like Lontar is there to deflect the attack. And now it's going to be up to Echo to try to get something going. Where is the crowd control? They get a Cyclone here onto Casu. What are they going to get on Relza? Need to get CC on Relza. Cheap shot here from Waz into a full sleepwalk. Tony in a lot of trouble once again. He has no trinket. He's already traded out the bark skin. A dangerous situation here. A sap! Oh no! Sap out of the kidney sleep. Great crowd control by Waz, and they really want to force Relza's trinket, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get it.
Oh, clone onto Waz. He's trying to be greedy. He sits through it. Now a clone onto Casu, though, on his true shot. That's going to be devastating for Casu's overall pressure, and Tony doesn't have a lot. He needs to kind of pull away from this engagement and just let Casu lay down suppression fire. They stun Waz, but Relza gets beamed on his cast by Chanimal. But Chanimal's not in position to chain it. He actually gets cloned himself by Tony as Tony fakes a kick. Now he's looking for another Cyclone. Waz line of sights it. Now he's into a kidney shot. He can't go for the clone. Chanimal's is trying to find one. He gets shut down. Casu is doing a lot of pressure here. This is what they need to start sinking in that MM Hunter damage. I love these scattered shots onto the rogue to set up a clone or set up a root. Every scatter into the rogue, into a root, into a clone. Take Waz out of the game. Now they're stunning him. Just CC spam the rogue. They get a nice stun into trap here. Chanimal is isolated. Lontar has trinket. He chooses to trinket and rewind. I think that's smart in this position because if you trinket a Cyclone, Rewind's not going to heal. So using the trinket on something else and pairing it with Rewind here is going to be some nice value. But he also can't Communion in a clone. So Tony could be key here. Tony pre-bears the setup, but they just swap off him onto Casu.
Oh!
Casu is just outright dying through almost every defensive that he has. As Roar Sacrifice wasn't enough, he has to trinket. Use Survival of the Fittest to reduce damage as well. And now Chanimal shot on the back foot. Aim shot, Arcane. Going for the trap. Lands the trap. Waz tried to eat it. Lontar has no trinket. He may have to use Emerald Communion here. And Streamer Zone are actually starting to do this as far as pressure is concerned. We're seeing major cooldowns, but here comes another attack from Echo. Can they survive this one? Sleepwalk onto Relza, Cyclone on Casu. Tony is completely by himself for a few seconds here. Now a gouge for follow-up. Tony's trying to fake cast a kick. Is he going to find it in time? He can't. Waz lands the interrupt. Casu is still trying to play aggressive, trying to take advantage of the fact that they're not really focusing him a lot. They get a Cyclone on Waz. They can push with that. Relza's in on the right side. Casu on the left. Holy Fire's being casted. Trying to line up some big damage. Lontar trying to pre-immune CC here as he Verdant Embraces in to boost up his healing onto Chanimal. Cyclone on Tony stops the damage. Kidney shot on Relza. Lontar in position. Gets the sleep. Another Cyclone out from Chanimal on Tony. And Casu is separated. Is he going to survive? Aspect of the Turtle. He might just die to dots. Gouge onto Relza. As Casu is so critically low, but he's patient. He holds on to the medallion to escape crowd control later on because they're actually surprisingly ahead on mana. If Relza can keep him going.
I don't know. Tony might just fall. They're getting overwhelmed at this point in the game. Relza, though, somehow has held on to his trinket. This crowd control from Echo has been so consistent, but Relza's just greeting it out, and now it's going to be Chanimal in trouble. Lontar saying, hey, don't go to the pillar. We're back in the middle of the map. Rescues him in for crowd control. Full kidney shot into a sleepwalk. It does not get stopped. Beautiful crowd control initiated once again, and now Casu. This has to be the trinket, right? There's just no way. Gouge out of the sleepwalk. still not trinketing. I cannot believe it. Tony and Casu were just dying. Relza refusing to trade out his defensive cooldowns, and they do force Echo back to the pillar. So greed is sometimes good, and it pays off for them here.
All right, Incarnation's coming up in 5 seconds for Chanimal, so Relza's got to be quick to the trigger here with that Angel form. He's trying to reset his Chastise. They land a Freezing Trap. Holy Fire incoming as well. Multiple possibly here. Chastise into multiple Holy Fires. Relza's trying to add into the mix to overwhelm Chanimal behind the pillar. Lone Star gets a big Dream Breath up, though, and that's going to heal Chanimal for a lot. Now he's got Nullifying Shroud. He's immune to CC. This means that Echo can play aggressive. They're moving into the middle of the map. They gouge Relza. Here comes the Incarnation. Casu dodges it with the Disengage, I believe. And now Relza's into Angel form, easily healing through this. Chanimal needs to retreat away out of line of sight during this time, but still pressure onto Casu. Waz starting to cut them down, cleaving them with the Blade Flurry. Likely if Tony gets too close. Full Kidney Shot. Not a lot left here. Relza finally forced to use Medallion. They switch onto Tony. He's dying through Barkskin. Is he going to drop? Relza has so much work. He's trying to maintain his mana advantage, play efficiently, and still as effectively as he can. They stun Lone Star. They need a trap. Waz tries to eat it. He misses. Lone Star into a full Freezing Trap. Now into a Fear as the trap breaks a little prematurely. Chanimal trying to kite away. Is it going to be enough? Relza in a clone. No trinket. Casu uses Roar of Sacrifice. He can't be critically striked for a few moments here as Relza gets free of the Cyclone and should begin to top him off. Waz, big swap on Waz. Can they manage to do it? Lone Star denies it with a rescue and a time dilation. It was almost an insane catch by Streamer Zone right here. This is the true shot. If Casu can get a couple more aim shots off with it, it could be scary. Gets an aim shot here on a Chanimal. He disengages behind the pillar. Now they're switching to Tony. It's a full trap on Lone Star at the same time. They Cyclone Tony. They switch back onto Casu, but Waz is getting ripped apart. He has to vanish. He goes for the cheap shots, denying the true shot. Big rats coming in from Chanimal as well. Star Surges onto 2 targets. This is massive cleave damage. Sleepwalk gets kicked into now a full Fear on Lone Star, and are they actually doing it? Emerald Communion is healing up Chanimal. He gets in range of it just in time. Lone Star stabilizes the team for possibly the final push.
Oh, great scatter there by Casu, denying the Cyclone from Chanimal. Gets knocked out of that, taking some damage, but the full Cyclone lands on Tony. Relza with no trinket. Casu is in trouble. Echo, one good setup from closing out the game. There's the kidney shot. Chanimal rolls over. Can he get the Cyclone? He gets kicked. Do they get the Sleepwalk? It looks like it's going to be a blind. What do they have out of that? Anything? A gouge, potentially. A sap! A full sap. He's got trinket. Trinket Void Shift. They don't want to overlap with the turtle. Close call, but Relza somehow has bought enough time. He trinkets. He might just die through it anyways. No, he didn't Void Shift. No, we greeted it. The Void Shift would have been enough. But, I mean, honestly, Streamer Zone, they played this really well. Echo just looking so strong with this Outlaw Rogue Moonkin. And this has been the main difficulty for Streamer Zone. They just cannot beat this composition. And Echo, I think, honestly, to me, Sid, Echo's been looking better in this matchup. Like, this is getting more one-sided as time goes on.
Yep, the main bane of their existence. They couldn't find a way to be able to outdo them for now. They are at least in the gauntlet, so they will have a chance here for the Dragonflight finale to try and either switch up their composition or find a different way to play through this matchup following this week to try and get back into the top 4 and have a shot at that big prize pool next weekend. Echo, on the other hand, I feel like you got to put Chan in, man, in this final. Like, this guy is doing work. Like, he's doing work on the Boomkin. Like, Waz has been a good Boomkin for a long time, but I feel like Chanimal now. You get Chanimal in 100%. Get Chanimal in 100% here with Raikou if you're going to mirror. I think if you're going to run any Boomkin comp, I think at this point, I'm trying to think, unless they want to run Boomkin Demo, obviously, which I doubt that they want to play in the final match, that I think Chanimal should just be considered the main Moonkin now.
You think so? All right.
Yeah, I think it's time. I think he's graduated. Okay, we're promoting him. I'm promoting him. He's now main Moonkin.
We'll see if Waz agrees.
Well, I guess we'll see at the final, yeah, but I don't know. I feel like he's just got the frame of mind for it, and he's really in the zone at the moment, like really well practiced on all the casters that he's got. So I think that they should have him in here if they do a mirror in the final.
Certainly have to try something. We'll see, though. I mean, either way, that is it for Streamer Zone GG. Echo taking the victory here. And once again, they are heading back up to the finals against CHIBAKU Tensei. That's kind of what these guys were talking about a little bit. You know, we saw them play just moments ago, it feels like. We've had 3 really quick matches, 3 3-0s in a row. And it was CHIBAKU Tensei and Echo at the top of the hour when we started off this morning. And it was a quick death for Echo. They plummeted down here to the lower bracket. They fought their way back up. And that is really the big question. What is the answer? And I think Ven, Supatees, you guys sound a little stumped.
I mean, it's going to be a mirror, I think. What else could
Okay.
it be? Maybe they could play Outlaw. What do you think about a Cleave? Like, what if they came in with like Outlaw Demon Hunter? I do think there's other options here for Echo, possible, but we'll have to wait and see. CHIBAKU Tensei, the thing about them is that, I mean, their team is looking horrifying, to be honest with you. They've got a lot of good compositions. Like, I honestly believe we haven't seen most of the stuff that they have available so far. They've just been outright winning with the Moonkin Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman. Been looking really strong. That's the composition that won in North America last week. So we'll have to see if Echo can come up with a different answer.
Yeah, definitely a big question, and I agree. Couldn't agree more. This team, CHIBAKU Tensei, they just get better and better. They're even more refined week after week, and I think you're fully right. We haven't even completely unlocked everything that they are capable of yet. So it's going to be a grueling final, I think, if you're Echo for sure. But we know that they are veterans when it comes to being in this type of position. They're going to be drawing on that experience. They know what they're up against, and it's just a matter of getting through this last series before the conclusion of Dragonflight. So with that, we will be heading to a quick break. When we come back, we've got that series coming up next. the final hour here for 2 European teams for the entire season here of Dragonflight, and is all coming to a head. Right now, it's CHIBAKU Tensei versus Echo. Echo, Super Tees, they battled it out down here in the lower bracket. They made it their way back up, and now it's CHIBAKU Tensei. They've just kind of been waiting around for their moment here. Do you feel like that time will make a difference?
I mean, Echo, they've got to consider, do they want to mirror? Who's going to play Boomkin if they do? Or do they want to play something else? Because I think that they could maybe come up with some sort of like Shaman killing Cleave, possibly, between all of them. Like maybe like Demon Hunter Death Knight, if Chanimal still has Death Knight being practiced, could actually be a decent kind of mix up in terms of composition. But it's likely, I think if they would much rather mirror and just win in the mirror and just play better, I think. But I think they need to use Chanimal. No, they need Chanimal Moonkin here, at least for one game, so we can see. I need to see it at least once.
No, I think that's completely fair. Hopefully they do bring out Chanimals. They have an opportunity right now here in the blind pick to surprise them potentially. But Zico, I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Who comes out alive?
I think I don't know. CHIBAKU Tensei has been looking pretty clean, but word from the back is that Echo is looking pretty clean right now as well. So we'll see here if they can manage to do it. They're going to be running the Discipline Priest. Okay, so this actually, I have a lot of intel about this. We got the same comp here from CHIBAKU Tensei, Demon Hunter, Moonkin, but Echo is running Disc Outlaw RMP. And this is actually, wait, is this a sub rogue?
No, it's an outlaw rogue.
No, okay, yeah, no, it's not. Okay, I see that Adrenaline Rush. Yeah, so this is actually a really popular comp right now on the European ladder. I got a DM from my boy Clyde, and he told me that they were basically destroying Europe yesterday with this, and they got #1, and then they saw Echo queuing this. So this is something that is still a bit fresh in the pipeline here, but it's going to be interesting to see. Apparently, with the disc buffs, this is a really strong comp right now in the meta.
I mean, look at Lontar. He's pumping more numbers than Waz right now on the Discipline Priest. So adding in that little bit of extra damage, ironically with him on a gnome, is going to be kind of the difference maker here, I think. It could just push it over the edge in terms of dropping the Demon Hunter in a stun. The question for the Disc Priest is always just longevity. Can they maintain their mana? Here we see Mindbender. That's going to activate the Shadow Covenant for Lontar. So he's going to get Dark Reprimand, but he gets Solar Beam instantly. That was a well-timed Solar Beam by Mercy. But the ultimate penitence to punish it. Massive penance bolts coming in onto Mercy right now as Lontar looks to solo him. Almost taking him down below half with the Polymorph here on Houston. Cheap shots onto Blizzo. The target firing the Moonkin at the moment. Another penance follows through. He's getting a lot of atonement value. He's just using a lot of smites. Staying at the pillar to avoid the Cyclones. Line of sighting Mercy here and then attacking Blizzo. I really like Lontar's positioning, just bunkering down, maximizing his output at the moment, as this is, again, likely going to be a longer match, so he has to play really efficiently.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can keep up with that efficiency of Houston. Right now, the Earthen Wall Totem is being dropped here. Raikou is taking a little bit of damage, but he's pushing in actually for a Dragon's Breath Sheep. They get a nice cheap shot here onto Blizzo, but Waz gets Cyclone. Mercy shutting it down right now with the Solar Beam onto Raikou, the Cyclone onto Waz, so really good defense there. And now it's going to be potentially Mercy actually taking a kidney shot right now. Should be taking a little bit of a breather after this, though, and it should be Raikou who is going to be on the back foot here with Blizzo all over him on that Demon Hunter. And Touch of the Magi is about to explode, but not doing too much damage. Nice Earthen Wall timing here for Houston. Cyclone gets stopped there by on to Mercy. Nice counterspell by Raikou. He's going to try to reset his cooldowns here as well. Big damage onto Blizzo as he drops to about 50%, but he activates the Blur, and now Raikou has a massive hit of damage here. He's got the Power Infusion and the Arcane Surge. Mercy could be in huge trouble right now. Nice reverse magic coming out from Blizzo. Houston's going to come out and pop a big heal onto Mercy, and that should be enough defense here. Blizzo saves the day.
Lontar's damage. He's like right on the heels of his teammates. He's literally playing triple DPS right now. It's just like he's a Shadow Priest from TBC or something on RMP. Like he's actually just right on their heels. The cheap shot down to Houston. They're getting overwhelmed. He doesn't have Barks. Can touch the Magi's up. Arcane Blaster coming through. Double Fear. Mercy in trouble. Is he going to go down here in game one? Have Echo found the solution to this composition that they have not been able to defeat just yet today? And they force the Spirit Link Totem with that crowd control chain. Houston does at least hold on to his medallion, so he can pair that with the Nature Swiftness later on, at least, to keep his team going. Lontar's mana is still at least looking decent at the 3-minute mark, but he may need to consider drinking at some point should this go into the late game.
Yeah, and he's going to try to hold on to as much damage reduction as possible as well when we get to that late game. Blizzo could get feared right now. Lontar was working towards it, but not able to find it there in time. Raikou with a nice fake cast there. Gonna get himself a precognition, looking for the crowd control. Gets a sheep onto Blizzo, blind onto Houston. They're setting up here. Nice Ring of Frost there as well. Oh my god, Blizzo is about to get smoked here. Big damage coming in from Echo right now. Beautiful setup, but the CC ends. I wonder why they waited that long to actually send it there. I feel like they should have instantly went on Blizzo when he was in that polymorph. Maybe Waz didn't have a way to get there or needed to restyle for the stun. I'm not sure, but either way, the fact that it took so long is gonna make that setup a lot less deadly than I expected. And meanwhile, Waz taking a lot of damage, Mercy taking a lot of damage here as well, as Lontar is just continuing to blast on that Discipline Priest, about to reach 10 million damage done in this game.
All right, let's see if he can get there. Is he going to PR here? We've seen PRs from multiple players throughout this weekend. And Lontar's looking to break the records on healer damage. It's going to be like a contest between him and Sea-Doo across regions. Who can do more DPS as the healer here? Lontar's charging into the middle of the map, and they're actually swapping to him, punishing him as he's trying to chase down Houston. He gets knocked away on his Psychic Scream. He's still trying to get there, but he gets imprisoned. He just can't make his way to his target. If he could get that fear, surely that would have been a trinket. Mercy is just taking so much damage. He's being greedy with the bark skin. Big heal comes through, and I suppose that's why they wanted to be greedy, but now he's into a gouge. Lontar's getting into position once again, gets the Psychic Scream. This could force the medallion. Mercy's got bark skin. He's in bear form. Bashes the rogue. Blizzo's trying to get back on target. Nice Typhoon on Raiku's cast here by Mercy. Eye Beam connects, but Waz is there. Kidney shot. Houston can't heal for a few seconds, but Lontar gets Solar Beam, and it looks like he's stuck because he used his Gnome Racial to try and get a fear, I think. He's actually stuck in that Solar Beam for a second, but it's not enough to be lethal, unfortunately. That could have been a huge turning point. Maybe it still could be, as Raikou gets pulled back to the pillar. Big setup on Blizzo. Raikou can free cast, but he's Ultimate Penance as well. Raikou needs to be casting some damage with this. They could combo this together. I think Houston grounded the Ultimate Penance, and that grounding totem is a real big counter. You need your teammates to kill the grounding totem when you fly up in the air. Otherwise, it just redirects all of your penance bolts into it. Mercy is still getting destroyed. Blizzo has to drop down Darkness, and I will say that this composition is looking the most promising from what we have seen from Echo so far.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely great. I mean, Lontar is just blasting damage. They're basically hitting triple deeps, and Mercy right now dropping dangerously low here. Full gouge onto Houston. Do they have any follow-up? He has no trinket right now. Mercy ducking around the corner, gets a Solar Beam onto Raikou, trying to interrupt him. Waz is in the prison. Houston almost walking into that Ring of Frost, but manages to get around the corner. Nice bash Cyclone onto Waz, slowing down the damage here, but it's not looking too good if you are CHIBAKU Tensei. The big saving grace for them is that the later this game goes, the more Lontar is going to struggle. So if they can hold on, they are going to have stronger heals basically on their healer. But right now, a full fear gets secured onto Mercy, onto Blizzo. Nice reverse magic there as well by Blizzo on that ring on Houston. And now they're going to go after Waz here with the Lightning Lance, but he gets pulled back into the midfield and looks to get aggressive here onto Mercy once again. If they can just get another setup right now, I feel like Mercy could easily die.
Right, they're so close to it. Can Echo do it? Lontar's mana is getting dicey, though. Gouge on Houston, no trinket. Dragon's Breath on the Demon Hunter, but there's a lot of damage coming in from Mercy. He might solo Raikou through Pain Suppression, but he pre-bears the stun, anticipating the attack with Heart of the Wild. Nice maneuver by Mercy. That Heart of the Wild is going to make his bear form even stronger as he Typhoons Waz away, and he's tanking all that damage like a Guardian Druid with Heart of the Wild right now. Oh, but Mindbender, nice root on the Mindbender here. And they do actually manage to stun it with an AoE stun for a moment as he's trying to jump back to the pillar. He needs to line of sight the mage. That Raikou and Lontar combo is going to be way too much damage. You definitely just want Waz kind of hit you away behind the pillar by himself. Nice static field on Waz into a root behind the pillar. He's really out of position. They've isolated Raikou, and Lontar's really low on mana. He's trying to use Rapture to boost up his power word shields, but even those power word shields are not soaking a lot of damage. He gets put into a stun by Blizzo. Lontar is forced now to trinket. He's still falling behind. It could be an ice block as well. The Dragon's Breath Blizzo, it's instantly removed. He's going in for the kill. They drop down the dome as well, the barrier of light, to try and protect Raikou, but he gets Solar Beamed inside of it. He faked the Solar Beam. Nice fake cast by Raikou. Arcane missiles are flying through. He blinks away from the Demon Hunter, trying to kite him for as much as possible here because Lontar is finally out of juice. He's got no more batteries left. His mana is totally tapped, and this could be the Ice Block as a result. Ice Block has been forced, and this game is now out of their control. They need to swing momentum, but they just don't have the cooldowns to do it. They're going to pop Adrenaline Rush and try and throw a Hail Mary. It's everything or nothing at this point for them to win this game, and Mercy knows it. He trinkets from the stun lock. He's in bear form. Lontar gets imprisoned away from his fear, but he manages to sneak in and get it anyways, but Mercy, they just can't connect to Mercy. Triple stun from Blizzo, healing the whole team back, and they're going to get AoE'd so hard here. Mercy gets possibly the game-winning clone. He needs to not be greedy. He's got Barskin, but it doesn't matter. Raiku's going to drop. And Echo, we're looking good, but when that Priest mana bar hits 0, you are out of time.
Yeah, and that is the kind of weakness of the discipline freeze. Once you get to this point, your shields just don't do enough. It doesn't feel worth pressing the global, because by the time you can press, another global, it's just they're going through it. Everybody's taking damage. You can't just go back and spam damage the entire game. Now you actually have to spam heals, and when that happens, you're gonna run out of mana very, very quickly. With that said, though, I feel like the start for Echo actually didn't look bad at all. I think if they had a little bit more pressure, maybe on the Demon Hunter, a little bit better goes on Demon Hunter earlier on, they could have actually taken him down, but. It is going to be CHIBAKU TENSEI, who is already beaten Echo 3-0 in the upper bracket before they battled through that lower bracket for this Grand Finals rematch here. So for Echo, they still have, 3 more games at least before CHIBAKU TENSEI will claim victory. So they have a little bit of time to figure things out. What are you thinking here, Sid? Do you want to see this RMP again with the Disc Priest, or you want to see them go to some other options? We mentioned that they have, a lot of different options that they can play, Rogue Munkin or Demon Hunter Rogue, just a lot of things.
So does he need to be outlaw? I mean, sub is not like insane right now, but I feel like sub has to still be more lethal than outlaw, I would think, on a Demon Hunter. And with Raikou and Lontar doing as much damage as they are, I feel like subtlety in this matchup at least wouldn't be bad. I don't know. I kind of want to see a subtlety game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, basically, the way that this comp wins with the disc is they just have overwhelming damage. You have basically 3 DPS free casting, and it's supposed to be really strong into these kind of PvE matchups that try to take the game late and win like that. But it feels like it definitely backfired in that game. They just weren't able to score the kill, and then they kind of hit the enrage timer. And I really want to see this Tome Rot offhand, because you talked about it earlier, and I swear, look how much damage that thing is doing. It's just rotting everybody down. They're going to look at it again. I kind of like it. I want to see it one more time. I feel like they could have played it better. So I want to see Echo run this again. But if it doesn't work here, then maybe Demon Hunter Outlaw could be on the menu for these guys. But we're going to the Sands of Tolvir. I wonder if their win condition is to kind of win the game, not win the game before 30% dampening, let's say. I feel like Tolvir could be bad for that. But it all depends on how they play it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a big map to pull the Demon Hunter far away and either sheep him and then set up on him out of range. It's also a map where you can probably drink, knowing that Fusen is probably never going to have to drink on the Shaman relative to any other healer at the moment. So at least it leaves the option to drink. If you play the big zone and pull the Demon Hunter into bad spots, I think it can work for you. I don't think it's terrible. I think if we pick the small map, the Demon Hunter just bounces between too many people also too easily. So I kind of don't think a small map. I think neutral and big are probably going to be preferred here for Echo overall in the series. It was looking good for them throughout the early and mid game. I don't know if this is the first time that they've tried this with Disc Priest. I can't imagine many people have, a huge amount of reps on Disc Priest. It has not been relevant for a very long time. So this could be a case of just getting some practice in with it, and maybe it does win the matchup. They just haven't gotten the reps in that are required.
Yeah, we'll see if Echo can bounce back from this. No matter what happens, of course, in the Grand Finals, Echo will be the #1 team in the big tournament a little bit later on in the Dragonflight Finals. So they have that first seed locked in, but they still don't want to come in here, imagine if they lose 4-0 here, 0-7 before the finals. It's not what Echo wants here. They want to show up and have that momentum and show exactly how dominant this team is, but Echo is under big fire right now. Blizzo is targeting Lontar a lot more in the match, and they're gonna leave Raikou free casting. He's already topping damage, so it is a little bit scary if you're going after that Discipline Priest to leave Raikou free like that, but so far they are going to be able to go back and peel Raikou, getting a nice full Cyclone there, Lightning Lasso onto Waz as well, and CHIBAKU TENSEI looks good so far in the opener.
Blizzo's just training Lontar. Oh, he gets caught really out of position. Ultimate Penitence, big damage incoming onto the Demon Hunter, and they get Shadow Meld. They were really hoping to get his trinket there. He Shadow Melds towards the tail end of it, and that's what I mean by the big map. Bait the Demon Hunter out of range of the healer and then stun him and try and burst him down, but now Lontar's into the Imprison. They're switching back to Raikou. He is getting a big shield out from Lontar here at this time. He's trying to find a polymorph. He fakes the kick. He goes for it again. He gets it. It's on DR, but maybe that doesn't matter. Mercy might just die anyways. Lone Tar repositions, grips Raikou away as he blinks into the back line, but now Lone Tar is left behind. They're probably going to swap to him, but Raikou doesn't care. He's getting a shifting power and resetting his cooldown, so he's going to just play max distance away, max range. Blizzo's just training down the Disc Priest instead of chasing the mage around the corners, though. Attacking the more stationary target to make sure that he's maximizing his damage. They find Waz here, catching him in a lasso around the corner. Good positioning by Fuston to avoid the interrupts. Now they clone Waz after faking the counterspell, and Mercy is pushing in. Fuston and Blizzard are all pushing in, looking to try and get on top of Raikou and Lone Tar. Another Cyclone onto Waz. Waz has been out of the game for some time here as he finally grapples in onto Mercy, but now Raikou's into a clone. Mercy's taking a lot of control here. Nice earthen wall, but he's actually not inside of it. Oh no, they're going on Blizzo. The earthen wall for Blizzo here. He should be able to just sit the CC, I think. Both of them in earthen wall. Mercy needs to move in the earthen wall. He's standing on the edge of it. He's taking a lot of extra damage. He jumps into it a little bit late. Is he going to die through it? He may need to overlap Barskin with it as well now. He trades out Renewal for a 30% heal. Still at half health. This is a lot of pressure with Lone Tar adding so much damage. It's consistently keeping him at 50%. Fuston's doing what he can to top, but Lone Tar gets interrupted. Big opportunity, but Blizzo gets peeled away. That our opportunity is now lost. That kidney shot preventing Blizzo from attacking during that interrupt. Here comes another round of Incarnation. Big damage. Raikou staying in the middle of the map, trying to cast an Arcane Surge and turn it around for his team. They have triple CC. Blizzo decides to trinket out and use reverse magic. So Blizzo with no trinket, they just got to bait him into a bad position, maybe sheep him so he can't pre-use Blur, and then set him up for a stun.
Yeah, and right now Blizzo is stunned behind the pillar there, but Fuston has pushed in and he is managing to keep him alive. Nice fear coming out there for Lone Tar, but I suspect Raikou is going to be the one on the back foot, blinking back to the midfield as he continues to try to blast away at Mercy. Full cheap shot here onto Mercy, full sheep onto Blizzo. They get the cheap shot into the ring on to Fuston. Beautiful triple CC here from Echo. What are they going to get with it, though, is the question. Looks like nothing. They're going to swap to Blizzo here, and Blizzo is going to take some damage. And I really wonder how much, what their game plan is, because it feels like their ghosts aren't deadly enough just yet. Maybe they need a little bit of dampening for those ghosts to be a little bit more deadly, because right now the only real kill target it could be Blizzo here. Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Fuston. Blizzo is around the corner. Mercy is going to be the target, but he has Bark Skin and he's going to immediately pop it. He has to pop his trinket there as well. Looking for the Cyclones. Still taking a lot of damage here from Raikou on that Arcane Mage, and it looks like Mercy actually might be in... okay, there we go. He gets the precognition and manages to get the Cyclones, manages to get a little bit of distance, and they're just going after Lone Tar, taking a decent amount of damage there around the corner, but able to keep himself healed. Echo looking for another push here, going for the Ring of Frost, but Fuston dispels it. They Solar Beam the Ring of Frost. Raikou going for the Sheep. Oh, beautiful fake cast there on the Wind Shear, and he is going to be able to get the reverse magic out of Blizzo as a result.
All right, nice little move here. Blizzo goes onto the healer once again. It's really annoying for Lone Tar. He can't just freely atonement heal whenever he's getting attacked like this, and that's a really big strategy adaptation from Chibaku. Now he's swapping back. Dragon's Breath on Fuston. Blizzo needs to get ready. Here comes the stun lock. They've got a static field down preemptively, thunderstorming them away on the cast, but Raikou still gets the polymorph. But Raikou is actually the one dying. Mercy fakes the kick, gets a full clone onto Lone Tar. Here comes Incarnation. Big pressure up from Mercy. That fake cast by Mercy is winning the game right now. Two targets are low health. Lone Tar is going to struggle to burst heal in this position. I think he's used all of his Radiance charges. He has to trinket. Now he's low health as well. They're falling further behind, but Raikou now fake casts the Solar Beam, tossing out an Arcane Surge. Big Arcane Missiles incoming onto Mercy. Can they get enough damage to push it over the edge? They don't have enough. Arcskin deflects it. Earthen Wall's down. Mercy recovers. Now Raikou is stunned. Lone Tar's out of position, trying to get back to Raikou. He drops down the barrier, but he blinks out. He quickly displaces back in, but now he's in a full clone caught in the middle of the map, and Raikou is forced to ice block. Now they're switching their damage onto Waz as he's rotting down during the clone. They gouge Mercy. They deny the reclone. Blizzo just swaps to the healer during the ice block, pressuring Lone Tar. His whole team is dying. This is a really tough position to recover from with this build of Disc Priest. They get a polymorph on Fuston. They're just trying to turn it around and get aggressive, and Blizzo sees it. He pre-darknesses the incoming setup as his healer is crowd controlled to absorb the ultimate penitence, but it's actually still hitting him through it. He's getting unlucky. Two targets getting low once again. Touch of the Magi is up. Raikou needs to pull off a huge swell of damage here and now. Is he going to be able to do it? He fake casts the kick. It's a great opportunity to squeeze out as much pressure. He sheeps the Demon Hunter. Can he get in position to sheep Fuston? We see him on the corner, but he's static fielded. He's unable to blink from that. Mercy jumps away from the rogue for a moment. Earthen Wall is down. They're ducking into that double Earthen Wall. Another pre-play here from Fuston and his team Chibaku. They're just anticipating every single attack. Now Mercy fakes the kick, lands a clone out here onto Raikou, clones his trinket. Lasso on Lone Tar. Waz grapples over to disrupt it. The counterspell Mercy on his Cyclone, but that Earthen Wall got so much value. Raiku's on the back foot once again. No ice block. It's game 2, and it's looking worse and worse for Echo.
Yeah, Raikou on the back foot, no ice block. What is he going to do? Blizzard's all over him. He gets the pain suppression. Is that going to be enough? Lontar might have the void shift here, and he will send the void shift, but Raikou's still just dying through 2 health pools and pain suppression. Blizzard getting gouged here. Houston in the backline, spamming out the heals. Raikou will blink back to the pillar, going for the arcane surge, but it looks like they might crowd control Lontar here. Nicely done there by Raikou. Gets the counter spell, full fear on to Blizzo, but he does get dispelled, and here comes the damage.
Oh
Raikou, are you ready? Double Chaos Nova comes in. There's the Hex as well for good measure. Raikou instantly decurses it, but still,
Incarn.
they are just all over him, and they might just swap to Lontar here. Blizzo might get a double kill right now as Lontar pain suppresses himself on 1% HP. Houston knocking them back out in the open field. Ring of Frost coming out here. Beautiful counter attack coming out from Echo, but Waz gets disarmed. I think they actually just instantly dispel that. Raikou jumping out of the solar beam, but it's not going to be enough. Gets caught by the Fell Eruption, and he will get dropped. Echo will drop round number 2 here against CHIBAKU TENSEI, who are looking absolutely unbeatable right now.
Okay, so what's the math on this? 36 plus 36 is like 72, and what's the overall damage for? I'm trying to like add it up, even with the disgrace damage. Are they even out damaging them? Like, if you're not even out damaging them, I don't know how this is going to win in the matchup. It doesn't seem like it's lethal enough. I feel like Blizzo's kind of just doing whatever he wants. There's not like this threat of like, I'm on your dispriest. What are you going to do about it, huh? He's like poking them. Like, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to keep poking you. I'm just going to keep fighting the whole game. They can't do anything about it, but Blizzo is bullying them in this game, going wherever he pleases, basically. And then this positioning where Raikou is far out of the map, forcing Lontar in the middle of the map, so he gets cloned 3 times, and
they're doing way less damage than CHIBAKU Tensei, even all 3 of them.
Are they actually doing more with all 3?
Yeah. No, they're doing less.
Oh, they're doing less, yeah.
Echo is doing less damage than CHIBAKU Tensei. So yeah, it's a pretty rough situation to be in. I mean, you got yeah.
Throw something different. Throw assassination,
Yeah.
fire mage, like do something different. Just anything. Yeah.
Also
I feel like trying
fire.
to take this slow game is just not working for them.
Well, I'm really curious to see how much Raiku's been spell stealing. Okay, I got word from production. He hit 28 spell steals that game, so he is spell stealing quite a lot. But I feel like if we're talking about Cubsy here, how many spell steals do you think? It's at least triple digits, right? That game was like, what, 34% dampening? I feel like Cubsy would have done at least 100 to 130 spell steals. So if their goal is to just Houston, it is better to just spam spell steal. Like every single time there's an Earth Shield or a Riptide, you just spell steal it and spam damage. I feel like that could be the missing kind of sauce in the recipe here, but I honestly, with RMP, it's like one of those comps. You just got to play it a lot and learn, the different win conditions that you have and learn in the matchup. Okay, against this comp, this is the win condition for us. This is how we need to play it. It's going to take some time if they just recently picked it up or picked it back up, I guess. So we'll see what Echo decides to do. I think personally, it's time to bring in the Chan. Maybe a Mage Lock on Asherman.
Oh my god, why do you want Mage Lock? Venruki is cringing at you right now about this Mage Lock.
They won with Mage Lock.
In this matchup?
Not today. I'm not sure if it was against CHIBAKU, but they I think it might have been against WWF, but they won with Frost Mage, like just spam CCing the Demon Hunter basically. So I feel like it could be doable, but yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't want to see Arcane Mage. Like I said it before, I don't think it's good into these triple kicks comps.
Isn't it funny though? Because we were in NA and I think I was talking about Arcane and you're like, or I was talking about Resto Shaman and Arcane. You're like, you can't play Resto Shaman into Arcane. But now you think it's okay. And they're not bringing in Channel. Yeah,
No,
Channel.
you can't play the rest.
You can't.
What I was talking about was you can't heal an Arcane as a Resto Shaman, is what I was talking about. But yeah, they're not bringing Channel.
Please, man. One game. I mean, if they lose this, you put Channel in, man. I swear. If Echo loses this, if you put Channel in game 4, I don't know if you reverse the whole series, but you probably win at least one game, okay? you win at least one game.
All right, so in Super T's like Academy of Boomkins, Chan has does he have a higher rank than Waz right now?
I mean, I think it is a bit easier to play.
In Super T's Academy.
I think Chanimal just has the mindset for it. Like he plays a caster. He understands like what his role is, and he's not bouncing between roles. Whereas Waz is going to be switching between roles a lot more frequently. Like it plays a lot differently, and there's a lot of pressure on the Moonkin specifically. And Chanimal trained in high gravity for years. Okay, this guy's playing on Aussie ping and he's faking kicks left and right. I remember playing against him in tournaments in Warlords of Draenor, and he would never miss a kick. It was the most annoying person to play against in any tournament ever. He'd never miss a kick, and you never land a kick on him. He's just immune to it the entire game. And like that type of mindset, that type of gameplay is what you need for the Moonkin in this matchup. You need that. You need the fake god. And I know that he can do that. That's why I want to see Chanimal in with this composition.
All right, we'll see if we can see it. This is the exact same matchup that Echo already tried in the upper finals, if you weren't around. And they did lose 2 games, I believe, with this composition. So they already tried this. The only thing they haven't tried is bringing in Chan instead of Waz on the Boomkin. I don't know. I'm not confident, to be honest, that that's going to be enough. I kind of wonder how good Outlaw would be with the Demon Hunter instead of the Moonkin, but maybe not. It seems like Echo they're just in a tough situation right now, trying to figure out how to deal with what CHIBAKU TENSEI is bringing. And CHIBAKU TENSEI, I mean, their first tournament right now with Blizzo on the roster, and have they even dropped the map? Like, I'm going to need to take a look at the bracket later, but yeah, they are looking absolutely bulletproof in this tournament so far, looking to clean sweep Echo here in the grand finals of Europe. We still got 2 more, well, at the minimum 2 more games, as it is a best of 7, and we also have the entire North American top 4 to decide after this finals as well. So lock in. We're going to be here for a while, but right now the question is, will Echo be here for a while, as they are down right now in the series, looking to get their first point on the board with Waz on the Boomkin.
Well, Waz gets shut down on his first clone here by the Solar Beam, but nice double stun from Raikou as he's ramping up a double eye beam, cleaving down multiple targets, and both Moomkins are just stacking on top of each other to cleave the entire team apart at the moment. Oh my god, he actually jumped on top of Waz. He's playing so aggressive on top of each other here in the mirror, just slapping each other with Star Surges and seeing who can fake more kicks, I guess, in the middle of the map. Clones are coming out. Solar Beam comes down from Waz, interrupting Mercy, but Blizzo turns it around into a double stun of his own. Raikou gets dispelled out immediately by Lontar, but now Lontar's into a Fel Eruption, and I wonder, CHIBAKU, if they're going to dedicate more CC on Lontar, because usually they're focused on defense and trying to stop incoming pressure, but this time we see Fel Eruptions going on the Shaman instead. Waz gets cloned low on health. Mercy with no Barkskin and no Trinkets in a tough situation. He's going to Innervate over onto Houston. Both Shamans with Innervate. Should this go long, it's going to be tough to run them out of mana. Big Star Surge is incoming. Both Boomkins under immense pressure. Waz is dying through Barkskin right now. He's got his casting circle. He tanks 1 kick with the casting circle. He needs to go for another one here soon, but he gets wind sheared on it. Mercy's just dying anyways. Lightning Lasso from Lontar. Lontar making an MVP play. They imprison the healer into a clone. Nice coordination between Raikou and Waz here onto Houston. That's going to force the darkness from Blizzo, the Heart of the Wild from Mercy, and now a clone low. And Waz is really popping off, showing like he doesn't need Chanimal in here at all.
Waz showing us all he can still do it on the Moonkin. He looks warmed up and ready to go here, but Mercy getting himself a precognition of his own. Lontar with a nice grounding totem there, trying to make sure that Raikou gets to stay in the fight, but Raikou unfortunately does get cycloned in the end of that exchange anyway. Solar Beam onto Houston's cast right there. Beautifully done there by Waz. Looking for the Cyclones here onto Houston as well, but not able to find it just yet. Mercy still taking a lot of damage here, though. Can they find anything to set it up? They go for the Chaos Nova there. Raikou trying to set up the Cyclone, and Waz, with a lot of haste, is able to actually get that Cyclone. Double Haunt comes out here. Mercy wrapping around the corner, trying to get a couple of heals, being defensive, but Waz also taking a lot of damage here. Both of these Demon Hunters kind of mirroring each other right now with that Hunt. Mercy dropping to 20% HP right there. Does manage to trade out the Barkskin in the nick of time and stay alive, and this mirror looks very, very evenly matched so far. I can't say who's ahead right now. I feel like when I look at cooldowns, I think CHIBAKU TENSEI is slightly ahead.
It feels like in terms of momentum they are, but maybe they're about to swing it here with this Fel Eruption on Waz. Raikou vengeful retreats, immuning some CC. Dashes back in. Waz is starting to fall more and more behind as he gets wind sheared. Mercy's trying to fake cast a kick, but he gets cloned. He trinkets the clone. Capstun, is he going to swap the clone? He gets Solar Beam. Waz is just dying.
Whoa.
He almost goes down. Raikou drops Darkness, and now Mercy is in trouble. Houston's in a clone. He's relying on that Healing Tide totem. He trusts that Healing Tide totem right there to keep Mercy alive. That was a scary amount of damage, but he gets away without trinketing. Now he's into a DR clone. He may need to trinket at the last second. He's got Spirit Link totem. It's so much damage. He's out of position.
Whoa.
He's out of position. He's trying to get there. He gets rooted by Lontar. That root almost won the game, but Lontar gets there in time. Or Houston, sorry, gets there in time for the Spirit Link, and now Lontar's on the back foot in a Cyclone. Waz is on the run, trying to escape, but he gets cloned by Mercy. And now Blizzo is trying to get some pressure here. They're swapping to Raikou, but they don't want to commit a lot of damage to him. They stun Lontar. They get back on Waz. Blizzo is setting up for the win. Here comes the hunt into a Hex by Houston. And Houston is cooking with that Hex. He gets his trinket. They're swapping to Lontar. He's just dying. He's getting blasted down by Mercy as he trades out his Astral Shift. Waz gets interrupted. Houston needs to get to the pillar here ASAP. He's in the middle of the map. He might get caught. He's trying to get back to the pillar, but he gets imprisoned 1 second. Oh, it actually breaks. It is so fortunate for Houston that that imprisonment right there broke, and now both teams are in shambles. Mercy at least still has Bark Skin in this position, and Waz doesn't, but Waz has Heart of the Wild, so he's going to be more tanky in bear form. It's still really close, too close to call.
Yeah, both of these teams completely tied up. Houston does have his trinket at least. We might need to trade it right now as he is sitting through a long CC chain. Blizzo shuts down the Cyclone. Beautifully done. Houston gets bashed. Waz looking for the Cyclone here. Could get it. He gets it onto Mercy, actually. Not great here for Mercy being low Cyclone like that. Blizzo now taking a lot of damage here as well. Forced straight out the Blur. Nice Cyclone here onto Houston. Waz pushing for the win. Can they try to close it out? Mercy around the corner, just ducking around with the bear form, spamming out the frenzied region, getting that self-healing. Looking for the Cyclones here onto Lontar, gets the precognition, looking for the
Grounded.
Cyclone, not able to find it. Grounding totem comes out for Lontar,
Got
but
it.
he does manage to snipe it before he gets around the corner. Waz now in a lot of trouble, no darkness. How is Waz going to be able to stay alive here? He ducks into bear form, and he does trade out the renewal there as well as the frenzied region, but is it going to be enough? Still a lot of healing to do here for Lontar, but he does manage to make some space. He does manage to get a lot of heals out here with the Ascendance, but still gets imprisoned on it. Waz on 10% HP, he gets interrupted, he gets stunned. Waz is going to fall here surely. So much damage coming out here from CHIBAKU TENSEI. They can smell the wind, but miraculously Lontar manages to recover his teammate and keep Echo in the fight.
Crazy heals from Lontar right there. I thought it was over. I thought he was going to tap out, but he refuses to. Lasso on Blizzo. He can get a clone off this lasso. Really nice coordination there. That forces Blizzo's trinket. Houston's in a stun. Fear from Raikou, but Waz is still just dying to the pressure. Mercy is low as well. Houston gets a huge heal. Mercy gets clone. Mercy trinkets out, turns the clone back on Raikou and Lontar. What is going on? They're swapping to Lontar. Could be a double kill. Blizzo stacks them up. Nice static field, pulling them together off the pillar. Star Surge is incoming, and Lontar is going to get smoked. CHIBAKU are looking unbeatable.
CHIBAKU TENSEI, ladies and gentlemen, they are not here to play. They want that first place in this cup, and they are just one game away from becoming the champion of Cup number 4 in Dragonflight. But I gotta get, I mean, we've said it before, but Houston, I feel like, do you see Lontar using these like static field totems? Like, I swear, I feel like he's not getting, well, if he's using them like that, I feel like he's not getting that same value. I feel like the extra offense that Houston adds, if you look at right now on the top right frame, Mercy's low, he's not gonna die. Lontar's low, he's not gonna die yet. But if you look at Lontar's shield wall cooldown, the reason why it's on cooldown right now, that Astral Shift, the 20-second cooldown, the purple yellow thing, that's because they did a static field totem about a minute ago where they forced that cooldown. There was a really intense moment. They got a triple static, and then here Lontar still doesn't have it back up, and that's the cooldown that normally you would trade in this situation. But because Houston did this setup 2 times back to back, they're able to just group everybody up. And if you're a demon hunter, there's nothing more that you love than hitting a healer, and there's 2 more people stacked on top of him, so you're just cleaving everyone, and you can see it on Blizzo's damage, able to top the damage on the scoreboard there. CHIBAKU TENSEI, what's it going to take here for Echo to get a win?
I mean, it's match point. It's a best of 7. Are they going to go out of this last cup 0-7 against CHIBAKU before the Dragonflight Grand Finals? I mean, this upcoming tournament next weekend is the final tournament. It's either gonna kill morale or it's gonna set a fire under them, and usually it sets a fire under them, right? When they come out of a tournament with a performance like this, where they come back and they just completely outdo you the next time. But CHIBAKU seem to be running the show for right now. Echo are still sticking to the big maps. Put Chen in for 1 game. Just put him in 1 game. What do you have to lose at this point? What else are you gonna just? I just want to see it. They seem to. I've seen people saying that maybe he doesn't feel confident in the Moonkin, but he looked good on it. Like, what do you mean? I mean, is that confident in the Moonkin? He looked good on it. I don't know why you don't want to. Like, what do you mean he doesn't look good on it? He's doing it top damn every game that he's playing. He's getting the fakes. Like, I would really like to see it. But it does feel like Houston is also making a big difference as well. Just every once in a while, he gets a capstun, and you're thinking the capstun doesn't really matter. And then it gets a big cooldown, and then they win off the next setup because of the 2-second capstun 30 seconds earlier. And he's getting really good value on the static field, I feel like. Whereas Lontar is not finding value on the static field totem in the matchup. And that is obviously making a difference as well. Because in that last game, the damage was looking a lot closer. I think Blizzo was maybe like 2 million ahead, which is kind of normal with the game, how it ended. But damage was looking a lot more even. So if we can see a couple more offensive plays from Lone Tar in the matchup, I definitely think that would pay off for them. But I feel like I want to see Chanimal just because he's been having a really good tournament up to this point. It's not even that Waz is playing badly. It's just that I would like to just see it. Just see if it makes any difference based on the performance so far from what I've seen for Chanimal and the other comps.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. 35 seconds left here on the clock for Echo. Match point for CHIBAKU TENSEI. And what are they going to do? They tried disc RMP. They could go back to that, but I honestly thought that mirror matchup looked a lot closer. So personally, I don't want to see that. Yeah, it's a tough one. I feel like the only thing that they haven't tried is pretty much bringing in Chan or going like Outlaw DH or something like that. Just going with like some oddball composition, basically. They have a lot of options, so we'll see what they decide to do. Are they going to go for the mirror again? Are they going to bring in Chan? I mean, right now they're 0-3 in the mirror with Waz, so they are going to be bringing in the exact same thing that we just saw, and probably just talking strategies, trying to clean up their game a little bit, because that game was really close. They almost had Mercy at one point. He almost did go down, so Echo definitely, they didn't get like blown out of the water or anything in that last game. I feel like they did. That was probably their best game that they've played in these mirrors, but still, CHIBAKU TENSEI, it just feels like they are locked in right now. Like, especially Houston, he's just always there, getting the lightning lassos, getting the hexes, forcing cooldowns with hex against the D-Curse comp, because they're making sure that Waz is stunned when they're getting them. Things like that really just adds a lot of extra pressure onto Echo. So we'll see if Echo has a way to deal with that, or if this is just going to be CHIBAKU's show.
It's looking more and more like it's going to be CHIBAKU's show. This is such a volatile matchup. It can just swing in momentum so quickly if the Boomkin gets a string of kicks landed on them and then they're forced in bear form and they just can't get back out and they can't get clones. The game is just over for you. So this could swing really fast on either side's favor. Echo can't really let the fact that they're down now 6 points in a row against this team get to them, because they want a top performance, right? They want that first place finish. They won the Dragonflight Finals from the previous season. So coming into this, we're expecting like a top level performance, and it seems like they're now pretty settled in that this is going to be the comp. Now it's a matter of we need to get better than CHIBAKU at their own game.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but we did see it in that last season with that kind of Destro Demon Hunter steal that they were able to pull out. So anything can happen between these two teams. They are absolute masters when it comes to these things. But we are about to get into the match here. Game number 4, match point on the Coliseum between Echo and CHIBAKU TENSEI. Right now, Raikou is going to be leading the charge here. And we'll see if they can take Mercy down. Of course, both of these balanced druids are going to be the target of choice, and both of these demon hunters are going to be getting crowd controlled a lot. But look at Waz going for a bash clone early on to Blizzo. Mercy shuts it down with the solar beam, and that's going to allow Blizzo to get a little bit more uptime. Now, a stun clone onto Raikou. Waz does not land the solar beam. The question is, would Chan have stopped that, or would he not have? Maybe he's saving it for this. Okay, I see you there, Waz. Mercy pushing in extremely deep here to get the cyclone, but Waz shuts it down, and now, as a result, Mercy finds himself behind enemy lines, dropping already really low. Oh my god, almost in execute range. The Spirit Link gets absolutely no value there as well, I think.
They actually got back in it.
as Lontar was able to knock them away there.
Lontar, he's finally getting some good static fields here, but Mercy actually just waddled his bear back into it and got a little bit of the redistribution at the final seconds because they didn't kill it. But this is still a scary start for CHIBAKU. They're down 2 medallions, already down Heart of the Wild and down Barkskin, so this could be a tough position for them to recover from. And sometimes offense is the best defense in this type of matchup, but they're actually still losing on that front. Mercy has just not recovered here in this 4th game. Houston's imprisoned behind the pillar, trying to get a casted heal out. And we can see Waz pushing forward, getting closer and closer to Houston, looking for a cyclone on him, I would imagine, here very shortly. He goes for a bash, still no trinket. If he gets this clone, it could be game over, and Blizzo sees that. He interrupts it. They have to keep stopping Waz and the clones. Mercy looks like he's faked the solar beam. No, he didn't. He's actually locked out. Big damage incoming onto Mercy. Waz gets grappled away by Houston, interrupting his clone on himself there. Really good static field from Houston to interrupt Waz's cyclone with pushback. Blizzo trinkets to get aggressive, eventual retreat to immune the clone, but he fakes the kick, and Waz gets the clone. Blizzo's out of the fight for a second. Lontar gets time to heal him back up with that Primordial Wave. But Houston's now kicked by Raikou. Waz is actually just dying. Blizzo is just owning Waz by himself right now. Lontar manages to stabilize them here. Mercy's around to the right side of the pillar, but this is the first time I feel like we've seen CHIBAKU on defense. They're the ones on the back foot on this game, and they need to find their footing if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, things are definitely not looking too bad right now for Echo here, as they are getting a lot of cooldowns forced here. Waz, though, trading out the Bark Skin. Mercy also trading out the Bark Skin. Houston gets locked by the beam there on cast. Waz looking for the kill. Nice lightning lasso coming out there from Lontar. Gets instantly triggered by Mercy. Darkness drops for Blizzo, while Houston is sitting through that fear. He cannot connect with any more CC, though, and it looks like Houston should be able to stabilize Mercy in that position, but that's, again, a lot of big cooldowns here being forced now. Another Darkness dropping here. I believe this one is Raiku's, and Waz just going to sit in that one, get free pressure as he's just tanking that incarnation. Really nicely done there by Raikou. I like that. Just pop it when before the damage even hits Waz. We're already, getting to the point where dampening is going to start ramping up, and just stay aggressive with that. Don't even give them a chance to recover, where you have to run behind the pillar. Lightning lasso coming out. Raikou interrupts it, though, and Waz ducking around in bear from looking for some cyclones onto Blizzo. Gets interrupted there by Blizzo. Raikou sitting through a hex while Waz is kicked. He doesn't get the dispel there before Raikou gets cyclone. So Raiku's out of the game for a long time here because he went to interrupt that lasso.
See what they can do here. Full clone on Houston. Waz is low health as well. Lontar's not even CC'd. Gets a big heal out here. Waz is back to full. Mercy is still on the back foot, trying to retreat with Houston backing around the corner. Blizzo's still leading the charge, but I think Waz faked the kick. Lontar lassos Blizzo out of the game into a cyclone, but Raiku's into a cyclone as well. Solar Beam comes down on Mercy's Wrath there, denying any clones as well. It can sometimes be good to just kick Wrath in these situations to prevent the Boomkin from getting into Eclipse, and you lock out Cyclone anyways. Waz fakes a kick, gets a Cyclone again on Blizzo, but now he's Solar Beamed on cast, so he bashes Mercy while he's interrupted. Good idea to save that bash for when you are interrupted or silenced, because you can still use it in that time. They imprison Houston. They don't get any follow-up, though. They should be able to get in position, but there's no Earthen Wall. Waz, in the meantime, has to Bark Skin. Here comes the hunt from Blizzo. Big damage incoming. He gets cloned low on the Bark Skin, denying the recovery. Now they're pulling Raikou behind the pillar. Is Raikou going to fall for the trap here? Oh, but Lontar static fields Mercy so that he doesn't need to go behind the pillar. They stun Houston. They isolated Prey him there. That's a longer duration stun into a full Cyclone from Waz around the corner. Mercy charges in onto Waz, but he charges into a lasso from Lontar. But he does get shut down by Blizzo's kick. And now Waz could be in trouble, but he sneaks in with a clone. Blizzo trinkets it. He knows that this is trouble. They need momentum, but he's rooted. He can't connect. Finally able to get over here as he's dashing in. Here comes Incarnation from Mercy. It's match point for Echo. They cannot afford any mistakes, but he gets kicked on cast. And Lontar needs to get ready. This could be a Spirit Link. He's got a Healing Tide totem behind the pillar. It doesn't look like anyone can get over there to kill it, so the Healing Tide's getting big value, and it's Mercy actually falling behind. Houston trinkets. He drops down the Spirit Link totem, but he couldn't get inside in time. They sniped the Spirit Link totem. It only hits 2 players. Mercy is still just dying at this point. Raikou is really starting to tear in, maxing out his damage at this point. Waz gets interrupted, but it's on a Starfire, so he doesn't need to deal with that shear for a Cyclone. They Solar Beam Houston. It looks like he's actually stuck in it. Is he not running the Spirit Walk? He's actually stuck in a Solar Beam into a full stun. This could be a big opportunity for Echo if they get more CC. They lasso Mercy. Is he going to drop? 1 second left on the stun. Renewal comes through. He's back into bear form, ducking around the corner. Raikou in hot pursuit. Waz trying to chase him down as well. Stun onto Fusion. Houston fakes a kick. He's got Aura Master. He's casting Healing Surges. He needs more. He gets knocked, but that Spirit Walker's Grace lets him move cast while knocked. So he's able to keep healing Mercy during that time. It would have been game over. Maybe it just is anyways.
Mercy.
This is a lot of pressure on a Mercy. Lontar grounds the follow-up clone. They do get him stunned. Can Mercy get there in time? He needs to get a clone right now onto Lontar. He's got the casting circle down under his feet, but so does Waz. Waz is looking for clones. He tanks the Solar Beam with the casting circle. Mercy is pushing in. He gets windcheered. He can't find it. Lontar shutting him down. Waz disengages back behind the pillar. Mercy gets caught into a kick here around the corner. And I really feel like this is spiraling out of control for CHIBAKU. I feel like Echo have got this. Full clone, no trinket. They drop down Darkness. It's not enough. He static fields them out. Crazy plays here coming up from Echo, stepping it up and matching them point for point here in the mirror.
Beautiful work there towards the end by Waz as well. Getting the game-winning Cyclone on the Moonkin and also getting all of that pressure. Basically what started this entire kind of chase or like this exchange was Waz getting that full Solar Beam as well. He was able to land quite a few of them onto Houston, and it bought them a lot of pressure. So really stepping up on that Moonkin, and Echo are able to grab a win here in the matchup. And it shows that they are starting to get a little bit more comfortable here in the mirror matchup. But that was a really crazy kind of sequence of events where they got the solar beam. So here, both of them are just kind of standing in earthen wall, and it's a bit of a Moonkin race going on. The solar beam was right there. So Mercy using his solar beam. Meanwhile, Waz still has his. They imprison Houston into a stun, and then I think they solar beam out of that. No, there's the Spirit Link getting dropped. Oh yeah, that was way earlier actually. So Mercy here, about 50% HP, looking for the clones. Waz also looking for the clones, and I think it's at this point where the damage starts really adding in. So Waz kind of has to run here for a second, but then the pressure gets turned back onto Mercy. So Waz runs around the corner, gets full health, and then here there's no more kicks because they overlap 2 kicks there, and Waz gets stunned, but Raikou times his stun slightly after Waz. He gets the game-winning Cyclone right there. And then this knock here is really beautiful as well. Right there, that Typhoon out of the darkness and a static field totem as well. Lontar and Waz both had the same idea there to get their target out of that darkness as soon as possible. And they had the damage to back it up as well. So Echo with a really good game actually here.
They all 3 players. I mean... all 3 players had a massive improvement in this game, and that's the thing with Echo is that you have to beat them before you give them time to figure out what they're doing. Like, because if they want to get good at a comp, they will just beat you on it after a certain amount of time. So, like, you gotta get rid of them before they can regenerate. And right now, I think this is the regeneration phase for Echo, given that, and it could be a turning point possibly for the whole series. But CHIBAKU have other comps, and I actually think they're going to play DHDK. I think they're going to play some type of cleave. If Waz's team intends on using Boomkin Demon Hunter blind.
Yeah, we're going to Dalaran Sewers. There's a possibility here that we see Croto entering the sewers. Well, we'll see. I mean, if you're Echo, I think this is a no-brainer. You have to lock it in again. You have to. What else are you going to do? If you lock in anything else, CHIBAKU Tensei locks in DH Boomy and beats you. So you have no wiggle room here whatsoever. It's just lock it in every single time, and it's gonna be basically a mountain that they need to climb here in this grand final. But if there is one team that you can absolutely never count out, it has to be Echo, and they are bringing in Lontar on the Dragon.
I think it's they don't want him to get cleaved on Shaman. It's got to be that DHDK just kills Shaman, right? Like, so they don't want the Shaman, and they think this can be like a middle ground. Maybe it can win the mirror if Lontar outplays the Solar Beams enough, because that's obviously the weakness with the Evoker is going to be Solar Beam. But CHIBAKU, I actually wonder if they just play cleave anyways.
I don't know. I saw Garbage yesterday playing out of his mind, out playing like 5 solar beams in a row.
Still losing.
So I feel like this is, if you're CHIBAKU Tensei, just lock in the Boomkin and just enjoy. Like, I feel like it's been served up for them. Just press root beam on CD and just make sure that you're doing it out of something, like, out of an imprisonment or out of a Demon Hunter stun or something like that, so Lontar doesn't get to outplay it. So it's going to be a massive advantage, of course.
They did the cleave anyways.
CC, but they are bringing in the cleave. We are going to see Lord Croto with Blizzo and Houston, of course. And this is what makes CHIBAKU such a scary team now, because they've added Blizzo to the mix, and they've unlocked even deadlier cleaves. DK's got buffed, so their DK player, I think we've seen him on Ret as well, but it hasn't, looked great for him. So having Croto, who's a DK main, actually getting to play his DK alongside Blizzo, I don't think you can get much more scary than that if you're like a cleave-based team. So I feel like with Mercy as well on the Moonkin, on the Warlock, like they have the melee caster locked down, they have the cleaves locked down, and if you're playing Boomkin into them, this is what you're gonna have to deal with. And if you're playing, a Precious Evoker, anything, you can have to deal with their Boomkin as well. So it's just, yeah. That's why I picked them to win. Actually, wait, my prediction is spot on here. If CHIBAKU wins, it's yeah.
You're sitting pretty.
This is why.
Yeah, it's really
looking good.
It's like, oh, Echo.
Are looking good.
It's like, oh, Echo, you figured out how to win the mirror, did you? Well, we actually have the comp that counters our own comp. So good luck, have fun. They're going to be running away with this one. I think this Melee Cleave is actually really nasty into Boomkins now since the Death Knight buffs. Death Knights have actually been a hard class for Boomkins because of the way they do percent health damage, and they stack up this this dot on you, where when you heal, it ticks for more damage. So your frenzied regen kind of gets soft countered by that when they burst you with Apocalypse. It can be a really good way to just like swarm and overwhelm a Boomkin. And now with the buffs, I think we may even see more and more Death Knights pop up in these types of situations to try and pin down the Boomkins that are propping up everywhere, right? Like every single team, I think at this point is tried to the ones that haven't been succeeding. So it's about figuring out what can either become the better Boomkin team or find the thing that beats it. And I think this Death Knight Demon comp could be actually one of the things that beats it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is such a power move as well from CHIBAKU. They're like, you know what? We've beaten you enough in mirrors. You guys can have that win. Let me show you what else we got. And they're going to be flexing here on the competition, bringing in Croto on the Unholy DK. Blizzo is going to be here on the Demon Hunter. Houston once again on the Shaman, and Lontar, Raikou, and Waz. Bringing in the Prez Evoker here on Dalaran Sewers. Match point for Echo. They have to win every single game if they want to win this finals. Otherwise, if they lose just one game, CHIBAKU will be the winner here. And they do it. Echo, it looked a lot worse one game ago, but now they are unleashing the full power of CHIBAKU with Croto, and he's going to be taking a charge here immediately, going after the Boomkin.
Raikou eventually retreats away from the opener to avoid the AoE stun. He's getting decent counter pressure, but Croto's got that anti-magic zone. He actually gets knocked out. He didn't use Death's Advance to immune knockbacks, and now Croto's in a rough spot. That could possibly lose the game here. Typically using Death's Advance to immune knockbacks during anti-magic zone so you can stay in its protection, especially facing the Evoker and Boomkin. Now he's cloned low health and has to Trinket, but he's got to Strangulate. They're really trying to tear into Waz, but it seems like Croto is actually the one that's falling more and more behind. He managed to survive this. Raikou's pinned down to the bottom of the stack field for a moment by Houston, but he's able to kill that off easily. Now he's swooping back into the fight, drops a pre-darkness, anticipating a lot of damage here on the part of Raikou here. Try and stabilize his team and stay aggressive. Now they stun Houston. They're trying to get back on the death line, but this Boomkin is just outright dead. Waz is getting totally slaughtered. That's going to be a rewind now out from Lontar so early, but they turned it around. Raikou doing so much for the team, gets a triple stun into his sleep from Lontar, forcing the Icebound Fortitude from the Death Knight. Now Lontar flying through the skies with the Deep Breath, adding some damage into the mix on the Death Knight, but he walks into an Asphyxiate, and look at this burst onto Waz. He activates the Thorns. He's on the run into Bear, trying to escape back behind the pillar, and he manages to get out of line of sight, but now they're even cleaving Lontar. He gets kicked on his Fire Breath. They're getting AoE'd. They're just getting absolutely annihilated. Lontar is rooted. He has to use Emerald Communion, and even that is almost not topping Waz in this position. I think that was the Apocalypse. Big damage onto Waz. He's under so much pressure at the moment. Another triple stun comes in, but this one from Blizzo, and now Lontar into a Strangulate, gets rescued, but the Static Field pulls Waz back in, Houston pinning him down. It's up to Houston to keep the Death Knight aggressive here. He's got his Nature Swiftness and his Spirit Link Totem. They need to stay on target. They're overwhelming so much damage. I mean, Raikou is almost dead as well, but he needs to keep Croto aggressive. Is it Houston going to be able to keep his team aggressive? Blizzo gets caught. He has to use Netherwalk at 10%, and Houston has to make a tough choice. Does he make a push with his team? How is he going to top them? They want to stay aggressive, but they're not getting stabilized. They're at about 80%. Now Blizzo's in prison. Croto runs behind the pillar. That could be a critical mistake, but he is in an Earthen Wall Totem. Lontar's rooted. He can't fly to his allies. Nice root there by Houston. Lontar and Waz trying to kite away, but they get gripped back into the fray. Waz fakes a kick, insane fake, but now the grounding totem is down, denying the clone again. He goes for another cast. He has to fake another kick. He doesn't have the time. He has to kite away. It's too much damage. Abomination's limb is out, and it's match point. They face elimination. Lontar is stunned up. It is so much damage onto Waz, but once again, insane plays from Raikou, buying time for Waz, but maybe it's not enough. He's dying to Heart of the Wild. He pops the bark skin. He's holding on to dear life right now. Oh, the rescue upstairs by Lontar, trying to pull him to safety, but Croto is still there. Death Coils are coming in. Lontar is stacked up. He's going to get cleaved down a bit here. Anti-Magic Zone needs the Death's Advance to immune the knock here as well, so he can stay in its defenses here for the Incarnation. This is really the last chance, I think, for Waz. If he can't turn this around with the Incarnation, they're going to get swarmed.
Yeah, Waz right now needs to get some big pressure out here. They did force a lot of defensives here. Blizzo still with no trinket, so they could potentially try to take him down in a stun, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Blizzo dropping very, very low. Can he stay alive? He ducks back into the Earthen Wall Totem. Nice deep breath coming out. Houston is in a Cyclone, but now here comes CHIBAKU Tensei. Waz, what are you going to do? The fuse is lit, and the dynamite is about to go boom. He's running away. Lontar is caught up behind the pillar. Nice. Another fight shot. He gets rooted away.
Oh my God!
He gets winching. What?
Oh my, disgusting, filthy, oh my God, vile, oh my God, just totally wrecked, just double kill. He's on the floor, stop hitting him, he's dead already. Oh my God.
I said it. The fuse is lit. The dynamite is about to go boom, but I did not expect that. Jeez, CHIBAKU Tensei with the double. Well, that was a double,
It was a double
kill.
kill.
Right?
It was like an exact second. If there was like a raid boss mechanic, if one of them reses if they don't kill them at the same time or something, make sure they
like a council type of raid mechanic.
Make sure they die at the same time so that they don't res or something here. Because oh my god, I'm telling you, there's some things that are going to start popping up since the buffs. You know, I don't know if the meta is 100% rock solid on just one thing is the only option here. Echo finally got their Demon Hunter Boomkin to the point where they could beat CHIBAKU and Emir, and then CHIBAKU pull out the Death Knight in this last game, completely crush any opportunity or hope for them in the series. I thought maybe it was close, like Blizzo here at the end, like, hey, they're kind of getting close to the kill, but then out of nowhere, so much damage. So look at like what exactly is this? It's like a Death and Decay Mortal Death Coil on 2 targets, and then like a Blade Flare. Like what just hit? They get double cap stunned, and then he roots the healer, so he can't fly in and heal. So Houston MVP right here, double stun, root the healer. He can't fly in. Matt, like what the? What is that, bro? What? Can we just replay that moment, just the last second of the game instead of just leave it alone? Just leave it. Okay, like.
You stop laughing,
so,
Zico. Sheesh.
What?
I mean, how can I say, man? I'm a big fan of the air fryer cleave. This is why we call it that. And I mean, you saw it yourself. Just being near these guys is just a death sentence at this point.
Oh my god! They just got they got popped like a pimple. Just like what? What is that? Like, I thought it was gonna end, but not like that, man. Like, that was so nasty, dude. Okay, we just slow mode the end here. Like they're at 50% health. Houston goes God mode. He gets a double cap stun, God mode. He roots Lone Tar, so he can't use any of his fly heals off to the corner when he comes around the side. And then just skadoosh.
The hover there too.
Skadoosh. Like what? I don't even know what it is. The acid break is after they're dead. Like what even hit them, bro? Like I swear, nothing hit them. They just died to air. I swear.
Dude, Lothar's doing 250k HPS and his whole team is getting double killed, man.
You need to be getting 300k HPS, okay? Is that the enrage timer or something? Like,
I think Croto is the enrage timer, just if he's in the game right now. I think this is, like when they say like the boss is mathematically impossible right now. I think that's Croto right now on this patch. And you know what's scary? Okay, here we get to see it's the festering wound, it's the essence break, it's the death coils, it's just everything here. I mean, this is
because the essence break did kill him. It wasn't after it actually did the 200k hit on him there. Oh my god.
Jeez.
He's just squished. He's just under the boot of CHIBAKU right now. They have to peel themselves off for next weekend.
They've only lost a single individual game all day. That's incredible. And I mean, speaking of which, we actually already have an interview with the man himself, Mercy from CHIBAKU Tensei. Hello.
Hey guys.
Hi. Well, first of all,
Hey.
I mean, congrats. You like we were just saying when you popped in here, you completely dominated. You ended the standings in second, just barely tailing Echo. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels pretty good, especially since Echo is such a formidable team, right? I mean, they've been the team to beat in Europe for the last, 4 years? So every time we have a series against them, it's always close. And today we managed to beat them. So we're all feeling very happy.
Yeah, I can imagine. So first, before we get into any deep questions, I'm really curious. Who is the Naruto fan on the team?
Well, it's definitely not me. I think Fuston and Croto are more into that stuff. I'm more of a WoW guy.
Okay, so they're weebs. You're not, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, over the course of the season, obviously, you guys have had just an incredible cup after cup after cup. Was there a moment where things felt like they were like coming together and you thought to yourself, this is a team?
I don't know most of people know, but this team was formed at the very last minute of the signups in season 3 last season, right? I think I joined the team 30 minutes before the signups ended. So at that time we didn't really know that. Yeah, At that time, we didn't know that DH Lock Shaman was gonna be the best comp in the game. So as soon as the meta developed, we just evolved with it, and I don't know. As soon as I get to play my Warlock, I'm just happy, you know. So as the cups progressed and we advanced to the mid-season, we just felt like we can get something. And right, we got third place. It was a very good placing for us. That's when I felt like the team could achieve more things.
Gotcha. Zico?
Yeah, no, I mean, your team has been super impressive, and you guys are reaching new heights here. And I think a big addition, of course, is your old teammate Blizzo. How does it feel to be back together again?
Thank you, Big Z. Well, Blizzo is, man, he's just a monster. Like, I knew he was good, but I didn't know he's still this good. Props to him for joining, putting in the hours, and coming off his DH. Like, you know, he's the best warrior of all time. Comes in, plays DH for a few weeks, right? And then he dominates on it. Massive respects to the guy, and I'm really happy he's my teammate.
Yeah, I mean, you guys just looked like you're on a completely different level now with Blizzo added to the roster. And for yourself as well, you know, because you said you love to play your Warlock, but you haven't been able to play it too much. But in general, I've been really impressed with picking up Warrior, you've been picking up Warlock, you've been playing Moonkin, you've been playing, you know, all of these different things and been a really important kind of factor for your team. How has that journey been? Has that been, you know, something that's been kind of easy to swap around to these other classes, or did you have to like struggle a little bit with it?
Well, first of all, my goal when I play WoW and AVC, then obviously I just want to win everything. I just want to face every team and I want to beat them 3-0, 3-0, 4-0, right? So I'm going to put in as much work as I can on any class I'm required to, and I will reach a good enough level to beat everyone on any class I play. And obviously, you're asking how simple it is or how complicated. When you have a team like mine where you have, you know, like one of the best players in the game, Houston, you have the best DK Proto, you have Blizzo, it's very easy to grow alongside these guys. Like I pick up my Boomkin, I'm just going to play with one of the best melee players in history of the WoW and with one of the best healers, right? So my job is just carry my own weight. So it's a smooth ride.
That's a really good way to put it, that because you're surrounded by other people who are kind of on their mains and they're so great at them, you just have to worry about carrying your own weight. And yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, that's all I had. What about you guys?
Is there anything as far as like meta? Obviously, there was a bunch of class changes and not really a lot of time for teams to adapt to them. Is there anything from those changes that you think could possibly kind of throw a wrench in your plan, given the compositions that you brought to this tournament?
Well, initially before the changes, we were planning on being a DH Boomkin 1-3 comp, and we would just play that into everything and every matchup. But since DK got buffed, DK suddenly became a strong point in our composition, right? So I feel like now that we had the DK, our roster just elevated to a new level of, I don't know, scariness. I don't know how to put it. I feel like now we can play Melee Cleave, we can play DH Boomkin. Maybe my Warlock will come at some point. Who knows? That's a secret for the Grand Finals.
Well, I mean, speaking
of the Grand Finals,
I think we're going to ask the same question. Go ahead, Zico.
Okay, yeah. What are you thinking here? Your chances for the Grand Final, and also I have a question about the bracket for the Gauntlet. Who do you know? Like, do you have a guess of which team will be coming out of that Gauntlet? Who do you think has the best shot in the finals and in the Gauntlet?
I think in the finals we're looking pretty good. But then again, I don't want to disrespect Echo. They've been one of the greatest teams. So I think us and Echo have the greatest chances to win. And as about the Gauntlet, I don't know. I really like Corky's team, the Pirate Pits. And I think the jungle is going to do pretty well as well. Those would be my two predictions for the Gauntlet.
Okay, spicy. Pirate Pete's from the
Last
bottom
seed
of the
from
Gauntlet.
the bottom.
Yeah, they have to make a miracle run.
Horse the bracket.
I don't think we've ever seen it. I would love to see it. Someone come from round 1 all the way into the end of the Gauntlet. But yeah, my question was actually, I guess now that you've got Cup 4 out of the way, you have a week until the finals. What's the practice schedule going to be looking like?
To be honest, right now I just want to reset my sleep schedule because I'm waking up at 8 p.m. every day. So it's being a bit brutal.
Oh, Lord.
So I guess I mean, I woke up 30 minutes before we played first game, and I thought we were gonna play second, and I was like, "Well, dude, we cannot be playing first, right?" Yeah. So I guess we're just gonna take a day break, and then we're just gonna start putting time into the comps we already have, the comps we already practiced, and maybe some new comps.
Awesome. Okay, well, that's I think all of it, all the questions for us. Is there anything else you want to throw out there before we let you go back to sleep? Go to sleep? Rest? I
No
don't know
sleep
what
for me
time it
for
is.
another 12 hours, but yeah,
Okay,
sure. I
okay.
just want to thank you guys for having me. I want to thanks everyone that supported us in the chat. I've seen all of you. And yeah, let's hope we're going to have a banger of NA bracket and a banger of grand final this week. Thank you for having me, and take care.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank you
Mercy.
so much. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Wow. Once again, congratulations to Chibaku Tensei. What a great interview. Big Z. What a compliment. That's a
That's
new
my
nick.
nickname.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
You have to change the lower
It's an
third.
old nickname actually.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Haven't heard that one quite
Mercy's
yet.
old school. He knows. He knows.
That's true. No, he's finally getting the recognition he deserves, I guess. But that is that's going to conclude actually Europe for Dragonflight. Obviously, until we head into next weekend into the global finals, we will see Chibaku Tensei and of course the rest of the gang there. But I mean, I feel like the EU region has just been such a pleasure to watch. Super Tees. You know, we had new teams like Chibaku Tensei come out of the mix. We had Echo have to, you know, actually get challenged for once, and I feel like it's been just a fantastic season. It couldn't have ended a better way.
Yeah, every team is looking competitive. I mean, if Mercy's even saying that the last seed of the gauntlet could have a chance to make a run through the bracket, I think anything is possible. It's definitely not going to be a tournament that you want to miss. The finale of Dragonflight. We still need to settle in on our top four for North America here today. You can see it right there. Up next, Liquid versus VOIDGG. A lot on the line for VOIDGG. If they lose out in this tournament, it's going to be a tiebreaker with the move. So they need to win, I think, at least one series.
Okay, well, let's see if they can pull it off. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we are heading across the pond over to North America. It's Team Liquid versus VOIDGG after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are heading into North American Championship Sunday. If you're just now tuning in and you just missed it, CHIBAKU Tensei did take away that 4th cup victory for cup number 4. Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. They are up next. We're starting off here in the upper bracket. 4 teams left in the North American region. We can take a quick refresh at the bracket as well. We've got UNITAS and LaPump down there in the lower bracket. Then, of course, LaPump, they were the winner of last weekend's tournament.
Yeah, I mean, LaPump, they have been looking good. However, Liquid, they sent them down to the lower bracket. I feel like Liquid, they've been dominant in North America for quite some time. Some teams have kind of risen up to them, challenged them a little bit, but they seem more dialed in than ever for this 4th cup. So I'm really curious to see what VOIDGG is going to be able to do against them. In the lower bracket, like you mentioned, we have UNITAS making one of their deepest runs we've seen from them so far. And they also surprisingly beat the move 3-0. So just like in Europe, I feel like North America is still wide open. So many capable teams, and I'm really excited to get into these games.
Yeah, super excited as well. Obviously, like always, lower bracket looking kind of scary, upper bracket looking kind of scary. No matter how you finish this, it's going to be a pretty long and difficult couple of series on our hands. I feel like we had some really quick 3-0s in the EU region, Zico. Can we expect the same for North America?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I wasn't expecting EU to be so many 3-0s as well. I feel like, yeah, I think it's hard to say. I think with Unitas, like normally I would see Unitas and I would see LaPump, and I'd be like, oh yeah, LaPump probably could 3-0 that. But Unitas, especially yesterday, man, against the move, like they looked just super clean. They started out in the upper bracket as well, beat Power Frogs. They've really been leveling up. So I wouldn't be able to count LaPump out there, or I wouldn't be able to count Unitas out there. And that's what's so scary, right? Because LaPump and VOIDGG are so close in the standings. I think it's 8 points between them. And at the same time, Void and the move as well. It's just so many teams trying to squeeze in here on the last minute. And if one of these teams, like Unitas, if Unitas plays spoiler here, they could really do some serious damage to this bracket and to the region as a whole.
For sure. I mean, a lot of these teams are just kind of wreaking havoc through here, and we could potentially see that again right now. I mean, do you think, what are we expecting the blind picks to look like then as we head into this series of Team Liquid versus VOIDGG?
I mean, that's a really good question. I feel like VOIDGG, they've kind of realized. So it's interesting because both teams have multiple comps, but I feel like if we do, like VOIDGG has the threat of the Fire Mage, right? The Fire Mage, if Liquid plays any kind of DK comp, the Fire Mage is going to be coming in for VOIDGG, and I think that's a really good matchup for Void. However, I feel like Void has really been focusing on their Outlaw Rogue Moonkin. They've been looking incredibly good with it, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be their blind pick, but I'm totally wrong. It's going to be Liquid locking in the Moonkin Outlaw Resto Shaman, and Void with a surprise pick playing the Assassination Rogue Retribution Paladin.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty interesting. Liquid running the Resto Shaman version of this comp. Not something that we've seen too much. It's usually the Prez Evoker or, C2 on the Priest. But he's going to just play every healer, I guess, this weekend. Sap coming out here onto Kearney. And we'll see here a bit of a blast from the past with Nick and Calvish playing that Scooby-Doo cleave, the Rogue. And we see already a full fear connecting here onto C2. Where's the damage, though? Kearney already taking a lot of damage there, but Calvish caught up in a kidney shot. Samayam also caught up in a kidney shot. Nick getting disarmed. Now Trill is getting disarmed. Both of these rogues are just completely mirroring each other, but it looks like Samayam is going to recover here with some big heals from C2. Kearney going to use his escape artist there on the solar beam as well.
Yeah, a quick escape artist, but Samayam is getting destroyed. I mean, this damage is completely overwhelming. At the same time, though, Nick and Calvish are rotting down. Both teams up putting a tremendous amount of pressure out. Samayam is forced to use his trinket, but not going to overreact. Still has the bar skin if he needs it. Ceda's got all of his cooldowns, but the damage is just overwhelming. Calvish and Nick are putting out a lot of pressure on this Ret Assassination Rogue. I think Assassination Rogue is one of the more underrated specializations right now. It does a lot of overall bleed damage. I think this matchup is just going to come down to how they can deny Samayam. If Samayam is landing lots of clones, then the game's not going to be looking good. They have to shut down the clones. They can't be missing their interrupts, and that's going to be Void's ticket to win.
And Samayam has a root beam available right now. Yeah, he's going to send it onto Kearney. He's got no escape artist there, as he did get interrupted earlier. Freedom coming out onto that. Kearney actually getting dispelled there as well. and he manages to get the fear there onto Sidu, but I do believe Sidu tremored that one. Nick is still going to take a lot of damage, and Nick is sitting on that death mark for quite some time, and I just realized without the Prez Evoker, they have no way of removing it, and here it probably comes. Big damage coming out here onto Sam I Am. Sidu is going to trade out the Trinket, Spirit Link Totem. Huge pressure coming out here from Nick on the Assassination Rogue, but it doesn't look like he wants to commit the death mark still, even in that push with Sam I Am just rotting down here to the bleeds, standing in the Earthen Wall Totem, and he is going to be able to get a couple of heals there from Sidu and get picked back up.
Deathmark is very threatening. I mean, there's no real response from Sidu. He's got basically no healing. If they just decide to pull the trigger with that after this Earthen Wall Totem, I think Sam might just die, but Nick's got to hold on. Looks like he will. Big pressure here onto Sam. Full fear on Sidu, and I think Sam might just be dead. Here comes the Deathmark. Large damage available for Void, but Sam somehow was holding on, but can he hold on much longer? Sidu goes for the Nature Swiftness and manages to top him off. I can't believe it. Sam stays alive.
Oh my goodness. I feel like if he popped that death mark in that smoke bomb push, they actually probably would have killed Sam, but Sam is going to stay alive here. But for how long is the question? He's still under heavy fire. Sidu's in a gouge, currently moving in, looking for the fear. Can he find it? He doesn't even need to. Sam I Am gets dropped. VOIDGG bringing in a blast from the past with the Red Rogue Scooby-Doo cleave and put a point on the board against Team Liquid. This is getting very interesting right now.
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, Liquid is looking so good this week. They put in so much work, but Void as well. They are living up to their name. I mean, I really think when we first saw this team, there was some growing pains, right? Like, as individual players, they're phenomenal. Some of the best players in the game. I don't even think you can debate that. They're all so good at not only their own class, but different classes. But they're still mixing it up. They've been looking laser focused. The different compositions that they're bringing are so strong, and they looked really prepared in this matchup. And this was a complete surprise to me.
Yeah, and I feel like Sidu got a little bit into his own head there. Imagine if he was on the Prez Evoker in this blind pick. He thought probably he was going to run into a Moonkin, so he wanted to play the Shaman here, but ended up backfiring hard because Void reads that and pre-lock in the Asa Rogue. Completely surprising in this matchup. But we have been talking about it, actually. You know, Asa Rogue is one. I was talking about it with Sid earlier, how Asa Rogue is kind of one of those sleeper specs that we could see more of. And I mean, look at all this, you know, healing reduction as well there from the Shiv. Kavish bubbling in offensive, going back to his target here, and there's just so much damage. And then they initiate the CC chain, they kick the Cyclone, they kill off the static field totem, and then I think it all starts with a gouge. Yeah, there it is, gouge from Nick into a Hammer of Justice from Calvish, and like imagine you have a Hammer of Justice into a Fear still. Like that CC chain was far from over. Sam was dead ×2 there. So Void looking really strong here in game one.
Kingsbane burst coming in to finish off Sam I Am, 211,000. So there is that burst. Like the Assassination Rogue, normally it's a lot about the bleeds. And VOIDGG, obviously, that was their kind of like counter pick. I think what happened there is Liquid was expecting the Moonkin, Holy Priest, Rogue. They wanted to play the Shaman, so Sidu wasn't susceptible to Root Beam, like you said. And VOIDGG was just one step ahead. They won the blind pick, and that's trouble for Liquid because I think these teams, they both have so many solid options. And the thing is, VOIDGG, I think, can comfortably lock this in, right? Like, their Outlaw Rogue Moonkin, I don't think there's anything that just straight up counters it, as far as I know. Like, you have a decent shot in any matchups here. So I'm kind of wondering what Liquid is going to run. Like, is their best option just going to be the rest of Shaman Mirror? Because I don't even know if that's that good.
Bring in Lord Maz. Send the Air Fryer Cleave. Trill Demon Hunter, Lord Maz, Sidu on the Shaman, run at Nick, send it.
Okay. I mean, that's definitely an option for them. Trill on Marks Hunter, probably not going to be good. Like, I feel like the Marks Hunter pick is specifically something you want to run into Demon Hunters, as they are going to be susceptible to that kind of one-shot damage. So unlikely we see that, but I know Liquid has prepared many different things, but it looks like they are. They're bringing in Mez and Trill. That. Yeah, they're going to be bringing in Lord Mez, see if he can pick up a win here on the Unholy Death Knight. And I think this is one of those comps that is good into the Balanced Druid. You're both, you know, relatively durable against the Outlaw Rogue, and you have a lot of pressure in this match.
It's interesting that he doesn't want to go for the Shaman, though, when I feel like Fuston on the Shaman was so crucial for the win, you know, against Echo. I guess it was against a dragon, but Yeah, maybe that's why, because there was a dragon healer on the other side. But still, it is surprising to see Sidu, of course, been showing a lot of versatility lately. I mean, we've been talking about it. Sidu for the longest time, just being the shaman, but lately been playing Disc Priest, Prez Evoker, Holy Priest, just in general, bringing out so much options for his team to kind of build comps around. So Liquid, I really like that they're locking this in, and I know it works with the shaman, so that's why I'm asking. But I don't mind the Holy Priest. I think Holy Priest is also good, and it's going to give them a direct answer, of course, for the root beams as well. So, the question is, have they been practicing this? Because if they have, Liquid is looking really scary now, actually.
Let's see if VOIDGG is able to put this one away and pick up a win in game number 2. It could be looking really good for them. However, this is Liquid's map pick. This is their composition pick. This is Mez being tagged in off the bench on that Death Knight. Death Knights have gotten some buffs. They do a tremendous amount of damage. Let's see what Trill and Mez are going to be able to get done, because these type of cleaves, this is the original kind of bread and butter of Liquid.
Yeah, this is Liquid on a home turf right now. But how comfortable are they running these cleaves? We have been seeing, Samayam a lot lately for Liquid, and it's been great for them. So, but have they fallen behind on their cleaves? It will be remaining to see here. They're already going in after Calvish. Nick looking for the Cyclone, but does already get kicked there by Lord Mez. The slappy hands are out. Kearney potentially is going to get gripped back in here, and there it is. Double blinding sleep. Kearney with the instantaneous angel form into the big heals, but Mez gets knocked out of the AMS. He's dead. What? They smoke bomb the AMS. They knock him out of it, and VOIDGG just completely dismantled Team Liquid, almost breaking the Down Goes Venruki record.
Nah. I mean, that's still like 50% longer. And I don't even have the record anymore, to be honest. I'm pretty sure. I needed to verify that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Surrounding now has the record, which congratulations to him. But anyways, we talk about this game. I can't believe it. That's heartbreaking for Liquid. The game should not have ended like that, right? Like, VOIDGG having a very aggressive game number 2. They put themselves in an amazing position right now, because now Liquid's going to have to win on Void's counterpick twice in a row, but we can unpack this game. It ends at exactly 30 seconds. Sidu gets sapped. He gets put into a kidney. So it's a sap into a kidney. They decide to go after Mez. I think Mez actually does trade the Icebound Fortitude and AMZ. So let's see what happens. Sap, kidney, fear. Okay. AMZ drops down. Mez gets cheap shot. Cheap shot still lands. He gets knocked out of the AMZ. He's out of line of sight. No. Not only is he gets knocked out of his AMZ, he actually gets knocked out of line of sight of Sidu.
Oh,
that is a disaster.
Brutal.
Like that cheeky little line of, it's such a narrow. Look at this. So everybody pay attention. Like I was like, how does Sidu
the pillar where Trill is right now?
Because so look at Sidu. He gets feared out of the kidney. He was just sapped, and then he goes into Angel. Mez greeds it a little bit, but he trades his zone. You trade zone at 100% health. You think you're fine. Sidu's an Angel, and it's like, oh, you're out of line of sight. So Icebound Fortitudes.
Doesn't Divine Him go through pillars?
He might have been out of range. It's possible he was out of range.
Yeah, I think he got knocked out of range actually, and it didn't look to be like that far out of range either.
Yeah, but it's like as a Holy Priest, you Divine Him, and then if it's going to be lethal damage, you can still connect the Guardian Spirit and Serenity and like those insane heals. And I think it was just one of those things where it was, oh, you're out of range, and then Mez is like, oh, I'll Icebound Fortitude, and then he just died. It's like it happens so fast. A little unlucky, but also really good job by VOIDGG capitalizing on that situation.
I mean, they're definitely going to take this. I mean, again, the standings right now, because I was looking at this bracket, and to myself, I was saying, to be honest, I don't think Void is going to beat Liquid, and I don't think they're going to beat Le Pump either. So I think if Void loses in this, like I would say, in my mind, like heading into this game, I was thinking Void is more likely to beat Liquid over Le Pump, but I don't think they're that likely to beat either one. That's a better way to phrase it. But now they have this massive lead, and this is basically the series that's going to guarantee them a spot in that top 3. I mean, this is just fantastic for Void here. They can completely just eradicate the move out of the equation and get ahead of them. So this is really, really impressive here for the Void. If you're gonna have a game where something like that happens, having it happen in that game is probably the best thing that could have happened here for Void.
Well,
So now they're up 2-0. They just need to win one game.
I mean, also, if you're Liquid, you gained nothing. You gained no intel. Is this the comp? Do we want Holy Priest? Do we want Wrestler Shaman? Like, you just got nothing. That's a really bad feeling as a tournament team where you're like not sure about the matchup. You lock something in, you think it's going to be good, and you lose in the opener because maybe you would have won. Like, maybe he could have connected the heals, it would have been a completely one-sided matchup, and they could have won. But they don't get that intel, so now it's back to the drawing board. I kind of would like to see that matchup again, but I don't even think it's risky. I would just like to see the matchup again. So they are going to do it, 100%.
It's just that was the most random kill ever. Like, just run it back.
VOIDGG is scary though. I remember last season, it felt like Nick was very focused on his Destruction Warlock, right? And Desert Warlocks, they got some nerfs. Their tier isn't as good. You know, Holy Priest have become more meta. So, the double dispel against Immolate is really potent. And I think Nick, I don't know if he is forced on the Druid, because I've always said Nick was like one of the best, balanced Druids in North America. He's proven it, and he just wasn't playing it. And it was really confusing to me. But now that it seems like they're focusing on this composition, this team is looking really deadly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Void, and I think that they're taking, like the thing that we've been kind of criticizing them for, that they have just so many options and they need to narrow it down. I feel like they've taken that and just like turned that somehow into their advantage, because who expected Calvish Ret? And I swear, if you don't have 2-3, I guess, rogue players on the team with Wealthy Man, you can't bring out these kind of comps, right? So it's like
Nick is the assassination expert.
Yeah, like Nick is the assassination expert, Calvish is the ret expert, Calvish is the fire mage, Nick is the arcane mage, Wealthy Man is the frost mage. They all like divided up like amongst themselves, and it does give them a lot of fun blind picks like that one that we just saw in game number 1. And I mean, for Void, they win game number 1 off of like good planning. Not necessarily because like they played the matchup like super insane. They got themselves a really good matchup and played it, as they should. And it got them, a much easier win than sweating it out in like a Boomkin Rogue Mirror or something. So they're able to get that game like that, and then they're able to one-shot Mez, and now they have so much kind of breathing room in this series here, knowing that they just need to do it one more time here to knock Liquid down to that lower bracket. And I feel like if Liquid blind locks the DK comps, I feel like Void has answers to that. And if they don't blind lock, like, I feel like no matter what Liquid blind locks, Void has an answer. If they blind lock Prez Evoker to counter the Asarog, then they're going to play Boomkin. If they lock in the rest of Shaman, they're going to play Asarog. And if they lock in this, they're going to have, so many different options. Maybe with the Fire Mage cleaning the
crush this, I think. Yeah. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll see what Liquid can do. Can they battle it back? They're on the edge of going down to the lower bracket. Nick is taking a lot of damage early on, but they're making a swap on Trill. Zone drops down. A really aggressive start here onto Sidu once again. Likely going to be going for that Spirit of the Redeemer, but Mez might just die. Anti-Magic Shell comes in. They are respecting the cooldowns. That is Darkness. That is Anti-Magic Shell. Anti-Magic Zone. Trill Trinkets. And I mean, Liquid, they don't want to go down without using cooldowns, but they've used so much in this opener.
Yeah, and still a lot more pressure here coming out, but still they get the Cyclone there onto Mez. Trill with no trinket, with nothing basically available. I think Sidu is channeling a Symbols of Hope as Trill is getting some of his defenses back, but look at Mez almost going down here. There's still a lot of crowd control there onto Sidu. It's only the kidney shot. There's the full blind onto Sidu. They can sap this, and I think Calvish will try. Doesn't have a vanish, and he's gonna just go for the gouge.
I mean,
Mez on 1% HP. Sidu trinkets the gouge, gets the Guardian, blocks the kill, but that is it. They have nothing left to work with. They didn't use the Void Shift, so maybe Sidu can pre-Void Shift. Trill has Darkness, but no trinket, so if he's not cross CC'd, he can drop a Darkness and try to save Mez with that, but things are not looking good right now here for Team Liquid. They need to find pressure onto Nick. They need to shut him down as Kearney gets another fear onto Mez. Where is the damage going, though? It seems to be Nick actually on the back foot there. Kearney trading out the Guardian Angel. Double blinding Sleet coming in. Sidu looking for the double fear as well. And finally, Liquid are getting aggressive.
Yeah, big mind games here, too. Can they take down Nick? That was a really good death there by Sea-Doo. He got kidney shot, and it was almost going to be a fear, but he managed to sneak in the Shadow War Death, keeping him in from that crowd control, breaking the fear, and allowing him to get the counter set up here. But Chastise, Kearney's there. Is there going to be a follow-up fear? There is. Mez might just outright die, down to 1% health. Solar Beam coming in. He gets out of the Solar Beam and connects the anti-magic shell. A really close call. I love that Solar Beam there by Nick, but he's got Incarnation in 9 seconds. 9 seconds, Zico, and Liquid has nothing left.
What are they going to do about this Incarnation? It's going to be a huge trouble. I think this is one of those situations where the offense is the only way to bounce back here. They need to buy themselves a lot of time and just have infinite pressure, but Sea-Doo is in a kidney shot. Calvish is looking for the setup. Nice imprisonment there by Trill, slowing down the CC chain there, making sure that Sea-Doo gets kind of a gap in that chain. Full blind connects onto Sea-Doo. He's got no trigger for just a second. He has it now for the Sphere, but Anti-Magic Zone trades there onto Trill. Smoke Bomb comes out, double blinding sleep by Mez as they look to get aggressive. Sea-Doo in Angel form, spamming out the heals here. Try to take down Mez there, but he does manage to survive the setup. Now they need to find pressure onto Nick here, and it looks like Sea-Doo again just permanently sitting in CC. Mez can't really get too offensive. A kidney shot into a cheap shot. Nick gets the precognition, can get the Cyclone out of that gouge. He even cancels it to perfectly time it. Nick with such excellent timing right there, but Mez with the anti-magic shell. Trill dropping low. Mez dropping low. Nick, what are you going to do here? Who are you going to take down? If you can Cyclone one of these DPS low, it could be insane. He gets a precognition, but is forced to duck into bear form. Frenzied Region coming out. Kearney sitting through a fear. Sea-Doo in a kidney shot. Kearney moving in for the fear, and this could be Mez potentially just dying here. Sea-Doo has the trinket, has trades to make here, but not sure what happened there to the fear, but it looks like they will be able to stay alive. Mez gets cycloned on low health.
Oh, Trill so low though. Goes for the meta. Has to use the Nether Walk as well. Both Trill and Mez are just one attack away from falling over. The double blinding sleep comes in. They're going after Nick, but I think it might be Mez that ultimately falls. Beautiful Cyclone coming in from Nick. He fakes the interrupt, gets precog, locks down Trill, slows down the offense, but Mez steals it. And he gets a Cyclone on Kearney, gets his trinket out of the way. Mez might be able to bring this game back here for Liquid. That Dark Simulacrum really paying dividends, but they're making a swap on Trill. I don't know if he can escape this one. Blind on Sea-Doo. He has to trinket, connect the Guardian Spirit. I think Trill should be able to survive. Both teams running on fumes. This is a close call, Zico.
Yeah, they need to try to take down Nick right now. Kearney with basically no CDs left. He has the Void Shift. They get an interrupt there onto Kearney. Nick with the Heart of the Wild right now, spamming out the heals with the Frenzied Regen. Void Shift coming out there for Kearney. Could they swap to Kearney in this position? Looks like they want to try. No, Nick is just going to continue to be a menace here on the Boomkin. They want to shut down his Cyclone. Nick dropping to 10% HP. Huge Chaos Nova coming out. Sphere onto Sea-Doo, but Mez is just getting aggressive right now. Trades out the Anti-Magic Zone to stay offensive. Double Blinding Sleet coming out. Trill on 1% HP though. How is Trill going to stay alive? Calvish trying to take him down through that. Sea-Doo can't keep up, and Trill will fall despite Sea-Doo being in Spirit of the Redeemer and spamming heals on him.
What?
The damage is just too much from Void, who will guarantee themselves a spot in the finals and who will guarantee themselves a spot in the finals next week as well.
Wow. I mean, just wow. I've never seen that before. Sea-Doo was in Spirit of the Redeemer with Power Infusion, and they killed him through that? What kind of damage is that Void is bringing? Their setups look clean, though. Void is looking good. I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but they're really showcasing, their talents here in this game. These triple crowd controls. Mez almost going down to the opener once again. That's Solar Beam. He literally lived at like 1% health, so as close as it really does get. Trill rolls over, drops the darkness. Such a good start there for the side of Void, and it was just non-stop action. However, Liquid did have their moments too. Mez was able to find some crowd control with the Dark Simulacrum on the Cyclones of Nick. Managed to get some crowd control. This is where Trill barely hold on that, 5% health there, just a sliver of health. But I'm really interested to see the end of the game because I actually can't believe Trill went down in that moment. That was so incredibly close. But you can see how much pressure Mez and Trill have just by Kearney's mana, right? Like Kearney is almost completely tapped on mana. If Liquid could have just held on a little bit longer, they might have been able to win this game, but I'm just not sure about this matchup with how close this was. Nick incredibly low, Kearney incredibly low, but here's the fear. Sea-Doo gets out of the CC, I do believe, and this is where he goes Spirit of the Redeemer. He's got the Power Infusion, and he is just throwing in heal after heal after heal, but Trill just dies. I mean, he's in anti-magic zone. They're all blind. Divine Hint comes in from Sea-Doo, Trill doing what he can, but the Star Surges are just overwhelming, and they take him down. That's crazy.
He had anti-magic zone and divine hymn being casted on him. They went through the anti-magic zone and through that and just killed him. Just killed him through everything. Absolutely insane damage coming in here from VOIDGG, and they're gonna take it 3-2-0 against Liquid. So, I mean, Aya asked me, "Do you think we're gonna see some 3-0s today?" I said no, but I guess we will.
I guess so. We need Sid back to start listing off different synonyms of disgusting, because VOIDGG just took control and sent Liquid down to the lower bracket, and that was gross. That was vile. VOIDGG, absolutely well done. We're gonna see them down there, nice and comfy, in the last matchup of the day, waiting on the rest of these matches to preclude, basically, and hopefully Team Liquid bounces back, because that was a wrecking ball right there. VOIDGG, Miley Cyrus moment for them for sure. And now we're heading down into the lower bracket, UNITAS versus Le Pump. We can take a look at it currently right now. UNITAS, they started off this weekend here in the upper bracket. We thought maybe they kind of got a new little pep in their step. I guess they still did, because they are here in Championship Sunday. I believe it's the first time then also that we're seeing them last this long in a cup for Dragonflight.
Yeah, they're going up against a really difficult opponent. For Unitas, they can't really change their fate at this point. It's gauntlet for them. But I know after speaking to them, what they want is they want to change the perception people have of their team. They want to show that they are one of those top teams. They are a contender. They will be able to get through the gauntlet. So they want to have a deep run in this tournament. And I mean, they've had a good performance. Look at what they've done. They took down the Power Frogs. Unfortunately, they did lose to VOIDGG, but then they got through the move. So already taking down some of the best teams in the region. If they take down Le Pump, the team that did win last week, I mean, that would be a big statement for Unitas. And I think that would really solidify their position as, you know, a top tier contender for the finals.
Yeah, certainly could, but they've got to get through this series first, and we'll see if they can pull that off. We do have to head to yet another break here, but when we come back, we will be sending one of these teams home. It's either going to be Unitas versus Le Pump in just a moment after this quick break. We are down here in the lower bracket before we head into the upper bracket for the finals, for the grand finals, for the fourth and final cup here in Dragonflight. And we can take a look here at the standings where we currently are. First, of course, 360 points with Liquid. VOIDGG right now in second, and they're down there in the grand finals. So they've secured themselves a pretty nice spot for now, Super T's.
Yep, and it's LaPomp. They're the move right now. They're already out of the tournament. They can't earn any more points. They're stuck at 300. LaPomp, if they win this series and the next, will take their top 3 spot in the grand finals and have a guaranteed seat. So this is kind of the first step on their way there, and they'll have to beat Liquid, and they lost to Liquid earlier on. So this is going to be a real challenge for LaPomp if they want to grab that top 3 position. But look at this damage already coming out onto Existence, forcing a Trinket, Netherwalk, and UNITAS. I feel like they were an underdog team throughout multiple years of competition, but in this tournament specifically, they've been getting better and better and better, and this might actually possibly be their day.
Yeah, I think it definitely could be. Like this weekend has been looking very good for them. I think Garbage has been a great addition to the roster, but Abrua now under fire. They have a very difficult opponent ahead of them. Great start to this match. However, they need to keep it up, as LaPomp is a team that likes to go the distance. They are very durable and can drag it out to the late stages of dampening. So we're going to need really clean setups here from UNITAS if they want to have a chance at winning this one. We need to see Garbage get involved too offensively, and he's one of those Evoker who is really good at those offensive plays. Big fire breath there onto Dippy. He's taking some damage, but with no crowd control on Zhang Bahai, he will be able to top him off with a Nature Swiftness.
Oh, Brew on the back foot.
Oh!
Insane damage coming out from Existence here. Zhang into a kidney shot, trying to turn it around. Going on to Existence again. They get a full blind. Is he going to respect this and Trinket? Abreu gets rescued in, but he's in a bash. He can't really do anything. But they get a sap off the blind. Aiden getting a lot of crowd control at the moment, forcing the Existence to drop Darkness to try and knock him out of it, but he is able to get back into its protection of that purple shroud on the ground, and their team will recover. They're switching some pressure on Dippy, just cheap shotting and poking him a bit, CCing him and trying to keep Zhang on his toes as far as switching his Earth Shield around, but here comes a Solar Beam, and Abrua is in trouble. He might just die through Barks, get an explosion of damage as Abrua ducks into bear form. Garbage gets massive heals with the Emerald Communion around the corner, and now Abrua is fishing for clones. He gets one onto Existence. Probably going to set up a go out of this. They switch the clone to Dippy. Abrua jumps into midfield, looking for a Cyclone now onto the Shaman, but he's still got to get through a couple of kicks. He goes for it. Maybe off the kidney shot he can get it. He gets the Sleepwalk. Clone on the Demon Hunter. Dippy isolated. Big swap, but the Fire Breath breaks the Sleepwalk. So Zhang is now free of crowd control, and LaPomp are going to start to put the gas pedal down to the floor. Abrua is taking huge hits of damage at the moment. Garbage tries to pick him up. Frenzied Regen comes through. Abrua fakes the kick. Gets another Cyclone, but it's on full DR. Existence is now going to be immune to Cyclone for some time, and his damage is going to keep ramping up. Eventual retreats away to avoid getting cheap shot here by Aiden, but he does ultimately connect it. Massive damage incoming on the back end of that cheap shot, but Zhang trinkets, blocks the kill with a huge Nature Swiftness. Existence is back in the fight, looking to get back on target.
Well, see what they can do. Existence goes for the I-Beam, putting in a lot of pressure here onto Abrua. Both Balance Druids are under immense fire in this match. The full Cyclone does land, and now it's going to be Dippy who's taking most of it, but Zhang Bahai manages to sneak in the Earthen Wall Totem. Just gets Cyclone. Dippy deciding to get aggressive there. Gets the Root Solar Beam on Garbage. Trinkets out of the Cyclone, but they don't really get anything going. I wonder if that Trinket was a bit preemptive there.
Oh my God!
Garbage! Oh my goodness gracious! He almost just dies through Trinket Rewind. That was insane damage coming in.
Garbage MVP right now stays alive there in that moment. But Existence, his damage is getting higher and higher. Look at that scoreboard. He's looking to eclipse the entire group of anybody. Combine everybody in the game, and that's Existence right now. Eventual retreat immunes the clone. Gets back on target. He's cleaving everybody. Look at them all at half health. He tries to get nice nullifying shroud here by Garbage. He's going for a Fire Breath, trying to turn around, but Dippy fakes the Solar Beam. He's going for a clone. He gets it. Existence could be a bit of trouble. If they do force the Nether Walk from him, they're still keeping themselves in the match despite the amount of pressure that Existence is pushing out. They get a clone Solar Beam, though, and now Abreu is in trouble again. He drops a Renewal. He tries to Typhoon the Demon Hunter away, but he's caught in a stun. Big Star Surge is incoming in game number 1, and can Garbage do it again? Pull off another miracle? He does. He tops off Abreu, who gets the clone onto Existence, but now Aiden is stunned up. Dippy is still lobbing Star Surges over. Existence dashing in. Zhang has his medallion coming up here in 1 second, so he's going to have that safety net. Their team is going to play with confidence, which isn't good for Abreu or Aiden, who are now rotting down to about 80% both at the same time. But a full clone sneaks through from Abreu onto the Shaman, and a Sleepwalk onto Dippy, a big opportunity, but Existence is going to pre-Blair anticipating it. Now Abreu on the back foot again, dying through Barkskin. Garbage doing everything in his power to keep Abreu out of the disposal here. But now he goes into the clone. Will the Dream Breath that he's pre-applied before this be enough? It looks like it will. Really well-timed Dream Breath. He's got Stasis as well, so he can refresh that Dream Breath in a moment here. It's going to be a big extension of HOTS. The Solar Beam Dippy on a Cassie, a cheap shot. Where's the Sleepwalk? They need CC. He goes for it, but it's a little late. He's able to get the Grounding Totem down. So good disruption there, but they did get Existence Trinket nonetheless. So it is still kind of a W here for UNITAS as far as offense, but they need to focus on living right now. Nice little disengage by Abrua, escaping the Demon Hunter's clutches. They're just going to switch back to the Rogue. Immediately force evasion. Dippy gets a clone on the Trinket of Garbage. Abrua is now rotting down as well. And Garbage has the tough position again to try and get his team back from the situation.
Yeah, it's a lot of healing. He's so far behind on mana. Dampening is getting higher. This is not looking good here for UNITAS. They need to find a miracle setup, but I don't know if they're going to get the time. Metamorphosis comes in. Existence is looking to absolutely tear into UNITAS. His damage is through the roof at the moment. Aiden tries to slow him down, but unfortunately a Living Flame from Garbage breaks it, and now he's going to be an absolute menace in this game. Hunt comes in. Abrua just getting destroyed. At the same time, though, some counter pressure here on the Dippy. Cheap Shot comes in into a sleep. Aiden looking to set up his team for a potential win. They might be able to do it. Can they battle it back? Existence could be in trouble too. UNITAS is not going down without a fight.
And they do it. They've been holding strong here to the 5.5 minute mark. Garbage gets stunned. Brewer's got renewal. He jumps into bear farm. Off healing himself, looking to fake cast the kick. He fakes Existence kick. He goes for the clone, but Existence line of sights it at the pillar. Now they're turning it around with an I-beam, but they might break that root beam. They end up breaking it with the I-beam. And now Garbage is actually free of crowd control. Abreu is repositioning away. He's into Eclipse, but Aiden gets stunned. Existence is bouncing back, I think, to swap to the Rogue on this lasso. But the stun has just faded. I don't think Aiden's going to be going down anytime soon. He's got Shadow Dance. He can make a big play here with this Cloak of Shadows. Existence still has no trinket. He gets the kitty shot. Here comes the swap. They set up with a bash. Big damage incoming on that Shadow Dance. Huge pressure onto Existence. He gets cheap shot again. Is he going to fall? Zhang is there. He blocks it. Nature Swiftness. Existence is back into the fight, and Garbage is almost totaled out on mana. Abreu is getting crushed. It's so much damage. He gets a Miracle Clone on Existence. He wraps behind the pillar, but Dippy is pushing in. Aiden tries to push him back with killing spree, keeping his pressure going, but I-beam connects once again. Existence is all over them. Double stun comes through into the Hunt. This is going to be a massive swell of damage. Aiden comes back, gets a gouge. He's trying to buy whatever time he can for his team. Garbage goes for the deep breath, anticipating some CC, repositions, gets on top of Zhang. There's no trinket for Zhang. They could still maybe have some sort of miracle opportunity here, but it's slipping quickly as Abreu is down to 10%, 0 mana into a clone on Garbage and prison on the Rogue. Abreu isolated again. Existence is still all over him. They drop Darkness to stay offensive here as they make a miracle swap possibly, and Abreu will ultimately get crushed. And despite their defiant dance, UNITAS will fall in game one.
I mean, Existence is an unstoppable killing machine. He literally did more damage than Abreu and Aiden combined, like by a good amount. The amount of pressure this Demon Hunter is putting out is actually insane. Zhang's mana was way higher. I just feel like, I don't know, UNITAS, their setups weren't even bad in this game. They're just the pressure that LaPomp is putting out. I mean, it is just miraculous in these games.
Okay, dude. whatever Existence is doing, everybody else needs to start doing.
Yeah, no kidding. Like
there's something he is doing differently.
How is he doing it?
He's doing it with 300 MS also. Like against these fast casted clones, that close call for Garbage. I will say, even if UNITAS lose this series, it's a massive improvement, I feel like, as a team across the board. Probably they're likely still not out of it. I wonder if they do have any tricks in their back pocket, but I kind of feel like this gotta likely be their best shot. They could try and mirror, but again, we've seen that when it's Prez Evoker versus Resto Shaman in the mirror, it's just generally better for the Shaman because they can get out of the solar beam. So I don't think that we're going to see that. And there's no chance to see a Warlock from Thugonomics. I think it's ride or die with this composition. They just got to find a way to make it. They tried to swap to Zhang there at the end, but they even Typhooned him out of the darkness. So just look at this. It's too much, bro. It's too much.
How?
It's too much. He's literally
like, what is his gear?
Team. He's the entire enemy team combined, dude. He's literally...
Imagine you're Garbage. You have to heal through that. Like, what is going on? He's doing as much. It's like 3 DPS.
He's doing the same. It's the entire team, even the healer damage combined. I swear.
Like, what on earth?
I swear, he's doing the Rogue, the Boom Kid, and the Prez Evoker. The Prez Evoker's not doing nothing. He's doing the entire... Just put 3 existences on a team and see what happens.
I literally can't believe it, to be honest with you. I gotta like see what he's doing for gear. He's got double Zen focus, so maybe they need to like attack him more and try to knock off that additional
hit him,
mastery.
didn't they? I thought he was a kill target.
Yeah, they were. I know, but it's like, man, all right. Well, yep, LaPomp looking good. And
I also think that the double mastery thing was bugged before because I saw a patch update saying that now it's not bugged. So it's actually
was a bug.
possible that Demon Hunter, like, it just wasn't working. If you put 2 of the mastery embellishments, it didn't give you 2 of the buff. I think
Oh, that's good.
now it does give you 2 of the buff. So if
More
he's running
damage.
double, he's actually doing more than he did before.
That's good.
Uh,
That's good.
his damage is actually higher. That's maybe why the Demon Hunters are doing so much damage now if they're running that double. And they can kind of get away with it because they're only low HP when they're stunned, which they can't attack anyways, right? So it doesn't matter if their mastery is low while they're stunned, they're not attacking anyways. They come out of the stun, they get healed to full, and then they're just rampaging down the other team.
It just it becomes such a problem because LaPomp basically, like, if they can just bring the game long enough, Dippy and Existence are doing so much damage that they're pretty much just gonna, I don't want to say they're gonna default win, but I mean, if you're surviving to those moments, it just becomes unhealable eventually. And I think Zhang has been doing such an incredible job on that shaman. I mean, he is just so incredibly good. He's been holding on, not only his mana but his cooldowns for such a long time, playing the Restoration Shaman incredibly greedy. So it's not easy. I mean, you have Dippy who's playing defense, Zhang who's so good defensively as a shaman, Existence who's just like dampening you with incaps and stuns and fears, not allowing you to get your setups, and then they're just overwhelming you with damage. They're playing this really well. Like, this is how you want to play this comp.
Okay, here we go. Unitas gonna try and run it back again. They did it. They did at least beat the move. Like they beat the move at a mirror as well, I believe, or beat this composition. I say not a mirror. They beat the Boomkin Demon Hunter Shaman already. The move tried to pull it off at the last second, and it wasn't enough for them. So it is possible for them to be able to win this matchup. But LaPomp are gonna have way more practice than the move as far as this composition. I'd say I would debate that they're probably the most polished team, at least in North America, on this composition. So yeah, this is kind of like this is a real test, and then Unitas have to face up against Liquid even if they win this, man. Like Unitas are having a gauntlet run right now before the gauntlet, basically, to see if they can prove that they're a top standing team in North America.
Well, they're also like, they're kind of defending the move a little bit. So if you're a fan of the move, you want to be cheering for Unitas. Basically, the way this works, I think we've explained it, but I'll explain it again. If LaPomp can just make it to the finals, they're going to be putting the move into 4th place. So they will no longer be guaranteed into the finals. If LaPomp loses to either Unitas or they lose to Liquid, they don't make it to the finals, then the move is safe. So yeah, if you're a move fan, you're going to be cheering for Unitas here. LaPomp, though, looking insanely good in game number 1. Let's see if they can continue that pressure.
Big map, a lot more open space. Brew is just running in on his mount, grabbing combat, so they're not even going to try and get a sap, but they stop the eyes at least, so that means Aiden can kind of move across the map. They're going to cheap shot, start that with a cheap shot, sleepwalk, triple crowd control, decent opener. They cloak off the disarm. They're going all in! Massive damage! Insane setup by Unitas. Flexing there for a moment. Existence just immediately died. Got cheap shot in his trinket, and okay. We're talking about LaPomp moving forward as if this series is already over, and they're like, you know what? Hold my beer. Like, we're gonna send this. We're just sending them right now. Like, okay. That was almost faster than our fastest game. It was only an 18-second game when it ended or something like that. It's literally just the travel time of this map versus the Grand. I wonder if this game was on the Grand, it would be even possibly faster than the game we saw yesterday with the move.
It's just like
Draco Cleave.
It's so insane, to be honest with you. Like, this just shows you. I mean, sometimes the games go on for such a long time, but it's because the teams are so good defensively. Existence gets bashed. Okay, how does this happen? He gets bashed, they incarn on him. It's a cheap shot. Aiden rolls over. They put a ton of damage out here. Abrua just immediately trinkets out. He's not messing around. Aiden actually just cloaks off the Fairy Swarm, and they go all in. Existence, I think he gets cheap shot on his trinket. They're literally all in at this point. Existence, what does he do? He doesn't even trinket. He does, but he trinkets like the last millisecond. That could be like a ping thing. That's where when you're playing with high ping, it's kind of unfortunate, but definitely really good job there by Unitas as they tie up this series.
If you're a move fan, you're cheering for Unitas, because if Unitas win this series, then the move will be guaranteed in top 3 for the Dragonflight Finals. So you're praying that Unitas can one-shot LaPomp 2 more times like that and make it through this lower bracket. Otherwise, LaPomp are getting more and more chances to potentially steal the move's position. But that was crazy burst damage, and I like that they had a strategy. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. We're not going for a sap. We'll stop the eyes so that the rogue can cross the map, get a cheap shot, and then we'll set up sleepwalk out of the cheap shot, bash the boomkin, we'll step over, kidney shot. If he trinkets, I'll cheap shot him, and we'll just cloak and go all in and win in the opener, basically. And now LaPomp have seen that, he'll probably trinket the kidney higher, maybe, if he sees that situation where like it's cloaked out of the thing, and Brew is trinket the bash. Like, he's probably just going to trigger another higher, I think.
I think there's multiple things that need to be done. Like Existence probably shouldn't just run into the starting room of the enemy team. That's number one. But I think it also comes down to once you see the rogue actually like commit cloak and stuff like that, like it's Incarnation in the opener. He commits his cloak out of the disarm. I think you just really have to respect the fact that they're making trades and make a trade yourself, because that is by far the most lethal moment in the match. The rogue just cloaking aggressively, Incarnation. Like you just got to react a bit faster than that.
All right, here we go. We're going into game number 3. Can UNITAS replicate that 2 more times and potentially make a deep run, show that they've got what it takes to be one of the best teams in North America, as they've been, kind of cursed. Eden hasn't been able to find a roster that can make a deep run just yet. And this tournament has so far been looking the best for them. Now with the pickup of Garbage on the Preservation Evoke, who's absolutely MVP for this underdog team, looking to make a Cinderella story. And La Pompa, in the meantime, they won the last cup. They were looking dominant, setting the meta with this composition. So it would be surprising to see La Pompa not be able to take this series. They start off once again with a cheap shot into Sleepwalk. They connect it. Here comes the Incarn. His Existence ready for the hits. Not that much damage this time around here, though, in game 3. And Existence just Trinket anyways, though. He's not messing around. Trinket Blair. They swap the Dippy, forcing his Bark Skin, eventually crushing him through it. Nope. Zhang says no. It just gets him popped off with the Ancestral Guidance. Existence is still low health, though. They gouge the Shaman. They could swap back to the Demon Hunter. The DRs must be running out here pretty shortly. Aiden's going to kill off a Healing Stream Totem on the Shaman and then put him into a Kidney Shot, setting up another cheap shot. And it looks like Abreu is going for the clone. He fakes out a kick. He's trying to find it. Is he going to find the clone? He gets sheared now, but Zhang gets slept. And Existence in so much trouble. It's a Trinket Link. It's another walk. It's everything. We're not even a minute into this game, and UNITAS are showing that they are lethal.
I mean, these setups are looking clean. The damage is good. I think going after the Demon Hunter seems to be a much more effective strategy, but they are setting up here onto Dippy. It's down to 50% health, but Zhang, that's the first time I feel like we've seen him really have to Trinket and Spirit Link so quickly in the game. These constant setups from UNITAS are really threatening. Earthenwall Totem's down right now. They're just waiting for that to fade, then likely will set up another attack here onto Existence. And one more good crowd control chain, they might be able to win this game.
All right, here we go. It's a full clone. No Trinket. Dippy in asleep. Where's the stuns? Existence, is he ready? He gets put into a bash, but they need more CC. They find it. A DR clone. But Garbage is in a Solar Beam. He can't get any damage out. Abreu has to abandon the push. He clones Existence, waiting for Garbage to get out of crowd control, but now he's cloned by Dippy, who fakes the kick. Bash onto Aiden. They could swap back to the Rogue. Dippy's going to clone him, I think, but he gets quelled by Garbage. Star Surge is incoming, just trying to keep pressure going on to anything that he can and keep their damage high. But I will say that UNITAS, even on the overall damage, is doing a much better job in terms of keeping pace. They're not, getting 4x'd this time around. If they can keep this up, there's still an opportunity. There's no Trinkets on the Demon Hunter or the Shaman. If they get that double stun, they've got their Shadow Dance. They got Incarn coming up in 10 seconds, but it's lining up with their medallions. They have to go now. There's the Kidney Shot. There's the cheap shot. Can they win the game in this window? Garbage needs to be there. He gets the Sleepwalk. He needs to add damage. Fire Breath comes through. Can they drop him here in game 3? They drop Darkness. Can they knock him out of the darkness? They clone him low, denying the recovery. They need to get CC onto Zhang and swap or get another low clone. They get another low clone. He times it. Can he get a third low clone? No, he gets Solar Beamed, and Existence eventually retreats away from the Rogue. Garbage is in a Solar Beam. Existence will survive. Nice Solar Beam by Dippy to break up that chain. And now Existence has been topped off, but he's rooted. He can't connect. Abreu is just avoiding the Demon Hunter with that root. Garbage gets put into a stun. Existence chases him down. Aiden cloaks offensively here. Another Kidney Shot. Dippy into a bash. Incarnation. Big push of damage once again. Zhang Trinkets on the tail end of the blind, respecting the burst damage in this situation. I think it's going to be fair, given that's Adrenaline Rush and the Incarnation out from UNITAS.
Definitely don't mind that whatsoever. Big hunt here onto Abreu. He could fall. Barskin will be used, and Garbage rolls over, topping him off. Dream Breath as well. So at this point, UNITAS, they're looking relatively healthy. They got big Dream Breath there, and now it's their time to get aggressive. If he about 50% health, a full Sleepwalk here onto Zhang. Who are they going to be going after? Existence has his Trinket, so maybe not going to be wanting to go after him. He's going to be able to break free from the stuns. Let's see if he ends up using it. A full clone here onto Dippy. Zhang not in any crowd control, though. I think he's going to be able to heal through this pressure. Going for Primordial Wave. Existence is completely fine, and now La Pompa is going to be focusing on offense.
Oh, they've isolated Abreu. He's in bear form. Typhooning, trying to escape. Roots Existence into a clone possibly, but eventually retreat immunes it. Jumps back in, but he's still immune, and he lands the kick. Nice little navigation by Existence. Garbage looks like he's going to Trinket out of the Solar Beam to stay ahead. He gets the Sleepwalk. Can they win off this? Dippy's in trouble. Barkskin, bear form, needs to be enough. He rebuffs as well to get the extra versatility from Mark of the Wall, but then he gets cloned low health. But now Abreu is looking to turn it around. They're poking Zhang a bit, possibly trying to kill his Healing Stream Totems if he places one. Dippy's finally free of crowd control, but Aiden's on top of the Shaman. They clone Dippy again, low health. and they're setting up for CC. They solar beam Zhang. Dippy gets quelled on his clone. Massive damage coming in from Garbage. Insane pressure coming through. No trinket for 6 seconds. They get the sleepwalk onto Zhang. They get the clone onto the Demon Hunter, but Dippy has Heart of the Wild. He's actually just dying through it. An unbelievable push here from UNITAS in game 3. They're so close, but it gets blocked. That root totem from Zhang, preventing Aiden from getting to his target. Dippy's likely going to recover. They bash Existence. They're swapping to the Demon Hunter for a moment, trying to get more CDs from their side, but Healing Tide Totem is down, ticking behind the pillar, easily healing them as they Cyclone Aiden. Garbage, no trinket. Aiden, no trinket. Abrua, definitely going to be the primary target here for a Demon Hunter, but they just can't connect to him at the moment. Aiden's going after Existence. Earthen Wall Totem preemptively from Zhang here on the Demon Hunter, anticipating Aiden's stun, so Aiden's being patient. Just roll the bones, keeping his buffs going. Jumps over. Here's the kidney shot. Swap onto Dippy, but he gets intercepted by Existence with a stun double fear. Imprison into Bash. Insane shutdown right now from the Pomp on the setup. Dippy fakes out the kick. He's looking for try and get a clone. Never mind. They're just going to kill him with damage. Insane pressure onto a Brew. He's dying through Bark Skin. Existence is still right on top of him. Garbage is going to trade out the Emerald Communion and restabilize a Brua, who has just got kicked on clone. That's going to put him behind. Existence dashes over, lands a full Chaos Nova. Abrua gets crushed at this moment, and LePomp moved to match point.
Yeah, that was a good game by UNITAS, though. I mean, that, to me, besides their one shot in game number 2, this is their most convincing game. Like, they had really clean setups, a lot of pressure on all 3 members of LePomp, but ultimately, LePomp was able to hold on. They made the trades when they needed to, and eventually their damage is just overwhelming, like we talked about. So they're up 2-1 in this series. My question is there anything UNITAS is going to be able to do? Or do you think they were just going to play this comp again and try to just outplay it? Or what adaptations do you really want to see? I guess we can talk about that after the replay. We could see, the early stages of the match where once again, they almost take down Existence. They cause a panic, get the sleepwalk on Zhang, force out the Trinket Spirit Link. They did not want to go down in the opener. And I think that was a big difference. Like, I feel like the Pomp, a lot more respect in this game for the setups of UNITAS. And ultimately, they are able to hold on because they did make those good trades.
Yep. It was really good turnaround here, LePomp, as far as defense, to be able to stabilize through these setups, given how lethal the last game was for them in these final moments. Both sides making some really big outplays, but Garbage had his trinket in the final second, and I think he had rescue. Maybe it doesn't come off cooldown, but there was definitely something. His trinket's like 5 seconds away, 4 seconds away. Maybe doesn't want to overlap it, but he gets stunned here, and then trinket's available. There's nothing you can really combo, I guess. He might even trinket into an Imprison or something, possibly in that position. If he had like Rewind or something, I would say definitely, I think a trinket there could save them, but he doesn't really have anything to pair with his trinket, so I don't think it's guaranteed that they survive at that moment in time, unfortunately. Just earlier on, like, look at the pressure. They got so many buttons just right off the rip. You're thinking like they might have even be able to just win the game in the opener. So possibilities are still on the table for UNITAS. It's match point. They have to win 2 more games if they want to knock out LePomp and save the move from having to play in the gauntlet. Otherwise, LePomp, if they can beat Liquid, they'll steal the move's position in the top 3 that they've been sitting pretty comfortably in for, most of the season. Even between last season and this season, they've been, comfortably a top 3 team. So this would be a bit unprecedented for a team to take their position, and they've got nothing to say about it because they're out of the tournament already. It's up to the other teams to try and knock out LePomp. But right now, it's not looking so good.
Oh no, Pomp is just absolutely pumping in these games. But it is going to be the comp and map pick here by Aiden. But it feels like a lot of these teams are, in a majority of the matchups we've seen, a lot of these teams are just they're sticking with one thing, right? Like, they have their comfort pick. It's not really so much about counter comping. In some instances, that is happening, but I feel like we're seeing like teams getting really, really comfortable with just maybe 1 or 2 compositions, and they're willing to just play. Like, maybe this is just one of those matchups that can go back and forth. UNITAS just going to continue to go for it. There was definitely moments in that game number 3 where it felt like UNITAS was going to win. So can't count them out yet.
Imperial Domain, big map. I don't think LePomp are changing anything. Although it's kind of unfortunate for their team that they don't have like DHDK. I feel like if LePomp had that, they'd be like an identical mirror to CHIBAKU, which actually won with those 2 compositions. Maybe it's something that they can look to add to their roster, possibly, for the finals, given that they've got some time after this tournament. Because, yeah, if they could get that, it seems like those are the 2 top compositions that you're going to want on your roster: Demon Hunter Death Knight and some sort of Boomkin Demon Hunter, maybe Boomkin Rogue as an alternative, or just be the best Boomkin Demon Hunter, maybe, and maybe that's just enough, because I think it could be.
You know what's very interesting still, I think about this is like during our interview with Dippy last week, they kind of revealed that their fourth wasn't there. Like KZ Fox wasn't available. They didn't have the rep paladin, and they were kind of forced to play this comp. And by being forced to play it, they kind of realized, oh, like this is a really, really good comp. I'm sure they knew that, but I feel like since that moment, this has been kind of what they've just stuck with, and still so many teams are struggling to figure out what to do against them. I think the only really convincing compositions we've seen against what LaPomp is running is maybe the DHDK, like you said, and then potentially some of those agility cleaves, like the Windwalker Rogue or Windwalker Demon Hunter. Maybe that could win also. But we'll have to see. Maybe Unitas will prove us wrong here, or prove me wrong, and they'll be able to win here with this Outlaw Rogue Moonkin Evoker on Empyrean Domain. But yeah, this is looking scary. LaPomp is looking good. If they make the trades, they live long enough, they will just eventually completely overwhelm. Unitas has to cause overlaps. They need to cause kind of a panic and chaos in the game, and that's going to be their ticket to winning.
All right, can they do it? Can Unitas squeeze through a couple more one-shots, a couple more all-ins against LaPomp to be able to pull off a win here and eliminate them and save the move from having to play in the gauntlet, but also prove to themselves that they are going to be worthy of being a top-ranking team in North America. The pressure is on. This is it for them. Last chance, last leg, backed into a corner. Are they going to have what it takes to be able to take on LaPomp? This team is very devastatingly scary in terms of defense. So hard to find a line or an opening to be able to penetrate through and find victory, but they were able to scoop one game. So it is possible for them here as the gates are about to open and they're going to be flying in from either side. Likely we see a Brewstain on the mount again. I think he's going to run in and just tag the Demon Hunter really quickly so that the Rogue can get a cheap shot onto the Shaman. But actually, no, they're all in stealth, which means Existence could pop somebody. No, Brew is going to Moonfire now. And Aiden grapples over. He's going to get a cheap shot. Dippy's in position to peel, though. Oh, he's right behind him. He knows he's going to open on Zhang because he's done the same opener every time. So Dippy's going to root the Rogue so he can't move. But they're actually just going on the Shaman. And now they swap to Dippy with a Solar Beam. This is quite an unorthodox opener from their side. They tried to mix it up there. They've been doing the same opener every time, so they tried doing something different. They open on the Shaman. They do at least get his wall, but I think it's going to be difficult to actually capitalize on that later on.
Yeah, I think so too. Zhang just plays so well defensively. We'll have to wait and see, though. If they can find a perfect setup, free Earthen Wall Totem will drop down on this stun. I think a big part of Unitas' success is going to be getting Garbage involved. His damage really matters in this match. Big setup on Existence. They force the Trinket, and that is the kind of panic they need. They get the Trinket Netherwalk. Dippy's used his Trinket. Zhang is kind of the last bastion who can defend Existence during another push. So we'll see if Unitas can keep up the pressure. Adrenaline Rush coming up in about 40 seconds here for Aiden. Incarnation in about a minute and a half for a Brua. So there are going to be opportunities here. Let's see if they can get the Trinket here from Zhang. There's a kidney shot into a Sleepwalk. He trinkets out. Bash on Existence. Root Solar Beam comes in. Zhang sneaks in the Spirit Link Totem, but this offense from Unitas is looking good.
Nobody has a medallion. So if they can get a clean CC chain, they got Shadow Dance. They're just popping Shadow Dance right now on Dippy. I don't know if I like this. He's just trying to maximize his overall damage, but Dippy is definitely not going to die on this setup. And now he just gets lassoed into a clone. So his Shadow Dance not going to get any value here for Aiden. He's trying to get CC now, kidney shot, and now does he have a way to stun? He's got to vanish. They're sending it. They need to win right here and now. Can Unitas do it? A pre-Earthen Wall Totem is soaking hits, but it may not be enough as Existence is forced to darkness. They could knock him out of the darkness. Does Garbage have it? He doesn't, it looks like. Zhang gets a huge heal. Darkness keeps him alive for another setup, but Abrua fakes the kick, gets a clone, jumps away from Existence. They swap back to Dippy in the meantime, keeping up their pressure, and I really like that they do temporarily swap targets to force Zhang to move his Earth Shield off of the Demon Hunter, and if he's not ready to anticipate the swap back, and if the Demon Hunter doesn't have Earth Shield on a go with no Trinket, he's 100% dead. So keep the pressure on Dippy in between. Force that Earth Shield swap. Here comes a kidney shot. Blind, no Trinket. They need damage, but Aiden's disarmed. He cloaks it off, but there's just not enough damage. Existence survives the stun, gets a blur on the restun, and he's going to take zero pressure from that. And now LaPomp have survived long enough that I think they're going to get their medallions back. They're going to be in a comfortable position. Maybe there's a window here with Incarnation. Dippy's being greedy. He's in the Earthen Wall Totem and refusing to overlap the Barkskin with it. Even despite all the damage that's crashing in on him at the moment, he's refusing to use Barkskin. And they managed to make it through that situation. Here comes the Essence Break. Big damage push on Abrua. He Barkskins right away. Now he's going to get rescued in on top of Zhang, looking for a Cyclone. They Cyclone Dippy, good Sleepwalk on the Shaman, but Existence pre-imprisons the Rogue on the Bash, but they're still shipping the Incarnation anyways. They're trying to finish him. Can they KO him? Huge heal comes through once again from Zhang. Existence gets topped, and now they swap to Dippy with the remainder. They clone the Demon Hunter. They're trying their best to get something out of this situation. They'd love to get a medallion either from the Shaman or the Demon Hunter, but they just don't have the CC to do it. Garbage is in a Solar Beam. The Rogue Aiden is getting owned by Dippy in terms of pressure. Now he gets Cycloned. Now a Brua into a stun. Big swap back onto a Brua. Death Sweep. Crashing in. Star Surges aligned with it. Another clone onto Aiden. Now clone swap to a Brua at low health. Aiden's moving over towards Zhang, but he gets rooted. Dispelled. Now Kidney Shot. But Solar Beam on Dippy as well. Existence is eventually retreating away, trying to avoid the stun, but they eventually do catch him. Can they drop him? It's crazy damage. Existence trinkets. He gets the blur popped just in the nick of time, and UNITAS are still keeping this close.
Yeah, they definitely are. Right now, the Pomp, Existence, and a Cyclone. They're slowing him down. Cyclone on Aiden at the same time. Both melee just getting completely controlled here by the opposing Druids. Ampening is going to be starting to ramp up here. Chaos Nova on Garbage. Existence looking to get aggressive onto a Brua. Dippy at the same time taking some damage, but these Earthen Wall totems from Zhang have been so good. Every single stun is just getting Earthen Wall totemed. It's one of the reasons Existence was able to survive earlier on. It's one of the reasons why Zhang can sit so many of these crowd control changes. He's just bolstering their defense with that totem. Root Solar Beam coming in here onto Garbage. Both Abrua and Aiden are getting absolutely destroyed. Abrua's in a lot of trouble. Bashed into a Cyclone. Garbage forced to Trinket. He gets recycled on his Trinket, but he sneaks in a rescue, allowing Abrua to get behind the pillar and survive. But that was a great push by LaPomp, and all of a sudden, Garbage really doesn't have much left.
Oh, Abrua stun, no Bark Skin. What is Garbage going to do here? He's got Rewind, but Abrua gets cloned. He can't use it. Zhang into a gouge. Aiden is trying to set up, but it's a free Earthen Wall. They can't go on the Demon Hunter here with that down. Abrua gets Cyclone again. Lasso on Rogue. No Trinket. They could swap to the Rogue as well. Abrua is back into the distance. I think they're going back onto Aiden. He's got Evasion and Cloak, so he should be able to soak this. He should actually be happy that he's the target right now. He's got a lot of defensives to trade in this position. Here comes a full Kidney Shot into a full blind, but he Trinkets it. Maybe they can kill him through the Trinket. It's a lot of damage. Dippy gets a clone over onto Aiden, denying the pressure. Zhang respects it, drops the Link, but they snipe the Link instantly. I don't even think the Link got to redistribute anyone's health there, but it may have just entirely been unnecessary, but it shows how much of a threat UNITAS is, because it is not easy to pull a Spirit Link Totem from Zhang here in this matchup. Now Garbage into a Solar Beam. Abrua needs to be careful. He's trying to get clones. He gets one onto Dippy, denying some damage. He disarms the Demon Hunter, dispelled out by Zhang. And now Aiden is looking to try and set up for the win here. Incarnation's up. He's got Shadow Dance. This could be their final push. They bash the Demon Hunter. They're going for the all-in. Everybody is in CC, but they don't have enough damage. Maybe they do. The Fire Breath sneaks through at the last second, forcing the Nether Walk from Existence as he immunes that incoming attack. But now he's got Medallion. He can Trinket Blur. He's got Essence Break. He's got the Hunt. His damage is going to be maxed out in a moment. Whenever he pulls the trigger, he lands the stun. Where's the Hunt? He can ship it and clip it at any moment here. I-Beam, massive damage with the Essence Break. Garbage tries to rescue Abrua back to safety, but Existence reconnects with the Hunt. And he's connecting still, a tremendous amount of pressure, but Garbage is doing God's work right now, keeping Abrua alive through that onslaught. Now another Kidney Shot. Existence pre-fears the go on himself here, hitting Aiden with that. But he does connect anyways. And the Earthen Wall Totem may not matter. Do they have more stuns? They don't. Existence dashes out. He's got Blur up, and it looks like he's going to be stabilizing. Dippy fakes the kick. Clone on Aiden, but it's on DR. Aiden's going to get a lot of uptime here now as a result of that clone. Abrua into the clone now from Dippy. Garbage is trying to disintegrate some mana back so that he can start to at least compete with Zhang with a little bit longer, but he's into a Solar Beam. Aiden has to evasion. Abrua needs to skin right now. He's being greedy. He's so low. Renewal comes through. He gets topped off, but a Cap Totem, but maybe it doesn't matter. Aiden is trying to go for the win. Cheap shots onto two players. Dippy charges over to Abrua to bash him, looking for a clone. Clones Aiden out of the game. Abrua gets shut down, but Dream Breath is up from Garbage on Abrua. He's going to be very tanky with the Dream Breath. So they actually Cyclone him and switch to the Rogue instead, who has no Cloak or Evasion. Nice switch from LaPomp, recognizing that preemptive move from Garbage. And now, but maybe it doesn't matter. Look at this killing spree. Aiden is just absolutely slapping. Dippy tries to jump away, but he's kind of being greedy with the Spark Skin at the moment. He gets away with it. Now a stun onto Abrua. Aiden is cloned. He can't help. Garbage rescues him once again to the other side of the map. I have to call him the Garbage Truck, just delivering in Abrua all over the map right now. And Abrua, it doesn't even matter. He's just dead. What is this pressure from Existence? Another hit of the Hunt, and he almost dies, and Garbage pulls off another miracle. Abrua gets a Cyclone. Existence is out of the match. They're trying to push in on Dippy. Maybe in dampening the Boomkin's a better target. I don't feel like it is, but they've rotated through so many defenses. Existence is just absolutely destroying Abrua. It's match point. They face elimination. He's at 1% and goes down. LaPomp only need to win one more series to take a top 3 position.
LaPomp is looking just so deadly, but I really just have to say, I feel like UNITAS did exactly what they set out to do in this tournament. They really showed that they are a threat. I think they leveled up, and they were looking really, really good. However, LaPomp just a little bit better on the day. This composition is looking good for them. They played it well, and they were able to just overwhelm Garbage, especially in the late game. It's just so difficult to deal with this amount of pressure, but it was just clean setup from both teams. consistently. Dippy doing a really good job playing defense with his clones, trying to set up his team to survive and go for that long game. Abreu at the same time barely holding on. These are the miracles we saw from Garbage. But if you just look, Garbage's mana is so significantly behind in this match. Abreu right now does have his incarnation, and they do have a nice little aggressive push with it, but the crowd control from Dippy onto Garbage just makes it so difficult for them to actually get anything going. Root Solar Beam comes in. Garbage is able to get out of it, but there's just no cooldowns left. No buttons he can really press. Dampening so high. Incarnation for Dippy, and it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. Dippy really kind of popped off in this one for me.
This was a really good game from them overall, and now they have a huge opportunity against Liquid to possibly take a top 3 position. They just have to beat them. And Liquid threw a bunch of random comps at them the other day. The Disc Priest, then they had the Hunter. So I don't really know what to expect from Liquid. And I don't think La Pomp really do either. So are they just going to stick to this comp, just play as the best that they can and try and overcome any sort of randomness that Liquid throw their way?
Certainly a question we will soon find out as well, because Team Liquid, I mean, you're absolutely right. They randomly brought out a new spec last weekend, and who's to say they couldn't do something like that once again? So few more challenges still in the way between La Pomp and making it back up to the grand finals. They're heading off against Team Liquid, like Sid mentioned, here in the lower finals. So they're still facing elimination, not quite at the finish line just yet, but 2 teams remain, Ven, that they have to get through. How likely is it that they will get back up to the grand finals?
I mean, I wouldn't count them out. They literally won the tournament last week, right? Like they won cup number 3. So it is likely they're going up against a difficult opponent. Liquid obviously prepared a lot for them, and Liquid was the team that sent them down into that losers bracket. So a bit of a rematch going to be coming in here. We'll have to see. Liquid has some surprises with, Trill on the Hunter, but I feel like they've revealed their hand a little bit. So I think for this one, La Pomp is going to be a little bit more prepared for the rematch.
Yeah. Hopefully, they better be prepared for sure. They've got a challenging couple of series ahead against them. So with that, we're going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, it is Ven's favorite part of the day. We're going to guess some spells. And be sure to guess alongside us if you're watching from home. We're going to try and guess the spell based on the limited information that has been given to us.
Who spells it anyways?
Instant.
All right.
Minute cooldown. So it's a minute, some type of minute, 1, 2, 3, or 5 minute cooldown. It reduces all damage you take.
Usable. It's usable while stunned. I don't think it's pain suppression. I think it's Barkskin.
It could be a lot of different things, okay? So let's see what Barkskin's not even there, man.
Oh.
Divine protection then. It's divine protection.
I'm flashing them in and out here. Yeah, it has to. Oh, it could be on any resolve.
Could be.
It's definitely not Obsidian Scales. You can't use it while you're stunned.
Not
it's
Astral
not Astral Shifts because you can't use it while you're stunned. You can use Divine Protection on any resolve when you're stunned. They're both at least a minute cooldown, or is Divine Protection lower than a minute?
It's a 1 minute cooldown.
I want to say it's 1 minute, but I don't know if there's like a talent randomly or something that makes it less than. Maybe that's the difference here. But the thing is, it doesn't have any more text, whereas on any resolve would say you're immune to interrupts or something, right? So it has to be Divine Protection because the text would be longer.
Yeah, I already had all these thoughts way ahead. Locked it in a long time ago.
I'm over here trying to be useful, provide commentary to the chat. You just want to be right. Okay, I see.
That's right.
Wow.
It is nice. It is nice to hear the insight on what it could be, but
yeah, I feel like I'm learning things. Oh wow, very nice.
This is my favorite game ever.
The chat is catching up right now. They all thought Barkskin as well initially.
Yeah. I mean, this is Barkskin, right? These are the same ability.
Basically. Yeah.
Essentially.
I wonder if Barkskin has the same text. Whoa. Ooh.
Now has 2 charges and reduces. So pain suppression has a talent that gives it 2 charges.
What about Obsidian Scales?
I think it's a Throwglaive talent. I don't remember what the name is, so I need the pop-up. I'm like, it's something like causes your glaive toss to have 2 charges and reduces the movement speed.
Oh.
I can't remember what the name of it is. I can't remember the name, so I need the we
need the flashcards.
Okay, it's not.
Oh, could be
Oh, it's
None of those
double
are
time.
Oh, wait. Reduces the damage taken because it could be safeguard. Safeguard gives you 2 charges of intervene. Intervene now has 2 charges and reduces the damage, but double time also charge now has 2
I think it's
charges.
safeguard.
I think it's safeguard. Yeah, there's no way it's purification. Oh, maybe. Oh, no.
It's not
'Cause
Hand
it
of
doesn't reduce the
Divinity.
cooldown. Doesn't reduce the cooldown. It's not hand of divinity. It's either double time or safeguard. And double, I think it's safeguard. I think it reduces the damage by what is it, like 20%? I think 25%.
Yeah, I think so. Intervene now has 2 charges and reduces the damage by something
And
something.
then what's the next text underneath it? Because the next text underneath it could be double time, where your charge. No, your charge doesn't root with double time. That's just 2 charges. It's like Warbringer or something that charges. It's safeguard.
Safeguard, lock it in. Final answer. What is it? I don't know.
All right, let's see. Is it safeguard? Oh, wow. That was some big brain stuff right there. Nicely
Oh.
done.
It increases the cooldown of intervene. Forgot about that.
Yeah. Sorry, you guys got there eventually. It was impressive. I like hearing the thoughts behind it. Hearing your work. All right, well, let us know if you guys watching in chat got that one correctly, and definitely stick around for more fun segments such as that. But with that, we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to head into the North American lower finals, the very last one of Dragonflight here on Cup number 4. It's Team Liquid versus Le Pump coming up after this break. Hello, welcome back. We are here in the lower finals of North America. It's Le Pump facing off against Team Liquid. Zico, I'm curious if the condition of this game make Le Pump maybe want it just a little bit more, considering that they have a chance to make it into the top 3.
So here's the thing: Liquid beat Le Pump last week. Sorry, no.
Right.
Le Pump beat Liquid last
Yesterday.
week. Liquid beat Le Pump yesterday. So now, what is Le Pump going to do here? They got their rematch. They have to win here. If they win, they lock it in the top 3, kicking the move back into the gauntlet. So I feel like this is a situation where Le Pump can either rise to the occasion or crumble. And I think they're going to rise to the occasion. I feel like Le Pump is going to be bringing it right now.
Okay. We'll have to find out. Le Pump, they've certainly been ramping up these last couple of cups, rising from the depths of the standings into a position where they could be finding themselves knocking the move out of third. You can see right now how close they are, and there's the only one team standing in their way right now. It is Team Liquid, a team that they have already defeated Super Tees, but I'm sure Team Liquid has something up their sleeve. They're not coming into this one unprepared.
There's class changes. Liquid has a whole bunch of different comps. We saw Mez being brought into play. We saw Trill on a Hunter. I didn't even know that was going to be a possibility. Liquid could really throw a lot of different stuff here. And now I'm wondering if you're Le Pump, like, do you take that into consideration and do like some really off meta pick, like we saw VOIDGG do, where they did like a Ret Rogue out of nowhere because it ended up looking really good, and you try and like anticipate it, like, are they going to lock in that Hunter? Do we have something that could actually be better, like some sort of double plate cleave, possibly, in order to take that on? Or like what are you anticipating? That there's so much that could be decided in this series just based on the blind pick and the mind games between the teams.
Yeah, I feel like this is the hardest part for sometimes in these matches is trying to outthink your opponent, trying to outpick them in terms of the composition as you head into the blind. I mean, what do you think? What kind of discussions go on, Zico, behind the scenes here? Like, what's it like in these final moments as the clock is ticking as they're picking those compositions?
I mean, it completely depends, but in this type of situation, you want to have a game plan locked in, and you're just, kind of figuring out the small little details of how you're going to execute it. And I think it's a good idea as well to just kind of discuss the opener, just so you know, like, okay, this is what we're doing. We're gonna have a good opener if we do this, but they're gonna need a lot more than that because Liquid did beat them 3-1. So they beat them, like, I would say, pretty handedly. But at the same time, the POMP, they came down here to the lower bracket, and they have definitely been kind of wreaking havoc down here. But I feel like right now the motivation for La Pomp to avoid the gauntlet, it has to buff them at this point because, like, think about it. You don't want to go down to, like, you don't want to face
Oh, no.
UNITAS. They're looking better than ever right now. You don't want to go down to and face the Power Frogs because anything can happen with that team. And there's just so many teams in the gauntlet. Like, you rather just take this opportunity, send the move down there to deal with that, and just continue to work on your game. So the Pump versus Liquid, they're gonna need to make it count. Liquid have a chance to gatekeep here and kind of be. Cedo has a chance to basically save Absturge from the horror that is the gauntlet.
Absolutely. It's kind of like the Pump's just being like dangled over a pit of piranhas right now, just looking down there, all the teams in the gauntlet, like, nope, don't want to go down there. But they've got Team Liquid in front of them. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place for sure. But this team, we know what they're capable of. They are going to be throwing all they got out into this matchup. It's Team Liquid versus La Pump, game number 1.
Oh, Fury Warrior! I told you something weird was happening, bro. What did they think was going to happen? A DK, maybe? Is what I'm thinking with the Fury Warrior? Ven was talking about it. I wanted to see it.
Ven is excited right now.
Yeah, I wanted to see it too. Fury Warrior, but in this matchup, I don't know. In this matchup with a kidney shot disarm, you're not really moving a lot. You're going to get CC'd a lot in this. I think he expected a DK, and this was like a pocket pick into a Death Knight.
Interesting. So you think Liquid comes out ahead here on the blind?
I think so.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I feel like Existence could, out-pump Trill, though. That is the one thing, but it's all going to depend on these Moonkins. Dippy, can he find the Cyclones here and give Existence kind of a chance to shine here on the Warrior, doing a lot of damage here already on both sides. Full root beam connecting here onto Cedu. Dippy is in a cheap shot. Zhang sitting through a blind right there, coming out with the big nature swiftness there, popping his racial as well, just to buff it a little bit extra. Full Cyclone connects onto Dippy. Trill sitting through a root. Cedu has a lot of work ahead of him here onto Sam I Am. Big static field coming in and massive damage, but Cedu does manage to top him off right before that clone hits.
Oh, that Cyclone in Existence. So Existence is running a Ravager build, and after his Ravager ends, it gives him a big boost of strength. So if they CC the Warrior right when the Ravager ends, they totally negate that talent build. I'm actually not sure if it's going to be good in this situation because they have so much CC, but they are getting a nice setup here. Stormbolt on Cedu. Lasso onto another target. They clone him out. They're still all over Sam, and they're definitely putting on pressure onto Sam right now. He may need to use Heart of the Wild. He's trying to be greedy. Cedu's caught in a Solar Beam, and they still do have that advantage with the Shaman versus the Evoker, but now another clone slips through from Sam. Dippy has been isolated. Here comes another Ravager. They need to CC Existence at the end of this spinning red fiery axe. It's going to buff Existence's damage so much. He's about to ramp. It just ended. He's going to get so much damage right here out onto Sam if he can hit him, but he can't get there. He's too slow. He's just snared. He can't get to his target. Now both targets are low. Zhang's falling behind heavily in this position. Dippy's trying to do what he can. He gets a clone onto Cedu, but Sam pops Heart of the Wild. He fakes a kick. He's looking for clones. Warrior's out of the game. Kidney shot on Dippy. This is more than enough time for Cedu. He's going to get a fire breath. He flashes in with the hover, looking for a sleepwalk. He can't get it around the corner. Actually, a pre-tremor. He fakes his tremor there. Stops his cast. Pulls out of the fight for a second here. Ravager is down again for Existence. He's ramping his damage towards the end of that. Looking to reconnect onto Sam with that Odin's Fury. Is he going to drop him here? Recklessness pop, but he just can't connect. Sam I Am's too quick. He's finally getting there. Stormbolt comes through. Sam I Am's locked in place, but it just doesn't look like it's enough pressure. They do get a Solar Beam at least. They fear the Rogue for cross CC, and they deny it on the cheap shots, but Trill's just going to trinket out of that. And now Existence is into a clone. Dippy on the back foot for a little bit, and it seems like Existence is just not able to sink his teeth in on the Warrior when it comes to going after Sam.
Yeah, he's not able to get enough just damage up with enough uptime, but he is pulling ahead on damage here compared to Trill, so he has that going for him. But at the same time, Sam is pulling ahead of Dippy, and a lot of that is because of Trill's peels on the Outlaw Rogue. But look at Sam now.
Oh, there it is!
Damage. There's the Ravager. Huge hits of damage there on Sam. Massive shield coming out from the rescue onto Sam, and now Dippy could be in a lot of trouble. There's the Fire Breath coming out to gouge onto Zhang. He does drop the Earthen Wall Totem. Is that going to be enough? But right now they're leaving Existence completely free here, and he's ramping up a lot of damage, almost taking down Sam there. So we see kind of the game plan here, and already not even 3 minutes into the game, you see both of these teams almost scoring a kill. Dippy already dropping low there as well to about 20% HP, but does manage to get a big heal from Zhang, and Sidu now sitting through a Cyclone. There's the Lightning Lasso coming out onto Trill. Here's the Ravager. Here's the damage onto Sam as well, and now they got a Root Solar Beam onto Sidu as well. Long CC chain, but look at that. Look at the Existence. He just can't connect onto Sam.
All right, if he can, though, we saw how nasty it can be. So it's a game of deliver the payload, get Existence onto his target during that window, and if he can get there, he's going to be able to deliver the win. Nice low clone on Sam by Dippy. Sam trinkets that so Sidu can easily recover while Existence is in a clone. He goes for another clone. Existence still can't connect. Star Search is flying through onto Dippy. Dippy pushes forward, trying to find some crowd control on Sidu, but it's actually Sidu who finds a sleepwalk on Zhang, and now they're going after Dippy. Pre-bear forms. He's trying to be greedy with that pre-bear, but he's going to have to bark skin. Disarms the Rogue for a second, find a couple globals, bashes the Dispel. Existence leaps over, looking to reconnect here. He's going back into Berserker stance, leaving that defensive stance, trying to connect, trying to get that Mortal Strike effect up as well. He can stack a really heavy Mortal Wounds on the target. That will reduce a significant amount of healing. You can see it right now at 4 stacks. Here comes the Ravager. If he can get that to max stacks, he'd be in a good spot, but he actually gets cloned. And this is where I think the Ravager build starts to be lackluster. He drops down. It looks like another Ravager possibly as he looks to reconnect here, but Dippy is just falling so far behind. Disarm on the Rogue with the Solar Beam. Nice cross DC. Stormbolt out. Sam gets pummeled. Existence is looking to put him in the dirt. The Static Field holds him in place for Existence for a moment, and that Static Field is going to be super important for keeping Sam close to Existence in the future if they are to win this game.
Yeah, but that was Sidu's Trinket Rewind. Sam's Barkskin, no Trinket. Trill is getting chopped up now as well. Existence is finding his damage. Huge Ravager once again here. Sam, how is he going to respond? He goes for the Cyclone. He doesn't manage to connect the Cyclone. Existence still all over his target here. Huge damage coming out. Sidu, how is he keeping him alive? Finally, a precognition here for Sam. Could get some Cyclones. He's swapping to Zhang. Massive damage onto Zhang. There's the beam as well. Huge KO from Team Liquid in game number 1. What an insane swap that was.
All right, LaPalm, they tried to do something different. It didn't work out. I just feel like the Ravager build is too predictable when you're finding teams that have so much on-demand CC. You can either get rooted, you can get bashed, you can get kidneyed, you can get disarmed, you can get gouged, you can get like... I feel like there's too much CC that you can actually deny that small window where your damage gets ramped up for it to be a competitive build in this situation, unfortunately. And I don't even think they wanted this matchup. I think that they wanted like some type of cleave, a death knight, maybe a hunter, maybe Fury Warrior could just eat a hunter. It's a plate class as opposed to a demon hunter. So they were probably expecting either a death knight or a marksman hunter. I don't think they wanted this matchup, but here was that one scary moment where they didn't actually CC the Ravager for a moment, and he actually got him down to like 10%. So there were some possibilities, but if Trill babysits the Druid, I feel like it's so hard for the Warrior to actually get on target. Like right here, just a kidney shot. He can't get there, even though the static field's holding him in place. Sam's getting cloned a lot, so now he's losing his stacks. It's really rough for him overall. Drops Ravager, tries to connect, and then he gets rooted. And he's even playing no. It still looks pretty rough for him to be able to connect overall. And when he finally gets there, Sidu can actually still just out-heal it, which is quite remarkable because he's reducing the healing on the target by so much. Here comes the swap, and even with Intervene, he fears the Rogue. Sidu and Sam literally solo him. Trill doesn't even trinket the fear. Trill could have triggered the fear, but he doesn't even trinket the fear. He's just like, I know my teammates got this. I don't even need to be here. I'm just going to let them kill.
I pressed my stance. I did my job. No, but it is crazy. And it is a lot of it when we're going to see it in the on the death cap. We're going to see Sidu with the Fire Breath doing a lot of damage, as always, on that Evoker. And I mean, this was really a scary moment, though, for sure, because Sidu did have to trinket, rewind. They had to overlap a lot of cooldowns here, but Zhang just didn't expect it, and I think nobody really expected it. Liquid just found their footing here, found an opportunity, and just took it. Yeah, just really nice as well. I love when you swap and you beam on top of it, just for just an extra second or so on that stun lock. and they just send him. They get the incarnation, they get the cheap shot, and then they cover it with the beam there by Sam I Am. Really, really beautiful beam, and it's going to net them the win.
All right, they're in the lead here. The Fury Warrior pocket pick, but the thing is I think the Fury Warrior will actually beat the other comps. So I think Sea-Doo's team, like now they're in this weird spot where if they like blind lock some weird hunter thing, they're gonna Fury Warrior into it 100%. But if they lock in the Prez Evoker Boomkin Rogue, then LaPomp will play Boomkin Demon Hunter, and they were LaPomp were winning that matchup. So like this, I think this is a Game 5 series.
Yeah, this could definitely be a Game 5 series here, going back and forth. So winning that blind pick is going to be super important for Liquid. But I wonder what Liquid's blind pick is going to be here. I wonder if they're just going to send Resto Shaman, Outlaw, and Boomkin, because I feel like that's like decent into everything. Because when you're on the blind pick, you're going to have slightly worse matchup. That's pretty much what you're aiming for. You're just aiming for having a comp that can still win, basically.
I think they do a Holy Priest. They do a Holy Priest.
You think they're going to do it with Holy Priest?
I don't think they'll do the Shaman. I think they'll do a Holy Priest. I don't know if it'll be Boomkin Rogue either, though, but I'm pretty sure Sea-Doo will do Blind Lock Holy. Maybe Disc randomly. I mean,
yeah, it could be.
it could be a Disc angle or a Holy angle. It's their blind pick. They're not expected to win. And yeah, okay,
no way.
Now LaPomp do a Fury Warrior, I bet. Because this is the matchup that I bet they wanted. Fury Warrior can disarm the Hunter. He's really tanky. He's plate. He gets like almost guaranteed uptime for most of the game. I think they fully intended to utilize a Fury Warrior. It's not a liability like the Demon Hunter to the Hunter pressure. So I think LaPomp, they're going to do Existence again. Unless maybe Ping. Ping could be an issue with Warrior. I feel like getting uptime on a Warrior compared to a Demon Hunter, but no, yeah, this is the matchup they wanted. This is what they wanted the Fury Warrior for. But if it doesn't work, then I don't know, man. Like they might not be getting top 3. The move might be like wiping the sweat off their brow. Like, thank God they couldn't beat Trill on Hunter here, because the move right now, if Liquid wins this series, the move will be top 3 guaranteed in the finals. So if you're a move fan right now, you're cheering for Liquid. If LaPomp win, they take their spot. They take their spot. Maybe they can even, I don't think they can get enough points to get second seed, but they at least get top 3 for sure.
It's like that meme, like, I didn't expect to be standing to fight this war with like elves or whatever, It's the same with like Liquid fans and the Move fans. And now the Move fans
they're allies now.
You have to stand in solidarity right now with Team Liquid. Go Liquid is basically what you're saying, because the Move, they're 8 points ahead of LaPomp, and I'm curious to see if the Fury Warrior is going to be the secret sauce that LaPomp needs to put to tie us up here. And I'm kind of curious as well about what they're going to do in the blind, because no matter what, LaPomp is going to have to go into a pretty scary Team Liquid if they win this. So like you said, Game 5 definitely on the table here. And yeah, it's all going to come down to if Liquid can win in this matchup, or if LaPomp has a better blind pick that we haven't seen yet.
I'm trying to even think what it would be. I can't. I think they're going to blind lock Boomkin Shaman, Demon Hunter, and just beat the Hunter with that matchup. But this matchup, I mean, I don't even think this is guaranteed, honestly, for LaPomp. I think it's better, because then it basically has the Boomkin high armor, Fury Warrior is high armor, Shaman is high armor, so the Hunter is much less of a threat. But it cannot be hard to hit these targets still as a Warrior. There's a lot of CC for you still. You're less of a swappable target, but you're going to eat a lot of CC. It's harder for you to peel, I think, as well. If you get pulled out of position compared to a Demon Hunter, if they kite you, use all your mobility to chase them, and then you can't get back to help in those positions. So I don't think this is going to be a free win for LaPomp. Liquid, on the other hand, I think they should actually just focus Dippy most of the game in this matchup, not really do what they did last time where they're swapping Demon Hunter, just kind of run Dippy down, take Existence out of the game with stuns and clones and scatters and roots, just take him out of the game and just kind of run down the Boomkin, I think. I don't know. I actually played Hunter Boomy yesterday, and we were fighting plate classes. We're actually killing them. So it's actually think that like you maybe could actually kill Existence. We didn't see a Fury Warrior. It's mostly like Death Knight and Arms Warrior, but we were actually killing plate classes. So I don't think Existence is 100% safe.
I think it's going to come down to which Moonking gets locked down more. I think if Dippy gets to stop Sam a lot, it's going to allow Existence to get the free time that he needs, like the uptime that he needs onto Trill on the Hunter. So I think if they can do that and just rotate good wind shears, good grounding totems, good kicks, just micro CC Sam as much as possible, They definitely can win this on the side of Le Pump. I think that's going to be their game plan, but I don't know how effective that game plan is going to be because Sam, he tends to get a lot of precognition procs, so it could be a lot of cyclones coming out onto existence, a lot of scatter shots, a lot of traps. It's basically just going to come down to which can Sam get the better end of the exchange here against Dippy. We'll find out right now. Liquid up 1-0 against Le Pump. Qualification for the finals on the line. Who is going to take a sit?
Disarm on Existence can be really effective in this matchup. Into a stun. They are setting up on the Warrior. They get into his enraged regen immediately. Existence charge over. Fear the Hunter. Deny his true shot. Looking probably to stun or disarm him out of this. Into a Shockwave now. Good control of Trill. But Cedu jumps into Angel Farm and just pulls him to safety. And you should be able to freely heal throughout the opening stages of this match now while that Angel Form is active. We see Ravager coming down, so they need to get control of the Warrior during the Ravager. It's going to be the scary moment where he gets a big boost of strength. And look at that boost of strength right now. Trill is feeling the pain as Existence charges in, but Sam saves him with a Cyclone onto the Warrior. But Cedu's actually into a Cyclone on Existence trinkets, but he gets disarmed on his trinket. A really clutch move there by Sam. Now they Diamond Dice trap the Warrior with no trinket, trying to take him out of the game. I do think they should start focusing Dippy a little bit here. If Dippy's in the middle of the map, he should be the target. If Dippy goes like full turtle, that's when you swap to the Warrior.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they need to pressure the Moonkin and just CC the Warrior as much as possible, and that's kind of what they're doing right now. Dippy sitting through a Chastise stun, and they are stunning up Existence, but Trill is taking remarkable amounts of damage right now. If Existence can connect here, he has a big punch ready to go, and Trill is feeling it right now. Scattershot onto Existence, slowing him down. Nice Cyclone there coming out from Sam, and that is a really effective way that they can deal with this Warrior. Just scatter clone him and get pressure onto Dippy. That's what I want to see right now. Cedu sending the Holy Fires right now onto Dippy, doing decent damage, ripping Trill back to him, but now here comes Existence, gets actually clotheslined by Sam into a bash. So Sam and Trill doing a real good job right now protecting Trill from the pain train from this Warrior. I feel like they have to go after Existence, and Dippy going in for a nice war clone. Big pressure here potentially onto Trill. How are they going to respond? Do they have any more follow-up? Nice Cyclone onto Dippy by Sam, but still Ravager coming out here. Trill low on HP. Does Cedu have a save in him? He does manage to pick him back up to about 50%, and now it's going to be Dippy here on the back foot. Existence sitting through a Cyclone here, but Sam I am still not completely fine. Stormbolt connects there onto Cedu as well as they look to push forward, but Existence might have pushed too far, getting clotheslined here in the midfield, and that will be the Spirit Link coming out from Zhang.
Even the plate armor, he's not looking super durable. He trades out the Enrage regen. Dippy's getting aggressive. Solar Beam the clone. Here comes the Ravager. Sam needs to control it, but he gets sheared by Zhang. Grounding Totem available, but it doesn't come down in time. Dippy gets put into a full clone, but Existence is soloing Trill. Look at this pressure. He's killing him through Cedu's Angel Form at the moment. Dippy clones Sam, and Cedu is pumping heals into Trill, just not able to keep him stable. He's trying to get him out of there. Grips him away with the scatter shot. Sam can't clone off of it, unfortunately. It is likely going to put his team behind. Now he's got to interact with Spell Reflect, and if he gets reflected, it could be devastating, but he doesn't. The clone comes through, but Trill's going to use Turtle anyways. He doesn't feel comfortable. I do think offensively, the Warrior is looking really good at this point. Cyclone on the Ravager. They need to keep CCing Existence here. He's ramping his damage again. Is Trill ready? Cedu's still in a clone for one more second. He feigned death at 20%. And Existence is still right on top of him. Nice Diamond Dice trap, but they're actually swapping to the healer. A massive swap again onto Zhang.
No
and
way!
Liquid do it 2 times in a row.
Unbelievable. That was starting to look kind of hopeless there for Liquid, and they just pulled the switch. They got Zhang's Trinket Spirit Link a little bit earlier on, and now they had the perfect opportunity there to send Zhang. And do you feel like a lot of these swaps, because that one for sure, the first one I don't know, but this one for sure was initiated by Cedu. I think that Cedu, he's a shaman main. He knows the strengths, he knows the weaknesses, he knows when the shaman can be a great target, and I'm pretty sure he set that up with the Chastise stun, kind of just caught Zhang when he wasn't ready, and they had the damage to back it up. And I feel like things were definitely not looking good. Like this turtle here, because Cedu's rooted, behind the pillar over there, forcing, a lot of unstableness on the side of Liquid. You see Dippy pushing in, getting aggressive. Cedu's in Cyclones. Trill is dropping low. He's got no turtle. I'm thinking, okay, there might be a Void Shift, and then Cedu sends the Double Fear, and then they start setting it up here. Big Chastise stun out of that, and Trill is just going absolutely berserk there. They get the Cyclone onto Existence, Trinket on that Diamond Dice, and explosive shot goes off there at the end as well for Trill, and Trill Hunter, 100% win rate.
100% win rate. He's going to have the best win rate. He's going to be the best win rate of any Hunter in the AWC if he can keep this up.
Stonks right now, dude. Stonks.
Trill Hunter stonks to the moon at the moment. A matchup where you're thinking that they're going to be all really durable. It's going to be hard for them to get pressure out. They still crush them. They still kill them. It was a great swap there at the end. CD with the stun lock saw an opportunity. Basically, anybody that comes in the open can be a target. I think technically the Shaman is probably the lowest overall armor value for the team. So finding that target and then switching to him and all contributing to the kill, very important. And now you're in this position where, like, Liquid, you're going to pick the same comp, because why wouldn't you? I think if it can beat the Fury Warrior, I don't know why you wouldn't just pick the same thing. And then La Pomp, like, do they bring in a Ret? Do they pick Ret Warrior? Maybe Zhang's build. I'm not sure if he's like being greedy and running like a lot of haste mastery and dropping versatility at all with his build. It might be possible for him to maybe lose some haste, or not necessarily haste. Maybe he's crit master. He's got to be running verse mastery on everything, I would assume. I have to take a look at the gear to see if maybe he's being greedy on that front and running like a lower amount of verse or not. If he is, he should probably switch it around, because they just keep focusing him. But I feel like he's probably not. I'm looking at his gear right now. Looks like he is running mostly. Yeah, I don't think he's being greedy. He's literally not even being greedy. I don't think at all. Yeah, he's not being greedy at all. He's being as safe as he possibly can. It literally doesn't matter. He just dies. I mean, maybe Burrow, but like, are you gonna lose static field?
Nah, no
he's
shot.
He's just dying in the stun. Maybe he's safeguard from the war. Like,
I feel like he did get intervened, but it was just late. Existence. He was diamondized and he trinket intervened and he got cloned on his trinket, but it was like already when he was, like sub 5-10%. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I think that the bigger issue was when they had to trinket link, because it was like right when they left the pillar. I think Existence got a little bit hungry there to push forward. And they had to pay for it in a big way. So maybe it's just about defensive rotation, like use the trinket link as the absolute last thing and just try to trade more the DPS cooldowns first. I'm not sure. The Pump, what are they going to do here against what Liquid is bringing, though? Because this looks like they're kind of counter to the counter, and it's not working. So do they have something else? Are they going to run it back? Are they going to change builds? Like, that's where the questions are, because they are 1 game away from being eliminated and going to the gauntlet. If they lose this game, the move guaranteed advances to the finals, and La Pomp will be dropping to the gauntlet as the final boss. And the gauntlet, again, I said it earlier, but it's not a place where you want to be. Like, beating the Power Frogs, a week from now, it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed you're going to be beating UNITAS. It's no guarantee you're going to be beating whatever comes out, whatever crawls out of the depths of that gauntlet. There's no guarantee you're going to win. So if you're La Pomp, you really, really have to bring the A game right now. And they're going to be running it back here once again. Fury Warrior.
I don't think they have a choice. I mean, ideally they'd have a rogue. I think Outlaw Rogue would be the best thing into an MM Hunter at the moment, but they don't have that.
Yeah.
So they need something that's kind of well-rounded. Like, this could beat any comp Liquid have, really. I think it can beat the Death Knight, it can beat the Moonkin Rogue, and it can beat this, whereas the Demon Hunter, I think, would just explode to this. So I think this is La Pomp's ride or die. They just have to win 3 games in a row as Fury Warrior, Boomkin, Resto Shaman, and it seems so far that the swaps to Zhang are what is really catching them off guard. So being aware of that, maybe when Zhang is getting pulled into the middle, realizing that, maybe he can play the Ghost Wolf damage reduction talent. So that way when he runs in the middle of the map, he can like pre-Ghost Wolf. And then if he gets stunned, he's got a little bit of damage reduction for his swap. Could be like a little bit of a minor adaptation for him, because he's been the target every game so far.
Yeah, Zhang's going to have to figure it out right now, but if there is somebody who can do it, it is Zhang. This man has been an absolute menace in the North American brackets. Let's see. Is this the last time we see La Pomp here before the gauntlet, or will they continue to stay on in the tournament, advance to the grand finals, and have a shot at the Void? We will find out right now. Team Liquid, match point. They need to do it one more time. Trill Hunter looking and is actually factually 100% unbeatable right now in the AWC for these teams, unless they can win right here. The Pump looking for the opener. Trill sitting in stealth there in Camel, And Dippy is just actually about to run into him there. Doesn't see him quite yet, but they're going to open up with a lightning lasso. There's the Intim stun into a full fear onto Zhang. They catch Trill. Nice beam there by Sam onto Dippy, shutting down the follow-up CC here. And now Sam already pushing in. Look at Dippy already getting absolutely blasted here in the opener. Huge opener for Team Liquid, shutting down the offense of Le Pump without having to trade cooldowns, and then netting themselves some good pressure there.
Yeah, now Sam is just going clone crazy. He's faked so many kicks. Another clone now onto existence. Sidu's in angel form, freely healing the team. Dippy's getting blasted in midfield. He's hoping that Earthen Wall Totem's going to be enough, but this damage is chunky. It might even just go through the defensive Earthen Wall Totem. Existence is pushing in. They actually make a mistake. They stack up for a double shockwave. They punish it by getting a Cyclone. They Solar Beam Sam, and they're trying to keep their pressure going onto Trill here. A Hex out is really good. I don't think Sam is playing D-Curse with Heart of the Wild Talented, so every full Hex is likely going to sit. They could even maybe go on the Boomkin and Hex the Hunter if that's the case. To be honest, if Sam doesn't have D-Curse, that could be a viable strategy. Right now, they're still just training down the Hunter. He's got a lot of cooldowns. He's being kind of greedy. Here comes the... Oh, no, the Ravager. Trill's being so greedy. Why is he being so greedy? Guardian Spirit comes through. In the meantime, Zhang is into a clone. Trill is just straight blasting. Existence is just getting popped at the moment, and he may have to go back to the pillar. He's going to have to line of sight. Rapid Fire is doing too much. Zhang into a trap. Existence is still low. Dippy's out in the open. Aim shot comes through for Trill onto Dippy now as well. And Existence still hasn't been stabilized. Zhang finally gets a heal onto Dippy and Existence here. And Trill gets gripped away on the shockwave to the outside of the map. Existence is going to leap over to reconnect. And Trill's still being greedy here. He's got Roar Sacrifice, Survival of the Fittest. He's just holding on to them no matter what. Steady shotting into the corner, trying to pull the Warrior into a bad spot. Aim shots coming through over onto the Warrior now as well. Trill's actually just dying to Dippy, it seems. Like, Existence even... Oh my god, Existence!
Whoa.
Is he just outright dead? Spirit Link Totem is forced, and even the durability of a plate class doesn't look like it's going to be enough to deflect Trill.
What is it going to take here to stop this man? Trill being an absolute menace right now on the Hunter, forcing out the Trinket, forcing out the Spirit Link of Zhang. And we've seen this movie before. Zhang with no Trinket, no Spirit Link, definitely could be on the table here. If Sidu gets a fear on him, that's how they set it up last time. Do they have the incarnation here as well? They have it. I think they're gonna set up onto Zhang and just try to bang Zhang. And we'll see here. Look at Sidu and Dippy swarming around him there at the pillar. Samayam as well pushing in now, getting Cyclone though from the Lightning Lasso. Dippy doing a good job there, backing up his team, switching the Cyclone over onto Sidu. Playing the range game excellently. Zhang still just hugging the pillar right now. They're gonna stun him into a full freezing trap. Send a go on somebody else. Zhang is just playing it too defensive right now. They can't force the swap just yet, and instead it's gonna be
full fear
will be the target. Existence actually is gonna be the target. Zhang is in a full fear. Huge damage. They get the stun. Can they take him down though? It doesn't look like it. The enraged regen comes out for Existence, and he will stay alive.
A wild way to conclude this series here. Le Pump need to claw their way back, but another swap on Zhang. Are they going 3 for 3 here on the bash? He survives the stun. He gets back around the corner and survives the swap here. Patiently waiting for his medallion to come off cooldown. They Stormbolt Trill. They clone Sam. Zhang is moving in. Trill actually gets reflected on his trap, so he's trapped himself at low health. Kind of a dire situation, and I don't know if his cooldown tracker is just not working, but he's not used Roar of Sacrifice the whole game otherwise. He still has Exhilaration as well. Sam taking a little bit of damage here. Dippy gets Solar Beamed on cast. He's caught in the middle of the map. He can't skin for a second. He's interrupted. Airform Frenzied Regen needs to be enough, but a double end cap comes through. Can he get the clone? He clones Sam I am, so Ceda's going to top Trill easily. Dippy is still just getting demolished by Trill. They stun him, but now they're swapping back to Existence, and oh my god, blast off! Massive damage incoming from Trill as he forces Existence to retreat. He's likely going to force Dippy to retreat. Even the Earthenwall Totem is not enough, but Existence tries to get aggressive with the Ravager here. He's in Berserker stance, trying to connect, but they just clone him. And they clone him low at least, but that was the big strength boost onto the Warrior. They clone him again. Existence just can't connect here. And Trill's about to unleash a ton of damage. Maybe he goes down. They're taking really risky trades by standing still like this. Trill needs to be very careful. Solar Beam on Sam. Dippy is pushing in, and Trill is suddenly just getting crushed. Is his 100% win rate about to be busted?
That is the question right now. Sidu is going to try to shut it down, gripping Trill back to safety. Samayam now in a Lightning Lasso. Zhang looking very comfortable. The Pump looking revitalized in this matchup. Zhang gets fully feared though, and all of a sudden they have the pressure onto Existence. He ducks back to the pillar. They're going to be swapping to Dippy here, taking decent damage, but he is in bear form right before that stun connects. Existence trinketing out of a Cyclone here. Gets the triple fear right there. Gets trapped though by the Diamond Eyes of Trill. Excellently done by him, but he's still just in huge trouble, and he is forced to trade out the Turtle. Nicely done there by Le Pump, netting themselves some cooldowns, and they are showing that they still have signs of life left in them. Trill still at 50% HP. They get more crowd control here. Zhang has a lot of work, or Sidu has a lot of work work of him. Zhang is just blasting Lava Burst right now. Still, Samayam on 30% HP as well, getting blasted on the other side by Dippy. Sidu manages to top both of his teammates up, but still, it's a long road left here. Zhang has all of his cooldowns back rotated. Meanwhile, Trill is struggling here in the backline with Sidu.
Oh, Existence. He's dying through in-range regen. Remarkable pressure coming out from Liquid right now in game 3, but he does stay alive. Find his team some opportunities. But now they switch to Dippy. They get his Bark Skin immediately. Here's the true shot. They need to CC Trill. Surprised Existence isn't playing the disarm talent. He's popping the Recklessness. He's trying to get in there, but he gets cloned. He can't connect. That's devastating for Existence, but they still have pressure from Dippy. Dippy's just soloing Trill at the moment. He wraps behind the pillar here on the balcony to avoid the Warrior. He's free casting on the high ground. Trill has the high ground, and he's about to unleash a flurry of arrows in a moment here on the Dippy. Existence is trying to go after him here. He catches him in the Storm Bolt. Finally, Roar of Sacrifice comes out from Trill. He trinkets, he feigns. He gets pulled, though, back behind the pillar. Sidu repositions, but he walks into a double in-cap Roar. If they can rotate that around. Trap comes through. Clone on Dippy. They're trying to stall, but Sidu's mana is not looking spectacular here. Zhang, though, has no trinket. If they can stabilize Trill, I don't think they're going to be able to. I think his 100% win rate might be slipping away. They get the fear, but they clone Existence. Trill is trying to reposition. He gets far away, blasting damage up, but a shockwave comes through. No trinket. Sidu grips him away, but Existence is in hot pursuit. Here comes the Ravager. Existence is ramping up. Trill has feigned death. He's going to have to time this perfectly. If he wants to stay alive, he's being greedy with the Feign Death. He's going to feign now. Reduce a Star Surge. He hit a Star Surge with that. That's a beautiful timing on the Feign Death. Oh, but he spell reflects the trap. An insane spell reflect from Existence. Immune to the CC on himself and prevents Trill from recovering. And now he's charging in to go for the kill. Sidu is stunned up and Trill might just die. He needs to Void Shift. He's being greedy with it. He trinkets. He doesn't Void Shift. He's still being greedy with it here. He manages to pull Trill back to 50% health as he's trying to reposition. Here come the Death Chakrams. They're trying to blast down Dippy, but they're double in-capped. And Sidu doesn't have a trinket to combo with the Void Shift. He goes into Angel form, but I think it's too little too late. Dampening is so high. He has to cancel the Angel and life swap. He's dying through it, but at the same time, Dippy is dead as well. It's match point for LaPomp. They have to. He spell reflects another trap. Existence is making insane plays right now, and Sidu's into a full clone. No trinket. Star Surges fly through. Trill Feign Deaths another Star Surge, negating its damage. They clone Dippy. They're trying desperately to stay alive. Then they have a stun. Sam gets interrupted. Trill repositions, drops down a Root Trap. He needs to get some distance here from the Warrior. They get a clone. Dippy's on the back foot. No Barkskin. Zhang into the full bash, and Liquid might possibly pull this off here, despite being ravaged for like the last 2 minutes. Speaking of Ravage, here's the Ravager. Trill, oh my god, he gets gripped away. Warrior leaps after him, looking for an execute dunk. Is he going to be able to get that execute? He's in range to go for it. They're pressuring him, but I don't know if it's enough damage to do it. The Intim stun the Warrior. They're blasting. They're trying to take him down as he pushes for the win. He may go down. They have Spirit Link. He has to trinket. He gets the Spirit Link off, and by some miracle, they're still in it.
Unbelievable, but now Existence need to push down the gas pedal here and try to take Trill down. He still has aspect of the turret. He trades out the crit immunity there. Beautifully done there by Trill, but he gets caught up in the Stormbolt. Existence is all over him right now. Both teams feeling the heat. There's the Lightning Lasso coming up from Zhang, but nice Cyclones there by Samayam, slowing down the damage here. Cyclone onto Existence. No trinket. Double Roar coming out from Dippy. As they go after Dippy, actually rapid fire, doing tons of work. Sidu connects with the Guardian. Do they have the healing here? He's not getting heals from the light. Well, it's on the other side of that thing, and it looks like Trill is actually going to go around the pillar and back into the light well. Will recover, but Sidu has no cooldowns left. Sidu has no mana left. Zhang has no trinket. Existence has no trinket. The game is in a very tense situation. Dampening at 45%. Existence charges in. Who's going to fall first? Is it going to be Trill? Is it going to be Existence? So much damage coming in. Existence leaps back to the pillar. Zhang gets caught up in crowd control. Dippy with the double roar, looking for the Cyclone. Trill shuts it down. Huge damage here from Trill with the true shot, and they will take down Existence. Team Liquid will knock LaPomp out of the tournament and into the gauntlet 3-0.
Oh my god, dude. He maintains his 100% win rate on the marksmanship hunter.
How is it, like, for real? Yeah, I mean, dude, how is Existence spell reflecting Diamond Ice traps when he's playing in like Eastern Russia with like 250 ping, and he's doing it point blank range multiple times, like back to back? How insane is this guy?
Oh my god. I mean, insane, but even that's not enough, man. You still lose. He's still out of it. He has to play in the gauntlet, the move. They can wipe the sweat away. Liquid protected them. You know, they're normally rivals, but today Liquid was an ally, a temporary ally to prevent LaPomp from passing them. So the Move fans are happy. The Move are in the top 3 for the Dragonflight finale. And now Liquid, they're ramping up for their rematch against VOIDGG because they got demolished the last time they went into them. But I don't think the Hunter is going to be super useful in that matchup because they have that Rogue. I think that Rogue is really tough for Hunter, but maybe it's not. Maybe honestly, Liquid should actually blind lock this. Is this new main team Liquid? Hunter Moonkin?
Like the more I think about it, the more I like. Yeah, why not? This is the comp that blasts the most, and you have a Boomkin, so I feel like
Big
this
blaster
is just,
plus Boomkin equals win.
Yeah,
We got to name
is
this
like,
composition too.
This is like Moonkin Ellie, but the Ellie is just a Hunter instead that just does more damage. Name? I don't know actually. I'll have to think a little bit about that one.
Okay.
So do you got a name?
I mean, the old
What you
school
got?
name was Shooting Stars because it's like Hunter
there we
and,
go.
Oh,
and
yeah.
there's stars.
Ooh, I like that.
It's not
but
bad.
I-
Hunter's
but-
always, it's not fair. They always have the best comp names.
I mean, Dancing
Yeah,
with the
dude,
Stars
don't they?
is got to be the best comp name, I think, out of all the comp names.
Cupid
It's
Cleave
definitely
is the
Mongolian
best.
Earthworm Cleave. I don't.
Oh yeah, I don't even know
What
why
either.
it got named that. Wasn't that
No
like
idea,
Enhanced
but it's my
Boomkin?
favorite.
It actually makes sense now that they have Burrow, but back then they didn't even have Burrow. Like, they're not- like now they're kind of like an earthworm. But like,
I mean, whoever named it just, way ahead of us all, apparently. But anyways, whatever the comp is called, it doesn't matter. They are certainly dominating with it for sure. And it worked in their favor. And that means that is the end of the road here for Le Pump. And now we're going to see the rematch between VOIDGG and Team Liquid Super Teas.
right. I mean, there was some weird picks in game number 1. Like they anticipated C2 would be not on an evoker because he doesn't want to get root solar beamed. So like, you're not going to play an evoker. So we're going to play Assassin Rogue because that'll like that was such like a what do you call it, like 200 IQ blind pick for them to know that. Like,
360 no scope.
yeah, because Assassination Rogue does really good into everything except that specifically.
Right.
So if you know that's not getting locked in game 1 because he's afraid of solar beam, like you can do that. But now if you're C2's team and you saw that, do you expect that and then pick a counter pick of your own to that? This is going to be a crazy series, I think, for North America. And VOIDGG have a really good opportunity to show that they can take a first place finish, right? Because it's normally been the move in Liquid as the main contenders, and everybody, I'd say, significantly behind those two. But here today, VOIDGG already beating Liquid are showing that they're easily contending.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is kind of going to be their biggest competitor leading into the global finals. They are second place right now to Team Liquid in terms of points, VOIDGG that is. So it's almost like a little bit of a warm-up round for what I'm sure we're going to be seeing in the global finals as well, with not really as many consequences. So I think this is going to be a great matchup. We may see some experimentation with comps, but really who's to say? Because the other thing is Liquid, Zico, Team Liquid's like warmed up. VOIDGG got that spot very early on in the day. Do you think that is going to make a difference?
I think VOIDGG, they want to prove themselves that they are that team. We've been hyping them up. We've been talking about individually how good these guys are. But now, finally, they're starting to come together as a team. They're being very creative with their picks. And I don't think that was like a one-off. I think on the I'm bullish towards I'm bullish towards Void. I think this is just the start of a much needed kind of improvement for the team.
Yeah, I think so as well. Now, also, we do have the grand finals bracket ready to go here. Seeing some spicy potential games that we'll be seeing later on, of course, next weekend. But right now, here is the final bracket for this weekend and where we have been leading up to so far today. This is the very last matchup of the day coming up here. It's Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. It's best of 7 as well. So we will be soon crowning our victor for the 4th and final cup of Dragonflight in just a moment. But before we get to that, we're going to do another guessing game. Maybe Ven will tune in. You tuned in last time, Zico. I heard your voice, your disembodied voice.
Yeah, I wasn't on broadcast. I
Peeked in
just
a little
wanted to chime in a little bit.
Ah, okay. I didn't know if they were piping that through or not. But either way, whose spell is it anyways? Try to decipher the spell based on only the information available to you from the tooltip. Let's see if we can get these right.
Oh God, no information.
Oh, this is tough. This is
like
no
cooldown.
information.
There's a lot of those.
And by expert.
Hmm.
I know what it is, but I need to see the name, and I'm not giving it away yet. I'm gonna see if
I
Zico can figure out what it is without me saying anything.
Reduces the cooldown of.
It's like 3. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 words.
It could
I
be
see
two.
four,
It
I
could
see
be
mean,
two.
four yellow blobs.
I'm thinking it's either shifting power or symbols. I think it's symbols.
Symbols.
It reduces cool. I don't know. It could be a lot of things. Okay, wait.
Wait, this
It's
is not what
definitely
I
not
thought
Cold
it was.
Snap.
That is not at all what I thought.
Wait, what did you think it was? You're being all secretive here.
I know. I'm not. I thought it was the
I think it could
talent
be-
that reduces the cooldown of Shaman Shield Wall or something, but I think it's True Shot Mastery.
Yeah, I think it's True Shot as well. I was thinking that.
It's not Cold Snap.
Yeah.
It's not Peace Weaver. Oh, maybe is Peace Weaver reduce the cooldown of Revival? I don't think it does. Maybe it does.
I think it does.
It's not Sacred Duty because I don't even know what that is. There's no.
Yeah.
it's
not that.
It's
It's
obviously
not
not
the thing
that. It is
I'm-
Sacred Duty. Wait, you just highlighted
Ooh.
it is.
Wait,
What is
what?
Sacred Duty? Oh my god. Reduces the cooldown of Blessing of Protection and Sacrifice.
Huh.
Yeah, we had it all
Wow.
wrong.
That
That
a
was a
difficult
really
one.
tough one.
It's
That
over
was a
for
tough
us. It's
one.
over for no, but I want to see if anyone in the
Okay.
chat got it. Did anyone in the chat get it?
There's got to be some Paladin mains who got that. Like, no way.
Probably.
If-
Someone's gonna get it. Either way, I think there might be another one here. More information this time.
Okay, fatal damage instead. Okay, so this is some kind of cheat death
Nature's
mechanic.
Guardian.
Yeah, I think this
It's
is
too-
Nature's Guardian.
Look at the title though; it's too
Yeah,
short of a
because-
blob.
Well, it's
Could
what?
be, yeah, but I don't know. With the way it's blurred, I swear they
Uh-huh.
could like fit more things in it or something.
Well,
Yes.
this effect cannot occur more than. But there's a lot of.
Nature's Guardian
like,
is 1 minute.
oh,
but it's not
is
fatal
No,
damage.
no,
It's
it's
not
not
fatal.
fatal
It's not
damage. This
fatal.
is either. This is, I think, no. Cauterize is not
Can't
6
be
seconds.
cheat death.
It's cheat death is like 3 seconds, right?
And cheat death is also not a minute. I think it's longer than a minute.
I think this is like a tank cheat death. What's the name of the blood DK?
Oh, it's the
cheat
DK
death?
Necropolis or something. Something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Necropolis.
yeah. I think.
Oh wait,
Purgatory.
Yes.
Oh.
They tried to hide it. They tried to.
Purgatory final answer.
Lock it in.
Okay, let's
Purgatory.
see. Oh.
What? It's cauterized?
Oh,
my
no!
I don't play Fire Mage.
Listen, Zico, I need you to do something for me right now. I need you to reach into your pocket.
Oh, they
and
hid
hand
the
over
5
your
minute-
mage
they
card,
hid the number
and I'm gonna
5.
throw it in the garbage.
Wait.
Yeah.
I swear they hid the 5. It said 1. I swear it said every 1
it's-
minute. Didn't the other thing say 1 minute? I swear the card before this said what? Was it hidden? Oh, they just
Every-
hid it, and I didn't pay attention to the blur. I assumed it was 1 minute because it said every minute. I didn't pay attention to this little blur next to the
That's-
every.
That's brutal. That's brutal. I don't play Fire Mage though. So
I don't play
feel bad
Fire
about that.
Mage.
I'm an
Okay.
arcane only gamer, dude. Never used cauterize in my life.
Giving
It's
a
never
1-star Yelp review to your bakery shop.
that's
Okay.
brutal.
Yeah, sorry, man. Had to be done. All right, we're headed into a break. When we come back, big game coming up here between two Titans, VOIDGG versus Team Liquid after this quick break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the North American Grand Finals for Cup number 4. Since we've got VOIDGG back here in the tournament, back on the active game, we're going to be checking out some of the quotes that they sent in for Mother's Day here. Just kind of giving a little shout out to their moms because it's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day for anyone watching, of course. And they had some really sweet things to say. Let's check it out. Here is Kearney. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you for always supporting any choice I make and always being in my corner. I wouldn't be close to doing what I love without you, Kearney.
Aw.
And that was
that's
even
great.
added a little heart. That was his heart. And
Nice.
We've got Nick. Could not thank my mom enough for the immense amount of support she's given me throughout my WoW esports career. Happy to have such a great mom that believes in me in whatever path I choose. Happy Mother's Day to the best mom ever.
That's really sweet.
That's so sweet. We
I
love that.
know. I think we've
What
got
a
one more
family,
from
definitely.
Void.
Huge shout out. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe Nick has the Mother's Day buff here. He's in the
Their
finals.
whole
Things
team,
are looking, their whole
Yes.
team right now. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That was a
look at
long
that.
one. My mom greatly supports my career by making sure I have time to myself and trusting me to make my own decisions and outcomes. She supports me from the sidelines and watches me play. Not extremely appreciative of that support and don't take it for granted. Happy Mother's Day. Happy birthday to my dad. I'm super grateful for you guys' support, and I couldn't ask for better parents. The support from the sideline gives me a great opportunity to express myself, and I'm happy to have that. I love you guys. Calvish.
I'm gonna cry.
I know,
Right.
they're so sweet.
Our whole team has such supportive parents.
Don't
The
they?
supportive moms, supportive
I
parents
know.
helps a lot.
And then we've got one from Absturge because he was the only other player that sent one in. But I love you, Mom. Thanks for letting me play that game you hated and eventually growing to love it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much my relationship with my mom as well.
Yeah, same.
He does a lot of us.
She was
Yeah.
not a big fan,
Warmed into the
study.
idea eventually, but
Yeah,
You got
absolutely.
around
So
it.
if you partake in Mother's Day, if you want to, make sure you send them some appreciation today. I told my mom, thank you for always supporting me. She was like, I would have supported you if you did any weird job. So not sure what that means, but thank you so much, Mom. But we're heading into Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. Obviously, this is a huge matchup right now. This could be the match that we see then in the global finals.
yeah, this could be the grand finals of the North American Grand Finals for Dragonflight. You're not wrong about that one. VOIDGG in their last series, they looked incredibly good. They came in with a really surprising blind pick, switched it up, brought back in the Balanced Druid Rogue, and they gave Liquid a run for their money. It was a 3-0. And I feel like Liquid, now that they've had time to kind of assess what happened, I think it should be a lot closer of a series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like they've kind of had a little bit of a warm up, but VOIDGG on the other hand, Zico, they've been watching all of the games. I'm sure they're taking notes, so that could give them an advantage as well.
But I feel like VOIDGG right now, they're gonna just need to execute well on the blind pick because now I feel like VOIDGG, they're in Liquid's head. And in the previous series, Liquid, they were in the Pump's head. In the blind, the Pump are like, let's look in our Fury Warrior. They're gonna probably do the hunt there. And Liquid is like, nope, we're not. Just owned us with your main comp, but here we are. That's pretty much what happened in the upper bracket as well, between Void and Liquid. Void are like, oh, have you seen Calvish on Red, by the way? He's pretty good. And then, Liquid are like, what do we do here? And it just felt like everything started crumbling from that point forward. So I think Void right now, Liquid, they have to consider, are we going to face Asa Rogue Ret? Because if we are, then we might want to just play Outlaw Prez Evoker. But if we face a Moonkin, we don't want the Prez Evoker there. And, if they play a Moonkin, maybe we want to play our Cleave instead. So it's like, there's a big mind game right now going on between these two teams, and I really think that whoever comes out ahead in the blind pick is going to have a huge advantage in this series because both of these teams can beat each other.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got two teams that are so evenly matched, then it seems like it makes it that much more difficult to recover if you do end up losing that first matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it, especially with how evolved all of these teams are, with all of their different counter picks and all the different classes that they can play at such a high level. That Nagrand blind pick mind game definitely going to matter for this series, but we'll have to wait and see what these teams do decide to go for. Liquid and VOIDGG both looking good. We get a rematch of the upper finals. I'm really excited for this one.
All right, let's see it here. And we
Ooh.
are going to see Nez tagged in, Trill. And this time they are playing the Shaman. This is what I wanted them to play in the upper bracket, but they played the Holy Priest instead. So now Sidu is bringing in the Shaman. They are pretty much doing exactly what we saw CHIBAKU Tensei do in Europe. So this is going to be very exciting, man. Trill back on the Demon Hunter, Mez back on the DK, Sidu back on the Shaman. What a blast from the past. Can they do it, though, against VOIDGG, who are bringing in their own Outlaw Moonkin?
Yeah, grip, blinding sleep, big eye beam there by Trill, who's looking to get the pressure rolling right away, but Calvis shuts it down. Kidney shot on Sidu, cheap shot on Mez, cheap shot on Trill, really reversing the pressure here. Not much damage, but just completely peeling this opener here from the side of VOIDGG, and they are taking quite a bit of damage. Liquid is really ripping in, and so far the Shaman is looking better. Sidu's able to defend himself against those spheres just a little bit better with that preemptive Tremor Totem. Looking to drop maybe an Earthen Wall Totem during the setup. Cyclone's now coming in from Nick as they do pull the trigger with that Incarnation on Trill.
Yeah, and Trill gets knocked out of the darkness, or the anti-magic zone, still dropping very low, forced to trade out the Nether Walk, but no trinket. So Trill is going to be very happy with that exchange, despite how close that was. And now Mez is getting blasted here in the midfield in the Chastise, has to trade out the anti-magic shell, but look at the damage here now. It's going to start adding up for Trill and Mez as they get aggressive towards Nick. Nick immediately trying to get out of there, but they're just going to swap to Kearney, cleave Calvish, just make sure that they have as much damage as possible. Triple Chaos Nova coming out here from Trill. I don't even know how he managed to hit Calvish with that one, but Nick manages to get a precognition, clones up Mez, and another setup here onto Trill, but preemptive blur from Trill means that he's going to be taking not nearly enough damage to actually die in that setup, and instead it's going to be Nick on the back foot here. Team Liquid looking absolutely solid here on this cleave. Sidu going for the Lightning Lasso, but does get interrupted there as Calvish and Nick look to recover here.
Yeah, it's going to be Darkness from Trill. So Trill has Trinket and Darkness. Full kidney shot now on Sidu. He's already traded out his Gladiator's Medallion on a blind from Calvish, so won't have that available for the next setup. Big stuns here onto Trill. Let's see what they can get done on him. Trill needs to be a little bit careful, but he's just going to continue to push the pace here onto Nick. Mez and Trill are just going for it. Hunt coming in. They want to continue the pressure. Nick is on the back foot. What are they going to do? Calvish is waiting for diminishing returns, looking to potentially set up some crowd control. Nick gets interrupted. Liquid is unrelenting in this game number one, looking to win this first game, but the stun might shut it down. Full fear on Sidu, and Trill could easily fall. He trinkets, gets back on his trinket. Oh, Darkness comes in. Is Darkness really going to be enough to save him? Somehow, Trill holds on. The Cyclone from Nick comes in. Nick is low on health. Kearney's forced to use the Spirit of the Redeemer. Trill is still not alive, just barely holding on. Gouge on Sidu, the unending crowd control. Trill still at 5% health, holding on. Sidu has the link and unfortunately just cannot get it. VOIDGG with the infinite crowd control chain gets game number one.
Sheesh, VOIDGG right now with the Mother's Blessing buff, just taking out Sidu here for the next minute in this game. Absolutely insane control right there, and just in general how they were setting up these Demon Hunter swaps was just beautiful to watch. And of course Mez will try to play it out here for a second, but they blind up Sidu. They take down Mez as well. He tries to drop the Spirit Link, not going to be enough. And honestly, I felt like Team Liquid had good pressure there, but they just got caught in one of those bad situations, and when they weren't ready, and they had to pay for it a lot. And I feel like, honestly, they got a little bit lucky as well at one point with Trill surviving that. And I think if they just had a cleaner trade in that situation, just trade out like a Trinket Darkness a little bit early or something like that, I think that would probably have went a long way, because that's when a lot of their cooldowns got expended.
Yeah, I mentioned it too. Trill, he's got the Trinket, he's got the Darkness. That's the next trade, but Trill greeds it. Like, he holds on to his Trinket for quite some time. I wonder what he was waiting for. Here's the kidney shot, and you see Sidu gets put into a full fear. I think this just had to be an earlier Trinket Darkness, because he waited so long and hesitated. They were able to follow up the stun and bash his Trinket. Really nicely done there by Nick. But here's the DR cheap shot into a DR Cyclone on Sidu. That's going to be short. Trill still can't live. Sidu gets gouged. Does he have a moment? Root Solar Beam comes in. Oh, he gets rerouted on it.
Yeah.
Nick reroutes him in the Solar Beam. That's a game-winning play. Sidu had the Spirit Link. Him rerouting that was absolutely insane. And this was what I'm talking about. VOIDGG, they just have the mechanical skill to just outplay anyone. They're such a good team, and it seems like their teamwork is getting better and better. They're a scary team.
I mean, look at Nick, man. What is this guy? Like, who is this guy? Like, look at this. Like, Trill trinkets, boom, insta 0.1 bash on the trinket. Sidu gets out of the root, insta reroute. Like,
Does he precast like he's got to precast his root solar beam? Well, look at this. So he gets a clone. He's going to be going for a root solar beam. Does he just precast another root? Like, how does this even happen? He must, right? He charges them. Oh, he charged solar beams them. Sidu gets out of he spirit walks the charge and then gets instantly rooted. So he bear form solar beams to keep him in a root. Sidu tries to get out of it, panics a bit, and just gets instantly rooted.
Insane. I've never seen that.
Me neither.
Form, bear charge solar beam. What a play! What a play! Nick is definitely the MVP of this game right here. I mean, you can see it here too. The back. It is Trill's mistake. He should have just traded Trinket Dark. It's too greedy. If he did that early in the stun, things weren't going to look too bad for them because, like, pressure wise, they had such good pressure. But yeah.
Actually, never seen this.
Charge. Yeah, that bear charge into solar beam, and then he roots. That's filthy. That's actually filthy because Sidu has no choice there. Sidu has no choice. If he sits the bear root, he's like, it's over.
Yeah. All
Shut
right.
and mate.
Yeah. What could you do? That was such
Nothing.
a great play. This is what I'm saying, though. This team is so scary. Oh, okay. Liquid, they're going to be bringing in Trill on a Hunter. Once again, he's not going to be playing the Marks Hunter, though. A little bit of Beast Mastery. So this is one of those comps in the past. It hasn't been too bad, right? Kind of overwhelm your team with consistent damage and pets. And I wonder how this is going to work out for them.
Yeah. This is very interesting picks here from Liquid. I feel like both of these teams are just... They have a lot of secrets that are kind of coming out now, you know. You're seeing it towards the finals here. Teams are bringing out more and more craziness. And this is kind of a composition that I wonder why they're running the BM Hunter in it. I feel like Trill, I guess you don't want to run MM into Outlaw is the big thing. We saw, I mean, Streamer Zone get completely dismantled as well by Outlaw Rogues. Just so much lockdown to prevent them from doing anything. So I feel like the BM, though, could still be kind of a target. Mez also, if the game goes late, could be a target. Void, definitely think that this is a matchup they can win. I wonder if they're just going to overwhelm Nick, though. I don't know. If they can get, like, a stun trap on Kearney and go after Nick, I feel like they have a lot of damage with this comp. That's one thing that's scary. Like, this comp is definitely a boomkin killer.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to see what they do decide to go with here. I mean, this is kind of a matchup that we did see play out a little bit in Europe where the Marks Hunter was struggling against the Outlaw Rogue Moonkin. Just as soon as you go to the pillar, it's really difficult to actually get any effective damage off as that Marks Hunter. So I think that's really why Trill is opting for the Beast Mastery Hunter. It's going to be much more unavoidable damage. But yeah, Liquid coming in with some very interesting picks. They're utilizing Mez a lot more in this matchup. You know what is kind of a statement to me, though, Zico? Like, the Boomkin Outlaw Rogue is Liquid, right? Like, Liquid is the Boomkin Outlaw Rogue. They're the ones that popularized that comp. They're the ones that were winning everything with that composition. And now teams are just not, they're not even going for the mirror. Like, Liquid's trying to get, like, an advantage in these matchups, but it's interesting that they're not even confident in the mirror. And I think that might just be, like, a Sidu on Prez thing versus Kearney on the Holy Priest. Maybe Sidu just realized he's outmatched against Kearney on the Holy Priest mirrors. I'm not really sure, but that's really surprising to me because that is Liquid. When I think of Moonkin Outlaw Rogue, that's Liquid. That's what Liquid was running more than anyone else.
Yeah, and I mean, they have had great success with it, but I really feel like a lot of these top teams are starting to dislike the Outlaw Rogue with the Moonkin a lot more. I saw Waz as well was talking about it on Twitter. Complaining that after the changes, his damage is too low, and Outlaw they need to go back to the drawing board and get rid of that. So it is interesting. It could be more, you know, like when Riker said he's done playing mage, but we'll see. Sidu getting sapped here. Maz going to be the target of choice here. Void looking for a good opener to get a full fear onto Sidu. This could be decent, but blinding sleep coming out from Maz. So far, they haven't forced that too much. Anti-magic zone gets dropped here as they make a swap onto Trill, but Trill should be completely fine. Kearney channeling out the divine hymn. Sidu doing the same on the other side. Both of these priests spamming out tons of heals, and don't think anybody is going to be falling just yet, but Trill's still not out of the woods yet. Mez sitting through a Cyclone. Cheap shot onto Cedu. Nick looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? This is going to be a beautiful kick there by Mez, and I don't think Trill should be in too much trouble here.
No.
With Cabbage. Oh, no, they get the Cyclone anyway onto Cedu, and Trill is just dropping. Oh, my God.
No.
They Cyclone Cedu, Trill low as well. If they can get anything onto Cedu, they have the beam here. Actually, they don't. If they can get Fear onto Cedu or a stun, chastise, anything, they could potentially take down Trill here. Kidney shot onto Cedu, and they do get the Guardian there fading onto Trill. Scatter onto Kearney to shut down the Fear, but they extend the chain with the bash, and Trill is forced to trade. Beautiful. You see that, right? Like,
Cedu can't move.
Instant reaction. The instant reactions by these Void guys. They're these younglings, man. They have.
I know. I'm telling you, man, these guys are insane. They managed to just keep Cedu out of the game, get the crowd control. Can they keep going, though? Nick is finally under pressure. He needs to be careful. Manages to fake an interrupt, going for a Cyclone. Mez is going to preemptively AMS it, but look at Trill. It might just be GG. Smoke Bomb comes down. He gets cheap shot on his Feigned Death. A full blind on Cedu. He trinkets out. He gets gouged after his trinket. It is never ending. Fear out of the gouge. Trill still barely holding on. Cedu's got the Void Shift. He's holding on at the same time. Nick may have overextended. This unrelenting pressure of the Hunter Death Knight is quite high, so Nick has to be careful. But look at Cedu. He's crowd controlled again. Kidney shot, solar beam. Nick is low, but Trill might just die. And luckily, Kearney's not in crowd control. Cedu finally getting a moment to breathe. He gets cheap shot. He gets cheap shot again. What is going on? It cannot move his character. They need to find a Cyclone if they can. I think they've done it. Liquid has bought enough time. Calvish gets feared. Now Nick is on the back foot. Trill playing a great positioning right now with Cedu. They just need to try to get away from this rogue.
Yeah, but Nez is doing a great job just keeping up uptime here onto Nick. The slappy hands are out. Big damage, but Kearney instantly ducks into Angel Form. Doesn't want to get gripped here into the blender in the midfield. Anti-magic zone drops for Mez on that swap onto Trill, but they knock him out. Beautifully done there. Calvish trying to take him down right now. Stun on the trinket of Trill. Trill ducking around the corner there, popping his Bestial Wrath, trying to get some counter pressure, as well as I think Call of the Wild also got used there for Trill. So
Gouge Fear.
A lot of damage, but still a gouge into a full Fear onto Cedu. Trill, how are you going to stay alive? He's kiting around the corner. Exil, is it going to be enough? He gets the crit immunity zone with the Roar of Sack. Diamond Eyes onto Calvish, doing all the right moves here to stay alive. Cedu, 1 second left on that stun. Can he access the Void Shift? No! Another stun into a Solar Beam. These guys don't play around. VOIDGG, the Micro CC Kings. Cedu can't play the game. He's not playing the game.
He got CC'd 40 times that game. I mean, and it's also just how they're so creative with the way they get the crowd control, right? Like, what was the end of that game? It's like Cedu goes into a kidney shot, he runs over, fears it out of the fear. What do? They gouge, then or they actually get the Cyclone out of the fear. So it's a kidney, into a fear, into a Cyclone. Kearney instantly, faster than Cedu can even react, manages to chastise him out of that. And I don't even know what they got out of that, but it just never, like, Cedu actually couldn't move his character this whole game.
At the end, it was like a triple DR bash into like a beam.
Yeah, triple DR bash.
It's like, bro, what's going on? I mean, just look at Cedu's frame here. It's crazy, and this is even earlier at the very start of the game. The way they changed that was beautiful. So Calvish gets feared, and this is Trill also playing really well, by the way, on the Hunter here to actually stay alive.
Here's the fear.
So, gouge into fear. And then Trill, he trades out defensives, he gets the scatter, then they get the Cyclone out of the
Look at how
fear,
fast
then
the
the
Chastise
Diamond
was.
Eyes, and then the Chastise here out of the Cyclone, can't move, then, because Calvish is in a Diamond Eyes, because Calvish wanted to stun Cedu, but then they cover it with a bash into a beam, and then they have the damage to take him down. And the whole time Cedu has Void Shift, you know, he can just press one button and top a Trill, but he can never press the button. And sorry, but I just got to say this because this is something I noticed as well earlier in the game, and it's how well the guys at Void are covering for each other. So, right, a great example of that is, well, for example, Nick can't get the Cyclone, so Kearney pushes him for the fear. Then Nick can get the Cyclone. Oh, but then Calvish gets Diamond Eyes, so he can't get the stun. And then look at that right there. He goes in, gets the gouge. Nick can't get the Cyclone, so he Cyclones Mez. Then they get the Cyclone out of that. And then Calvish wants to stun here. You see, he's moving towards Cedu. Trill stops him, and then Kearney's like, oh, well, no problem. I'll stun him. And then Nick is like, okay, well, I'll continue then. I have this. And it's like the way they're covering for each other when, for example, Calvish gets crowd controlled and can't do his job is just really impressive. And that's what they did in the start as well. And they just had this like perfect micro CC where they were able to get big cooldowns anyway because of that.
Yeah. VOIDGG, they are looking good. I mean, they're just looking better and better with every series that goes on. And this is the time you want to peak, right? If you're going to peak in a tournament, you want it to be in the final cup right before the finals. I feel like they're going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. I'll have to wait and see what does happen. We're going to Mugambala, a rarely picked map, but Liquid looking to... I think it's a good map when you want to mix things up, right? It's like one of those maps where you can cause like a chaotic things to happen. Maybe it's not going to be as conventional, not as comfortable for Void, since it's a map that's just rarely ever played.
Yeah, I mean, it has good ZY axis. I'm not sure. I think Liquid just trying to mix it up here a little bit, try to shake VOIDGG off of their flow right now because, yeah, okay, we're going to see it. So the Shaman mirror is coming out here. So I do think this is what's happening. Sidu obviously feels super confident on the Prez, but Prez is bad in this matchup into the Holy Priest. So I don't think he wants to go toe-to-toe with Kearney on the Holy Priest because Kearney, you know, he's a priest main for a long time. So he's going to go to his main, which is the Shaman. And the reason why you don't want to play Prez is because it's really easy to root Solar Beam them, whereas Sidu on the Shaman has a way to avoid that root Solar Beam. So he can still deal with that while still playing, you know, something that he feels really comfortable on.
I think it's a good idea. I'm starting to get the feeling that if Liquid can't beat them in the mirror, they're not going to beat this team with like the options that they have available. Void is just playing too well as this. And like I mentioned, I mean, Liquid, they're the ones that kind of popularized this composition with Trill on the Outlaw Rogue, Xiaomayam on the Moonkin. They were owning everybody with it. So I'm curious to see if they can go toe-to-toe here. The fact that they didn't lock it in initially either makes me think they really were confident in their counter comp or they weren't confident in this mirror match. So let's see what ends up happening. They went to Mugambala. Can you think of any reason why you would go to Mugambala as the Shaman on this game?
Like static fielding, Kearney down, thunderstorming him away. I don't know.
I don't think they'll go up.
I don't think they will play up. I don't know, actually.
I don't know why you'd pick this map, but I guess what else is better? Like, is there any reason why you'd like any map that's going to give Shaman an advantage here? Because I feel like the Shaman isn't that bad in this matchup. Like, you still have a way to get out of, you know, the root Solar Beam. You just have to be careful of the Feral Charge into a
root
solar beam into a root. Yeah, that's when it gets really weird. But yeah, I don't know. I think Liquid could come back in this one.
Yeah, I think so too, for sure. But I don't know. It's going to be an uphill battle. But I do think compositionally, this makes a lot of sense. Another thing that I this is just like personal like speculation, if you will. I feel like maybe something like an Outlaw DK or even Windwalker DK could be like kind of back with the DK change. I feel like there's a lot of DK comps that are like unexplored territory right now. If they're like completely desperate, you know, there's always.
Well, I mean, they tried it DKDH, right?
Yep.
That's got to be one of their best. What else could they do? I mean, assassination rogue, maybe?
Windwalker.
I
just want to see them play Windwalker DK, to be honest.
I'm just going to throw this out there, and this is my personal opinion, as not only a Windwalker player, but just observing. I don't think Windwalker can work unless you have either a rogue or a demon hunter helping you. Like, I've yet to see a Windwalker do well without a rogue or demon hunter. I think it's absolutely needed to help you lock down a target. So I don't know if I believe in Windwalker DK.
Okay. Don't believe in Windwalker DK.
I don't.
Fair enough. I don't
Sorry,
think Liquid
Big Z.
believes in it either. We're bringing Big Z back. It's that's it now. That's my. It's back. But we'll see if Liquid can come back here in this series as well, because right now things are getting out of hand. I feel like anytime you lock in Mugambala in a series, it's usually not when things are going great. So we'll see here what Liquid can do with Sidu on the Shaman. So far, both teams just kind of chilling. And look, Void, they want to play up. That's interesting.
It makes it easier to fear, maybe. Like, if they play up, then Sidu has to kind of play. So that's just what's really weird about this map. Is you could play down and have kind of like a big open field, or you can play up, and then it's the smallest arena map in the entire game. And like, I don't know if you know the viewers at home or you have ever played a solo shuffle where everybody refuses to go down, and then you're literally just playing on like that little upper portion, which is just the smallest map in the game. It's really annoying. But yeah.
Bro, this morning I had a solo shuffle game where we played an entire round in the starting room. So,
Yeah, if you want to, this map is really interesting because you can make it an even smaller arena if you never leave the starting room. A little square.
Yeah,
Okay,
we thought they were AFK. They were not.
Okay, so if this goes on long enough, both teams feel like they have an edge in dampening, right? That has to be it. Like, if Void is just going to hang out up here, and Liquid's going to hang out down there, both teams must be feeling like if the game goes on long enough, dampening is going to favor them. And obviously, at this point, it's pretty obvious Kearney wants to have a nice small area where he can actually land fears. I don't know if Liquid's going to decide to go first. It's a little bit of a game of chicken right now. It's a game of patience. Who is going to try to keep their advantage here? Looks like Liquid is just going for it, which is a bit surprising.
Giving up their position. What is Sam doing? I think they're sneaking around. They're looking for the rogue, maybe, or for the enemy boomkin. They want to, have a sniff around here. They feel like they could be close. Oh, see, they're looking for the knock, not able to find it. I think, yeah, we're gonna just abort mission here and just get out of there.
He tried to knock Kearney, but I'm pretty sure Kearney's little gnome got stuck on the ledge. Like, couldn't make it over the little ledge. All right, let's see what happens here. Kearney's still just in the face of Liquid, unafraid on his Holy Priest, defending Nick and Calvish's position. And looks like these Moonkins are going to be exchanging blows here. Samhaim and Nick both just putting out dots, starfires, but neither one of them want to really give up an inch.
It doesn't look like either team wants to commit. Like, Kearney's like, I'm kind of low. You guys could open. They're like, nah, we don't really want to play over there and get feared the whole game. But it looks like Sea-Doo, I don't know, it feels like Sea-Doo's getting a little impatient here, maybe going in for it, looking for the knock. Oh, static field. Yeah, there it is. Did they pull anything out? They got Nick out. So Nick, I think he was going for a re-stealth there, but not able to find it. But
well,
yeah,
dampening goes up. We're at the point where dampening goes up. So first 3 minutes, dampening is not going to be increased, but as soon as that 3-minute mark hits, you can see we're now at 11% dampening, and things will inevitably draw out to their conclusion. So if both teams want to have such a passive strategy, eventually Nick and Sam will just die to dots at 100% dampening. So someone's going to go at some point. It looks like Liquid is going to open. So Trill lands the cheap shot. Calvish immediately shuts that down with a gouge. And let's see what happens. There's the fear. This is why they didn't want that close proximity. Kearney setting up his team for a potential win. Samhaim gets knocked into the room. He's all alone. A beautiful typhoon there by Nick. Sea-Doo trying to connect. Can he actually get there? Looks like Samhaim is going to be okay. I think the healing tide totem came down. Calvish, in the meantime, taking quite a bit of damage. Both healers just can't get there. This map is causing the chaos we talked about.
Right now, Calvish with no Cloak of Shadows, no Trinket. He's a juicy target right here for Liquid, but they launched the first setup onto Trill. Can they get the Cyclone? They do find the Cyclone onto Sea-Doo, swapping now to Samhaim. A lot of damage. There's the Chastise stun as well. Kearney moving away. Huge killing spree coming out from Calvish. Do they have anything more onto Sea-Doo? Full gouge, and they beam Samhaim there as well. Overlap with a kick. Unfortunately, not going to have that for Sea-Doo, but they do have a half clone Samhaim on half HP. Nick sitting through a Cyclone there, and it looks like Liquid will survive that setup. Calvish now in a lightning lasso. Kearney in a Cyclone. They're going after Calvish on the side of Liquid. Nice feint coming out there for Calvish. Samhaim looking for the Cyclones onto Nick. He gets a precog. He clones Sam, and now it's going to be once again Samhaim and Liquid here on the back foot then.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Disarm here onto Calvish as they continue to try to get control of this match. Samhaim doing a really good job with these Cyclones. Good, consistent setups coming in from Liquid as they kind of regain their footing in this matchup. Samhaim landing a clone on Nick at the same time. Nick lands one on Trill. Root Solar Beam onto Kearney. He's going to not even use his escape artist. I guess Sam just used it as an interrupt, but not really able to get too much done with that. Now full kitty shot on Kearney. Everybody's getting crowd control. Everybody's stunned. Everybody's Cyclone. Looks like, I think Sea-Doo not being in crowd control. His mana's looking good. If you look, both healers are like 100% mana at this point, Zico.
Yeah, both healers. Well, they didn't have to heal for the first 3 minutes of this game, so I think that could be a part of why. But Samhaim right now definitely taking a little bit of damage there, but he is in the Earthen Wall Totem, gets a Cyclone onto Kearney. Full bash secured here onto Nick as Trill is starting to do a lot of damage. Nice lightning lasso coming out from Sea-Doo. Triple CC engaged here, but Trill was in a stun as well, so he wasn't able to connect any damage there. But Calvish still taking a lot of damage. Guardian connects for Kearney. I don't see his light well anywhere nearby. Oh no, there. He just placed it down there next to Calvish, so he's going to be getting a lot of heals from that. And Nick now pushing in, looking for crowd control to Sea-Doo. And what what happened to the static field? It pulled nobody there. That was pretty strange, but Trail still in a lot of trouble. Another cheap shot here on the C2. They have the fear coming out from Kearney. Trinket Spirit Link coming out on the root beam there. Beautifully done here. And now Liquid with basically no more answers. How are they going to stay alive?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good push there by Void. They put themselves back in the game. Sea2 uses his trinket, uses his Spirit Link. There's basically no more emergency answers as Samayam taking a beating once again. He's trying to get in line of sight of Sea2, but Calvish looking for crowd control. Gets the kidney shot. Can they extend the chain? Nick's going to be looking for a Cyclone potentially. Lightning Lasso shuts that down. But it's overlapped with Trill's cheap shot, so they don't get full value on that stun. Looks like Nick is going to be able to recover. Earthenwall Totem down here for Sam as Sea2 tops him off. Hex now onto Calvish as Liquid is getting control of the game. They're going after the rogue. Can they take him down? Calvish in a little bit of trouble. Static Field Totem is going to bring him into the middle of the map as Samayam does get the full Cyclone and just slow him down, not allow Kearney to recover. And now they turn their attention on Nick.
Yeah, Nick getting Cyclone here on low HP as well. Samayam starting to really get a lot of momentum. Bash onto Kearney. Can he find the Cyclone? Samayam interrupting Nick. I think he should get the Cyclone there onto Kearney. Looks like Kearney is able to avoid it there, potentially with the Fade. Sea2 sitting through a CC chain there as well. I think he got cloned into a sap, but where's the damage? Samayam already in bear form with Heart of the Wild active. Shouldn't be taking too much damage. He gets another precognition there. Gets a full Cyclone onto Kearney, and here comes the damage onto Calvish. Kearney trades though. Trinket Guardian coming out there for Kearney. Onto Calvish. Kidney shot onto Sea2. Now Samayam could be in trouble. Trill gets bashed. Nick looking for the clone. Finds it. Samayam kicked. Taking a lot of damage. Sea2 no, needs a trinket here potentially. No, Samayam just going to hug it out in bear form. Frenzied Region. Barkskin. Is that going to be enough? Another fear coming out there onto Sea2. Nick as well though. Taking a lot of damage. Samayam gets the Cyclone there onto Nick. Sea2 is in a gouge. Sam still on 30% HP. Not feeling too confident, but now finally Sea2 leaves CC. They're going after Calvish. Huge swap. Kearney in a Cyclone into another Cyclone. Calvish manages to recover somewhat here with the bandage. Gets a nice cheap shot there onto Trill. Samayam gets cloned, and both teams recover.
Oh, Calvish, though. Cheap shot on Kearney into a full sap. Great CC here by Trill. There's no way out for this rogue, but somehow they just don't have the damage to take him down. Kearney just needs a moment to get the Void Shift. A beautiful Cyclone. Nice Cyclone there by Samayam. Is he going to go for the Master Spell? He's got the Void Shift. What is he going to do? He just decides to go in. There's the Divine Hymn. Doesn't have to trade it out, and somehow I think VOIDGG might be able to recover the still large amounts of damage here onto Calvish. Liquid has so much momentum in this match. They're looking good. They want to put a point on the board. VOIDGG is in shambles. Sea2 has his trinket. They have the answers. I think Liquid's going to be able to potentially win this one unless VOIDGG can start to get something going.
Oh, they're getting something going on to Trill right now. Huge setup coming in. Trill with the Cloak of Shadows, though, will be able to stay alive. No trinket there on the Trill. No trinket on the Samayam. Sea2 is in a full Cyclone here. He's going to have to trinket that. He does have the Nature Swiftness. He gets gouged on his Nature Swiftness. Can they purge it? DR Cyclone still coming in. Samayam in a lot of trouble here. Sea2 comes out of the Cyclone, gets the NS off. Huge heal onto Sam, but still at 50% HP. Static Field Totem is not going to pull out anyone there. And Kearney sitting through a full gouge. Sea2 sitting through a full kidney. Spirit Link comes out there before the setup. Samayam at 30% HP, flailing to stay alive here. Sea2 spamming out the heals. How is he going to be able to do it? Tries to go for the Ascendance heal there, but he gets gouged by Calvish. Samayam wraps around the corner. Kearney's pushing in for the game-winning fear potentially. Can Sea2 tremor it though in time? Meanwhile, Nick is getting blasted here. Kearney's actually sitting through a root beam. Nick might just go down right now. The light will only thing keeping him up with that Guardian. Finally gets out of the stun and into bear form. Manages to recover with the Frenzied Region. On the flip side, Samayam is somewhat recovered as well. Nick cloned on 50% HP. Lightning Lasso onto Calvish. I think Liquid has done it. Full blast onto Kearney, but he's got the vanish and he manages to stay alive, but they're still going after Nick. There's the Void Shift. Nick gets gripped back as well, and Kearney is working miracles right now, Van.
Oh, Samayam just completely destroying with Cyclones. Nick gets gripped away, but Calvish is in trouble. They might just go after him. He's in a Cyclone right now. What can they do? Kearney tries to shut that down with the Chastise on Trill. He gets dismantled out of it. Maybe VOIDGG can recover, but both teams are just one setup away from potentially losing these games. To see what they can do. Full Cyclone on Sam. Kearney getting swapped to. Can they take him down? It's just crowd control, but Sam unfortunately can't follow it up. Trill trying to make some plays, but the Spirit of the Redeemer sneaks through by Void and Kearney to top off his team as they go for a win. Cheap shot into Cyclone on Sea2. Immediately trinket it. He does not want to fall behind. We are 54% dampening here, Zico.
55% dampening, and somebody who should fall any second here. Calvish, how is he staying alive right now? Sending through the killing shot. Here comes the killing spree. Big damage onto Sam. Sam responds with the solar beam onto Nick, and now Nick is in big trouble. Guardian connects onto Nick. Kearney in a kidney shot. Incarnation here pops for Nick.
Dead.
Huge damage. Sam's dead. Nick is dead. Who's gonna fall first? In a cheap shot. It's gonna be Sam who falls first. Nick ducks back into bear form, gets the frenzied region, gets gripped back to save it. Calvish with the cloak of shadows there. Nice route onto Trill. Sidu, we've seen what Trill can do in this situation. We've seen him 2v3 teams. He's still gonna try here, Ben.
Definitely gonna try, but it's gonna be hard. Calvish has a trinket. He's got evasion. Trill's gonna be shut down. I think Sidu might tap out here. That Cyclone should be enough, but never want to fully give up. Trill will fall, but really close game. To me, this is the most convincing game for Liquid. I want to see this once again because that was incredibly close. That was the most we've seen VOIDGG be tested, but ultimately will come out ahead. Nick with his final incarn, just completely overwhelming damage at about 60% dampening. You can't heal through it. It's just not possible. So Void manages to hold on to that point and get their third win. Are they going to be able to 4-0 Liquid here?
I mean, if they can 4-0 Liquid, they will be 7-0 against Liquid for the day. That's absolutely insane. VOIDGG really looking like they are on fire today, and I'm getting, it's like what happened with Echo as well, right? Like they lost to CHIBAKU 3-0, then they lost in the finals, I think 4-1, and it's kind of the same what's happening here. Like one of these teams that starting to reach their full potential is just coming in and challenging the kings of the region here, Void, and especially Kearney, man, like keeping his team going like in this situation and recovering and winning after this is just insane.
You know what really confuses me though? Here, riddle me this, because this is something that I'm actually wondering about right now. It seems to me, okay, from what I've seen and from what I've heard from players, that they don't like playing Outlaw Rogue Moonkin into Demon Hunter Moonkin. So why doesn't Liquid just play that? Like, why doesn't Trill just play a Demon Hunter? Because Demon Hunter Moonkin has been beating all of the Outlaw Rogue Moonkins, right?
Yep.
That's literally the reason why we saw LaPomp win the tournament. So I'm confused as to why Liquid doesn't have that as like an option prepared. Because they were talking about how strong Demon Hunters are, how weak Outlaw Rogue damage is, how overwhelming it is when they fight like Existence. Why don't they have that as an option? Because I think that would maybe be a good answer here.
I mean, they have, Trill, we saw him playing Demon Hunter earlier. They have the players to pull it off, but maybe it's just one of those things they haven't had time to practice it. I feel like Liquid, they put in a lot of practice. They have a lot of different comps, and they probably just put in more time into like DK stuff and like Hunter stuff. But yeah, maybe it's definitely a very important comp to have right now in the meta. I feel like all of the good teams are running Demon Hunter Moonkin. We saw Echo run it. We saw CHIBAKU run it. We've seen basically everybody run it at this point. So definitely something that could be on the table here, but Liquid on match point to Void, and not something I expected. Honestly, not something I expected. I thought Void was going to get rolled today. I'm going to be honest. I thought they were going to go to the gauntlet. So I'm happy to be wrong about that. They have been playing insane.
Naku down Proving Grounds, another kind of chaotic map, but yeah, this is just insane. I mean, VOIDGG, you said you don't expect it. I've been waiting for this moment. I feel like since I saw this team come together, I've been waiting for them to have this performance. I've been waiting for them to win a cup and just kind of dominate with the skills that they have as individual players. So it's really nice to see them put all the pieces together, have such a stellar performance. They might be able to 4-0 the finals, which is absolutely insane because Liquid is looking solid. Like this is Liquid. They're fully practiced. They've been preparing quite a bit. So I think it would be a statement for Void moving into the finals. Looks like we are going to see the exact same matchup. We're going to go to Nakudan Proving Grounds, another map we don't see that often picked in the AWC, as it is kind of chaotic, a little bit crazy. But yeah, what's your prediction for this one?
I think VOIDGG closes it out here and now. I think this is the proving grounds where VOIDGG can prove that they are the hottest team this weekend, heading into the finals next weekend. So that's what I think. I think I do like that Liquid are locking this in again, though, because it was a really, really close game, and they looked the best in this. Well, today in general in any of their games, that was their best game. IMO. What are you thinking here, Ben? You think Liquid battles it back?
I want to believe in the dream, but VOIDGG, I'm also just so happy for them. Like they're having such a stellar performance. I feel like all three of them are just completely dialed in. We've seen insane plays from Kearney, saving his team offensively as well. Nick getting just the most insane crowd control. Calvish setting his whole team up. So I feel like if they do end up 4-0ing here, like I said, it's kind of the performance I've been waiting for. And I kind of think it's going to happen. I feel like they have so much momentum in this matchup. What do they have? 6-0 today on Liquid?
Yep.
6-0 on Liquid. So chances are they're probably going to win this one.
Yeah, right now the stats are all in Void's favor, and honestly, it's really impressive that Void, they're just locking in. Like they've beaten Liquid with so many different comps as well. That's really impressive to me. Just being able to play that rogue Munkin at such a high level, being able to just bounce back and forth, bring out crazy things, and it really helps, right? Because if you just play like it's so genius, right? You play like Ret Rogue, one game in the blind, you win, you hard counter something, you win one game, and that's like now permanently like burned into your enemy's brain. Like they're always going to be thinking, well, if we lock this, what if they lock in Ret Rogue? You know, I feel like Void, they've been super smart with their picks, and they've been super good mechanically as a team, really, finding these long extended CC chains where nobody can control their character. And they've been super clutch as well, especially Nick in the offensive department has been absolutely great to watch, especially in that first game, landing so many clutch stuns on the trinket, rooting the trinket, the bear charge tech. It's just beautiful to see what these guys are able to do. And we'll see if Liquid can turn things around here, or if it's going to be 4-0 here in the grand finals for Void. And of course, this is cup number 4. We still have the grand finals, and both of these teams will be in the grand finals later on. So these guys are fighting for the momentum. They're fighting for the cup money. They're fighting for the glory of heading into the tournament. They're fighting for their moms as well, especially Void is fighting for their moms. They took the time to write out those nice messages. So I'm kind of cheering for the Void because of that.
Yeah. They said their moms watch them in the tournament. They want to make them proud. So let's see if they can do it here and close it out 4-0 against Liquid, or if Liquid is going to be able to put a point on the board. Both teams playing conservatively in the opener, but I don't know. It's scary to do this, right? Like both teams want to have an ideal opener, but I don't like dampening against a balance druid. Like as dampening gets higher, and balance druids get incarn, it's just it's a cooldown that lasts such a long time that it's really easy to get overwhelmed. It's scary. So I don't know. I guess both teams are in similar positions though in that regard.
Absolutely, and I don't know, because I feel like both teams maybe think that they have. Oh, Cedo getting sapped. Nick has been found, and Samayam is still in staff. They're actually going on to Cedo here. They're just sanding it. It seems like they're actually putting a lot of damage into this, with Cedo not trading just yet. And I feel like VOIDGG got a little bit baited there by that opener. Samayam did a great job to stay in stealth there during that sap, and now as a result, Cedo can just sit through this blind. There's not really going to be much follow-up CC. Okay, I guess Sap DR is back, so he gets gouged, but still a solid opener here for Liquid. They don't have to use anything, and now it's their turn to get aggressive.
Yeah, Cedo coming in with a nice wind shear into a lightning lasso here on Calvish. I love these lassos. Lasso is such a powerful ability, but Calvish is going to be able to get out of that static field totem with some cheeky plays, getting a full kidney shot onto Cedo, but Calvish, Nick, and Kearney all getting rotting down. They're doing a big setup here onto the Priest. What is Kearney going to do? Get cycloned out of that. Samayam having a great game here in game number 4, finding some really clutch crowd control. Kearney will shut that down with the Spirit of the Redeemer and likely going to be able to just top off his entire team, as VOIDGG is going to be looking to do a setup and get aggressive here. Cedo repositioning though. Samayam and Cedo realizing it is their turn to play defense, and they're doing a good job just making as much space as they can.
Yeah, Samayam now in a kidney shot, dropping low. As Cedo is sitting through a full cyclone, Calvish gets kidney shot there on the killing spree, and Samayam is going to be feeling safe here. But where are the openings? Where's the pressure? I feel like Calvish and Nick are not really too much under heavy fire. Here comes a setup. There's a nice setup here onto Kearney, potentially out of that lightning lasso into a cheap shot, and they do get a little bit of damage there, but they don't force any cooldowns. But Kearney didn't have Guardian Spirit there, so if they had a little bit more damage in that swap, that could definitely have been something that netted them the trinket. So I don't mind that at all. It was a good idea, but yeah, just not enough damage in that particular moment. Right now, Nick sitting through a solar beam, looking for the cyclones here onto Sea-Doo, and Sea-Doo's just running away, trying to make it as difficult as possible for Nick to catch that crowd control. Instead, it's going to be Calvish who sends a blind, but it breaks instantly, and he gets cyclone too. So I feel like Void, they're trying to force it a little bit too much here, and Liquid, I feel like are actually pulling ahead with this kind of dampening playstyle.
Yeah, Sam I am now going for a Cyclone onto Kearney. Lightning Lasso here onto Nick. They're really just trying to deny, like you said, slow them down at all costs. Calvish has no cooldown, so maybe a little bit of a tense moment. Earthenwall Totem will drop down. Calvish just trying to rip in right now with the Adrenaline Rush. Blade Splitter here onto Sam, putting out quite a bit of damage, but I think Sam's going to be able to shrug it off. He's in bear form, trying to just soak up a lot of that incoming damage. A Fear on Sea-Doo is allowing his team to get a lot of pressure. Sam I am might just fall. Big damage incoming. Can he fake the interrupt? He does. The Precog King. Sam I am looking to reclaim his crown. Gets the full Cyclone there onto Calvish, but unfortunately for him, the follow-up gets interrupted by Nick. And now VOIDGG is falling apart just a little bit, but a bash on Sea-Doo gives opportunities for Void.
Void looking for the CC here. They get the gouge. Do they have any follow-up? They get the Cyclone onto Trill, but Nick not able to land that Cyclone out of onto Sea-Doo. Calvish gets pulled back by the static field. Lightning Lasso coming out there. Kearney spamming out flash shields in that Spirit of the Redeemer, but it does end. Nick gets cloned. Kearney tried to grip Nick out of that clone range to just allow him to play during this kidney shot. It would have been beautiful, but he wasn't able to connect it. Still a really nice try there from these healers. Just try to do anything they can to make sure that their DPS are being able to do as much damage as possible and just make their life easier. See Nick lapping his way over to Sea-Doo, looking for some Cyclones. But again, Liquid are just playing this super defensively. They're just cycloning Nick. They're not going for too many offensive, CCs onto Kearney. And instead of just playing defense, Sea-Doo sitting through a blind. But again, Sam I am is going to be able to stay alive. He fake casts the solar beam there. Nicely done by Sam. And Sea-Doo sits through another blind. Doesn't have to trinket. Sam I am is in another clone. They're going after Kearney. And I think they're just trying to win with Shaman late game.
Yeah, this is just one of those matchups that has so much control of both teams are finding the gouges, the cheap shots, the Cyclones, the bash, the solar beam. It becomes really, really difficult to win. I think that's what the last game went so deep in dampening. So that could be what's in store for us once again. The last one ended at about 55% dampening. And I think the third or fourth incarn from Nick. Let's see if that does happen again. Full kidney shot here onto Nick, as it looks like Liquid is trying to make a setup. But Sea-Doo is in a fear, so gets denied a little bit. And Nick is trying to make a play. They're all over Sam I am right now, but they don't have any crowd control on the Sea-Doo. He's playing so far away on that Shaman. Sam I am is playing very unafraid, just getting the Cyclones out, camping in the Earthenwall Totem, looking for potential cheap shot into Cyclone here onto Kearney. Nicely done here by Sam and Trill. Calvish is in trouble. He is on the run. He gets disarmed. Just kind of dancing around, shadow stepping around. Kearney trinkets and goes for the Guardian Spirit. They're looking to win the game. Full fear on Sea-Doo. Where's the pressure? Sam I might just die. Huge damage incoming. Root Solar Beam on Sea-Doo. They get every defensive cooldown from Sea-Doo. At the same time, Nick is in a little bit of danger. He trinkets out aggressively as well. That was a great push there by Void. And all of a sudden, this game is really unstable for both teams.
Yeah, and Sam I am is definitely feeling unstable right now as Sea-Doo gets put in a full kidney shot bash onto Trill. Can they find the fear? Kearney is sitting in a Spirit of the Redeemer, not able to follow up there. Maybe he didn't have fear just yet, as he did use it in that last go, but very unfortunate stuff here. Sea-Doo looking for the Hex, not able to find it. Actually does find it onto Calvish, but it does get dispelled. Now swap onto Kearney. How is he going to react? He has no trinket. He has no guardian. Big Dam could be, but no, they're going to get a blind onto Sea-Doo instead. Can they continue to chain? Kidney shot. Sam I am could be in trouble. He's going to trinket and trade out the bear form there, and he will be completely fine there. Trading out a disarm there as well. So Sam manages to stay alive there with his own cooldowns, but still there is a window right now of about 35 seconds where Sea-Doo has no trinket and Sam has no trinket, and if Void can execute a good setup, they can definitely win the game. Dampening is really high. This could be it, man.
Yeah, Nick moving forward. Is he going for a bash? What is he doing? Gouge on Sea-Doo into a potential Cyclone. Cheap shot. Can Nick get the Cyclone? He needs to find it. He does. Nails the Cyclone. Sam I am's in trouble. VOIDGG looking to 4-0 Liquid here. Can they do it? Barkskin might be enough to deflect the attack of the pre-Earthenwall Totem and Barkskin. Sam I am is really durable here, so I think he might be able to hold on. Sea-Doo might have to trade the Spirit Link, but looks like he will end up greedying it. That was a good push there by Void, but some heads-up play from Liquid. They don't panic. And Sam I am holds on, and now Liquid's looking to strike back here. Big pressure onto Nick, who's got basically nothing left. Kearney's put into a kidney shot. He can trinket and void shift if he needs to, but Cyclone from Sam is quite brutal. Nick is able to get the Cyclone here on Trill. Kidney shot on Sam. Liquid's offense is completely slowed down. Now Void is pushing in. Kearney trying to get on top of Sea-Doo for a game-winning fear.
Yeah, can he get it though? Kavish is trying to set it up. There's the cheap shots. Kearney moving in.
Oh,
Looking for the
good
fear.
couch.
Trill is there. He couches it, but he gets the Cyclone anyway. Samayam on 1% HP. Cedar gets the trinket. He gets fear of the trinket. Spirit Link does drop though. And Samayam, I think, will stay alive with that, but still a lot of damage here. Nick looking for the Cyclones, looking for the damage. Countess gets defensively blind. Nice beam there by Samayam as well to slow down the pressure. And I think Cedar will be able to recover his team with that healing tide in the back line. Finally, they managed to kill it off, but the damage is done, or the healing is done in that case. Full kidney shot though onto Cedar. If they can get anything out of that into
Blind,
a full
full
blind.
blind.
How are they going to stay alive here? They still have more crowd control as well. Chastise coming in. Chastise is going to be enough. Kearney gets put in a full cyclone. They're swapping to Calvish. Trill gets disarmed there though. Beautifully done by
no
Nick. He gets the
way.
precog. He's spamming out the heals. The void shift comes out for Kearney, and this is going down to the wire, Ben.
Oh, this is just insane. Almost 50% dampening. Both teams playing out of their minds defensively, offensively. Sea-Doo pulls away. Kearney's still low on health. They might make a swap on him. Full clone on Trill. Gouge on Sea-Doo. 3 versus 1 on Samayam. Once again, as he is forced just so defensive. The Cyclone lands by Nick. Samayam tries to shut down the next one with a solar beam, but the fear comes in. Is that enough to take down Sam? 1% health. How is he still alive? Sea-Doo pulling off miracles. Great defensive plays here by Liquid. They hang on by a thread,
No
but
way.
it's not enough. VOIDGG shuts it down 4-0 over Liquid. I mean, what a dominant performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, VOIDGG are your Cup 4 North American champions. What an insane day for them. Absolutely smashing Team Liquid here, showing up for work, looking absolutely amazing at it. And I mean, it's just so much control. So when they start getting that momentum, when they get those CC chains, it is just a work of art here to watch these guys play. And you can see it here. Kearney trinketing out here to get aggressive onto the swap, onto Sea-Doo, or to take down Sea-Doo. and Trill will fall here as well. VOIDGG has done it. Absolutely incredible stuff from these guys. Kearney almost going down there at the end, right? VOIDGG. This is going to be a scary team. From a team that, like, honestly, just North America in general, I was thinking, okay, the teams that are going to make it from North America, at the start, I was thinking, okay, it's going to be Void. Oh, sorry, not the Void. It's going to be the Move. It's going to be Liquid. It's going to be like maybe Power Frogs, you know, things like this. But I didn't expect like a Void. Maybe they can make it in again, you know, through the gauntlet. But I certainly wouldn't expect them to show up like this and climb up in the standings. And, you know, the Move taking over their second place position. It's been insane to watch these guys grow, and they still have more time as well to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't wait to see what's in store for us. I feel like both regions, the finals are just going to be, it's going to be so fun to watch. I literally can't wait. Samayam right now, you can see in the replay, goes for the Heart of the Wild, but just gets overwhelmed. Look at that moon, like a slow motion moon just crashing on his head there by Nick. That looked cool in slow motion. I feel like I've never actually seen full moon in slow motion, but that's going to be the final nail in the coffin that takes down Sam in that match. But well fought by Liquid. Honestly, Liquid coming back made these games incredibly close. Like, these were not an easy final 2 games for VOIDGG. High level plays coming in from both sides, and it could have gone either way. Just a little bit better on the day is VOIDGG going 4-0 over Liquid, and actually 7-0 over Liquid if you continue the score from the upper finals as well. So really, really impressive performance. They did it for their moms, and they got the win.
That's the secret all along. Shout out your mom and you'll get good luck.
Yep.
Apparently. But either way, VOIDGG, huge weekend for them. I mean, you guys already highlighted it enough. They didn't drop a single game to Team Liquid.
To anyone.
To anyone.
3-0, 3-0, 4-0.
You're right.
Including open bracket as well. They didn't lose a single game
What?
this week.
That's
They were undefeated.
Game.
Check him, PC.
What?
Check him, PC. That's incredible.
Jeez.
That is, I mean, VOIDGG, you know, they went from a team that they've always been consistent. They've been in that top spot, you know, that top 5 for basically the whole season, but they haven't gotten this far before. They jumped from, you know, being pretty good to just being tremendous. And I can't wait. We're going to be getting an interview hopefully soon. And I really can't wait to just ask them, like, what happened? Like, what did you drink? What made the difference between last weekend, Zico, and this weekend?
I mean, I'm curious to know that as well because I mean, this is something that we've been talking about Void for a long time. Like Void has been kind of like like the child who's like a bit of a prodigy, but just like wastes their potential. That's basically how we've been talking about Void, talking about like insane mechanical players. They're constantly at the top of the shuffle ladder. They're playing all of these different classes. One day Nick is playing Moonkin, the next day he's playing Rogue, the next day he's playing whatever his team needs, Warlock. They haven't reached their full potential. Will they reach their full potential? When will they get their teamwork together as a team down? And it really feels like now they have been able to do that. And I mean, the North American bracket, like the entire top 6, I would say, is stacked.
Yeah, really stacked for sure. We can take a look at the standings right now. VOIDGG right now solidifying their place in second place. And with that, we now have Kearney on the line. Hello.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
We can. How's it
Hello.
going?
Yes.
Oh, it is going amazing. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about how you guys went from being, sort of consistently at the top to now not dropping a single game all weekend. What does this win mean for you and your team?
It means everything. Every single AWC Sunday, we've gotten off really sad and disappointed. We've just been looking for that win. And I'm happy it came like this, just 16-0 in the cup, feeling amazing. Yeah, I can't describe it. It feels so good.
What
Now-
happened between this weekend and last weekend? Like, what was the difference?
Well, last weekend, the Move has always been a hard team for us. The first series we played versus them, I played really bad. And the second one, we played much better, but our Discord crashed on Empyrean or on Enigma. Like when it was like a point where we could win for sure, and that threw everything off. And then obviously I died in the opener, but the Move is like the hardest team for us. And we realized that once we finally beat Cedar's team in the mirror. So after that, it was like, if we could just find an answer to RPS, then there's not one team we're afraid of.
Now, I want to ask you this because I feel like when your team came together, like just in terms of like raw talent and skill, I put you guys up there. Like,
Yeah, Ben has always been a big VOIDGG fan, that's for sure.
I have, yeah. I've always been a big VOIDGG fan, and I don't want to say that I'm disappointed, but I feel like you guys finally put it together, and this is the performance that I was kind of expecting. I wanted to ask you, like, is there anything that you guys have been doing different? Like, what do you think it is about this one that allowed you guys to actually finally show your like true skill?
Well, for starters, obviously, I get to play my main. Like, I'm very confident on both specs of Priest, and historically, we've really only lost to like shaman teams, and North America has like the greatest shamans, like Zhang, Cedar, Sturge, and obviously I've had to just shaman mirror them, and I think that's been a big part of like why we do bad, which is also why we haven't really ended a Sunday very happy. I've always been very disappointed with my performance, but it's a tall question to ask. It's hard to mirror the shaman goats, but now that I can win on Priest, I feel like we can be unbeatable.
I mean, you were unbeatable.
Literally.
That's true. That's true.
Zico, you got a question, or did Ben steal it from you?
I know. I was gonna ask something similar. It's not the same question, but I wanted to ask.
Okay.
So we've hyped you guys up, obviously, for just the tremendous amount of individual skill on the roster. Do you feel like you guys have hit like your potential now as a team, or is this like, are you guys gonna be even more scary when we see you guys in the finals?
No, we're literally only gonna get better. There's like obviously a lot of growing pains, and me, Nick, and Calvish as like a core 3 have obviously played together, but we've had a different fourth every season. It was Tuna, Corlick, now Wealthy Man. So,
Yeah. What's going on with Wealthy Man? Like, I gotta ask somebody on the team.
for Gordy.
Yeah. What's
Now that we got
happening?
Gordy, he's our secret.
Frost Mage?
What was that?
So is he like just the Frost Mage, or like what is it?
No.
Is he like innovator, or?
I mean, he's the best Ellie in the game. He's the best Frost Mage in the game.
Yep.
We let Calvish play Fire just because Gordy's so good at Fire that it wouldn't really be fair if we let him play.
Of course.
Of
Makes
course.
sense.
So yeah, he's been in the time chamber, harnessing his energy, and I feel bad for his first opponent. That's for sure.
He's just been storing it up now and just gonna
Love it.
unleash in the
Yeah,
finals.
he's ready.
Awesome.
I believe that.
I mean,
I believe that.
kind of along the same lines, what's the dynamic like behind the scenes with your team? What's the energy like when you guys are in a match?
I mean, we're all like, we all talk a lot. Like when people like listen to us stream, they like don't understand how we can even function because all three of us like I talk a lot as a healer. Calvish is just 14 and crazy. Nick is just spewing nonsense all the time, but it works for us. Like, you know, there's not many times where we're just like lost because of comms. And
Right.
that's pretty much what it is. We're just high energy team.
That's awesome. Clearly it's working out, and I'm sure I share the same sentiment as many other people that we're super excited to see where you guys go next for next weekend. So that's it for us. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we let you head off?
Yeah, there's a few things. First of all, it is Mother's Day, and we would like to shout out 4 of the most amazing women: Jeannie, Kelly, Marie, and my mom, Linda. We would never be able to do what we did without them, and I'm happy that we could win on Mother's Day for sure. Like, I know they're watching upstairs, so that was awesome. And another thing is, if you guys aren't, follow our Twitches. We stream a good amount. Follow us on Twitch and Twitter, and also, of course, shout out to Void for sponsoring us and keeping us going.
Yep, amazing. We're throwing it on the screen right now here for y'all, and congrats once again. We'll let you go.
Thank you very
Happy
much.
Mother's Day for your moms, and we'll
Yeah.
see you. We'll see you next weekend.
Congrats.
Thanks for
That's
talking, man.
right. Same time next week, guys. Same time next week.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, that was wholesome. Why are we
that
getting
was
such? We're
awesome.
being blessed with such wholesome interviews today. I love it.
Yeah, it is nice. It's good to hear from them. I'm so glad that they had that performance, and that is
Mhm.
exactly what you want. Like I said, I mean, you build up that momentum right before the finals. You're now like the scariest team, but
Yeah.
let's not forget last week La Pomp won, which is like we're
Yeah.
having some really unexpected results. I feel like I'm going to be honest. I feel like these cups in both regions have been the most chaotic and not
Yeah.
random,
Oh,
but just
yeah.
the most chaotic. Nobody is just winning them all. You know, it's so crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to predict who's going to win. It's hard to predict who's going to play what. I feel like these guys just pull out these comps that, we're not ready for. And it's been incredible. And that's the same to say for North America. So that being said, that wraps things up right now. Here is the bracket for the Dragonflight Grand Finals. We got Team Liquid versus, of course, the Gauntlet winner, and then VOIDGG versus the Move. Of course, the Gauntlet being determined from a pool of the teams that didn't make it into the top 3. And this is a steep staircase, Zico. This is like hiking a 14er in Colorado. That is not going to be very easy.
Yeah, there's going to be a long road for a lot of these teams. So the way the gauntlet works is, of course, you have Dracocleve versus CML. That will be the first round that will be played. Whoever wins that will face UNITAS. Winner of UNITAS and whoever, Dracocleve or CML faces Power Frogs. Then the winner of that faces Le Pump, and then the winner of that qualifies into the finals and gets to play their prize. They get to play against Liquid. but to be fair, by qualifying into the grand finals, you make a lot of money. There's a lot of money in that tournament. So just qualifying there, I think a lot of teams are going to be happy with that. And it's funny because we talked to Mercy earlier, and we asked him, hey, who do you think has a good chance in the gauntlet in Europe? And he thinks the last place team, Pirate Pete's in the European bracket, can run through the entire gauntlet. So any of these teams can really do it. And you can see them there. They will be playing the first round into Wandering Water Furbolgs.
Yeah, that's a long day. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is a long day. I mean, look at that. Pirate Pete's, Wandering Water Furbolgs. You win that, you have to go against Bikini Bottom Mafia. They were looking absolutely insane as well. You win that, now you have to fight the best jungle cleave in the entire game. That's your prize. And after you beat that, you have to fight Hula Bang. I mean, it's just every single
And then you have to fight
series-
Echo.
Well, that
feels like an anime show. Like every episode is a single fight, and they just get
and then you have to
harder
fight
and harder
Echo
and harder.
first round. Yeah,
Yeah.
so right. But it's like one of the things that's really interesting too about the gauntlet is you have such a short amount of time because it's next week. Like you have such a short amount of time to prepare all those matchups. Like you have to prepare for all of them. How are you going to do that? That's a lot of work ahead of you.
Man.
Yeah, because you don't know like who's gonna win, right? Between the 7th or 8th team, like it could be CML, it could be Dracocleve, but you don't know that. So you have to prepare for both, and then you have to prepare for the next team, and then the next team. It's Thank goodness I'm not in the gauntlet, and we just get to watch it because I don't need that kind of stress right now.
Yeah, we get to play our little games where we guess the spell and look at the maps.
I can't even guess
and
my own
meanwhile,
cast
these guys
spells.
are like running a marathon. Like, God, stop it. Yeah, you can't even. What was that? You said you can't even guess your own
I can't
spells.
even guess my own class spells. So like I don't know, dude. We need a new
Right.
game production. You
It's
guys
been
gonna
a
have to
long-
find a new
yeah,
one.
stop making
Something
us
I'm
look
better
bad.
at. Yeah, you guys are making
match
us
the
look bad.
match the shape to the
Oh.
to the other shape or something like that. But anyways, thank you so much to all of the players, of course, for competing and giving us just some fantastic games all weekend. Once again, congrats to all of the teams that, you know, placed where they wanted to place today, because there was a lot going on in terms of standings and everything. So that's going to be it for us for this weekend. We will see everyone next Friday. You definitely don't want to miss it. This is a really important, even Friday. Those Gauntlet games are going to be, I think, super exciting. I think I'm a little bit more excited for Gauntlet than the finals. I don't know if that's weird to say.
It's a package deal for me. I'm excited for both. Like,
Yeah, I'm excited
yeah.
for both. I just feel like the Gauntlet's always like a bloodbath. But either way, we'll see everyone next weekend. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are on YouTube as well, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CET. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next weekend.